Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know about
And
him.
I mean just that. Be sure to check
Saying
out
it loud, bro.
We're here live. and
know.
Mike ain't gonna get you saying
Mic
it
check
loud.
1 2. Mic check.
Let's get
He
it.
was on my ass.
Mama
No.
said there'll be days.
No, I think he can definitely be good. I just don't think it's going to be right away.
I don't think so either. I think the Bears is like a death sentence to any quarterback.
Be sure.
It's that weather, bro. But the organization and the weather up there. And they play outside, bro.
Yeah. Let's go.
Hey, this is a good hype song, Lo.
Oh, yeah. I tried, man. Come on. Yo. Ain't no party like a cowboy party. Ain't no party like a email me that. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Come on. Hey. Oh. We got Back Attack in the house. We got TP in the house. Come on. Breaking news. The breaking news is that Brown agrees to a $96 million extension. A.J. Brown agrees to a $96 million extension, man. And I'm going to tell y'all right now that that's what you're supposed to do.
That is what you are supposed to do.
That's what you're exactly supposed to do. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about this first wave, and then we'll have other guys and other content creators jumping in. But for right now, what are your thoughts, man, Dak Attack, on the Brown extension?
Woo, so what's it? How many years was it?
Oh, my goodness. I don't know.
I have it right here. It's 3 years for $96 million.
So that's 32 a year.
32 a year?
Jerry Jones, the leaves.
Yeah.
The leaves is falling.
Yeah, the leaves are falling.
The leaves are falling.
Fall is here. Winter is coming.
Now, that's back-to-back days. The prices that went
For
up.
real, bro. That's 32. That's CD's floor now.
That's
what I
34.
think.
That's 34.
That's CD's floor. That's the starting point, bro.
It's crazy, man. So with that being said, give me a 1 in the chat if the audio is straight. And on top of that, yeah. So give me a 1 in the chat if the audio is straight. Give me a 2. Give me a 2 a couple times.
Give me 2. Give me 2.
Give me a 3 couple times.
3.
Give me a 4 couple times. 4 fours, I'm tipping. Come on, man.
Not the Wendy's
I'm
Fluffy
gripping. Yeah.
But, hey, let me know which audio need to be lifted up, whether it's 4 or whether it's 3 or whether it's 2 or whether it's 1. Appreciate everybody, man. All right, so the first pick, we already know what it's going to be, you know, and it should be this one right here.
It's spazzing out a little bit. That's what it sounds like.
The first pick should be Caleb Williams, man.
Yeah.
You know, it
Should be.
You know.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, for sure.
That should be the first pick of the draft, man.
Yep.
How y'all feel about that, man?
I mean,
They done heard me hating on Caleb enough. You know?
You pointed that way.
I'm not hating on him. Me personally, I don't feel like the quarterbacks are the best players in the draft this year.
Ooh, I like that. I like the way you put that. I like the way you put that.
That's the first to hear that. That is the first to hear that. So who are you considering the best player in the draft right now?
I feel like the most NFL ready would be Marvin Harrison.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Marvin
I
Harrison.
can agree with that.
Yeah. I definitely would not rebuttal against that.
Yep.
So why you like him over Malik Neighbors?
Honestly, I'm probably a little biased because I got to watch Marvin Harrison a little bit more growing up. But I think Neighbors.
Philadelphia kid, right? Yeah.
So you know what I mean. I think Neighbors is very good. I think Rome is very good. I think there's a lot of talent in this draft class. As it's been the last few years at the wide receiver position, I feel like wide receiver is a position that like you can even find in the later rounds of this draft. So
Yeah.
I think it's as simple as his dad is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
He has the blueprint more than anybody else.
Yeah,
more than anybody else. Not only does he have the skill set, but he understands exactly what he needs to do to be a pro at the highest level.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why Marvin Harrison Jr. has the biggest step ahead of anybody personally.
And I like Brock Bowers too. I like
Yeah.
Brock Bowers. I think he very well to the NFL.
Brock Bowers giving me some Kyle Pitts syndrome a little bit. I think he got to go to the right
He
spot.
got to go to the
he got to go to the right spot, man, with the right QB.
Yeah, and the offensive coordinator that's going to use him and get him involved.
Exactly.
Sure. But that's going to be a lot of players in the draft, though. They all got to go. The landing spot means so much.
No doubt, no doubt. So the landing spot, when we look at the Chicago Bears, we do see a team that pretty much got rid of Justin Fields, right, who was their quote-unquote starting quarterback, first-round draft pick overall. They had high expectations, and he didn't meet those expectations.
Right.
So with that being said, now they got Caleb. Well, supposedly they're supposed to have Caleb.
Allegedly,
they're supposed to have Caleb. Do you think that will be enough to turn that around for them?
No. I think, it's going to be a 2-year, 3-year thing. You know what I'm saying? You're going to see. We're going to see year one what he got, and then, depending on what you see that he got is what you build around, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I think it'll be a good stepping stone with the offseason that they had and the offensive weapons that they ended up getting. I feel like, it's definitely some good steps in the right direction. But for me, it's going to be the coaching and what happens from a front office standpoint and how they attack, those weaknesses and those holes.
No doubt, no doubt.
What I can say is what the Bears have done. They've already started setting the foundation of kind of putting pieces around Caleb Williams. They went down and got a Keenan Allen in the offseason.
DeAndre
Swift.
Yeah.
They need to address
They already got DJ Moore out there.
They got DJ Moore.
So you got 2 receivers, a running back. They need offensive line, bro.
But, here's one thing, too, with that. Keenan Allen, he hasn't been reliable when it comes to injuries. So that could be something they could be attacking at the 9th pick they have.
Yeah, I would still get a receiver.
Maybe Rome is still on the board. Maybe you take one of these offensive linemen on the board there at pick 9. Or maybe get a tight end.
And just think about that.
I said
when in NFL history has a quarterback as a number 1 pick come into a situation where he could potentially have 3 top-level receivers, bro? When has that ever happened? Caleb Williams is honestly, if he's the pick, well, no one really knew what T was, though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? T kind of came on that year. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen improving, and you assume to get a top 3 receiver with that if you go that with number 9.
Sure.
Unless they trade back, though. Yeah, man. Caleb is set up to the point to where if he fails, I'm going to be hating.
He is set up. Bro. It makes me mad that that's not the opportunity they gave Justin Fields, honestly.
Right.
I feel like
that's the shiesty part about it, bro.
I think that's what they should have gave Justin
Because
Fields.
why wouldn't you? You made the moves prior to even trading Justin Fields.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And you still had the number 1 pick and the number 9 pick.
So you could have
really added Keenan. Right. You could have added Keenan, DeAndre Swift. You got DJ. You got a decent tight end. And you got number 1 and number 9. Keep Justin Fields, man. What you doing? Get a real offensive coordinator in there running the system that's going to complement Justin Fields, and then you off to the races, in my opinion.
Yeah.
No doubt, no doubt. With the 24th pick, man, I know we're going to skip all the way up to that one. I didn't get your thoughts on that, TP. Who would you like to have for the Cowboys?
I'm honestly hoping we go receiver. If one of those receivers fall, you know what I mean, one of those big 3, Keon Coleman,
okay,
Brian Thomas Jr.
I'm on the same
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I mean, if one of those fall, you know what I'm saying, I feel like we have to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Given the CeeDee Lamb situation, how we're watching around the NFL, these leaves fall.
Yeah.
The price just keeps going up.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Jerry, he says he's going to pay it, but
it definitely don't go down. No.
And that's why I asked that earlier.
Yeah.
That's why I asked that earlier, though. I posed the question on X. I said, if the Cowboys were to draft a Brian Thomas Jr. tonight, does that at all affect CeeDee Lamb's future with the team?
it shouldn't. But, like Jerry said, he likes options.
He likes to run option quarterback. He might piss that mud.
God.
CD, we like him, but quarterback pay, I don't know.
Because, they're really at the route. If A.J. Brown just got 32, and they're still waiting, I'm about to say, and they're going to wait for the leaves to fall, right?
Yep.
So
33,
that means
34, bro.
they're going to give Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Justin Jefferson all get a chance to reset the market before CD do. So, you know what I mean? You're putting yourself in just a terrible situation.
The Cowboys are sitting on their hands right now. Them bad boys done went numb, bro.
They
done went all the way numb.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah. Before we go into any more of these conversations, there was another person that got paid $21 million, and I know he's sitting, his brother's sitting here right in the building. How did that happen, man? Did he do this right here?
Let's go, man!
Did he say
No.
He already knew that the counts of receivables was already there. You know, talk to us, man, a little bit. How did that moment felt, not just for your brother, but for you?
I mean, honestly, we already knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you know what I mean, we prefer to get paid sooner, obviously. But, you know what I mean, he just wants to play football at the end of the day.
Right.
You know what I mean? It wasn't a payday yesterday, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he's not going to see that money for, another year or so. So it's just like, you know what I mean? He's just ready to play football. You know, we're ready to hopefully build on what we did last year and hopefully get over that hump. That's what we're focused on, for real. Yeah. Contracts is going to come.
Well, they must have sent you the media training, boy.
Contract is going to come. You know what I'm saying?
Here,
we know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, the players know, like,
So
they're either going to get paid in Dallas or they're going to get paid somewhere else.
Nah,
you know what I mean?
talk.
Preferably in Dallas.
True.
Preferably in Dallas, but
True.
I got to ask you a question. You know what I'm saying? This is just your personal opinion. Do you see your brother as a holdout type of guy?
Ooh, that's a nice question.
not this year. Not this year.
That's a nice answer.
Now we going. Now we.
That's a nice answer.
If
Play
we go
games
into
if
the
you want
next
to,
year, I'm about to say, if we go into the next year, you know what I'm saying, that's a completely different story.
Right.
I had to stir the pot just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I just feel like, yeah, I mean, people are just trying to play football. You know what I mean? We want to win.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We got a nice young core. And I think that's what Dak probably said the best. You know what I mean? You just got to let the front office be the front office sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You can't really worry about that. But honestly, I wouldn't be like, no, don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't do it. I feel like all of them should hold out for real.
And
Put the power in your hands.
Why not?
Put the power in your hands.
Why not, bro? Like,
They
seriously,
need you.
why not, man? Like, as a fan, yes, we want our players on the field. We want them to feel like that they all in. But at the same time, being realistic, how can you expect the players to be all in if their boss ain't all in on them?
Oh, that's a good way. That's a good one right there.
That's
my goodness,
man.
That's perfect. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like how we got our 4 best players, and there's no guarantee that they're going to be here in 2-3 years.
It's just crazy, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
And not only that, but the Cowboys have top 5 guys at the most important position groups across the field, and most of them are younger than 25, 26.
And we act like, and they talking about we need to see more
action.
action.
And we need to rebuild and all this. Bro, what are we doing? Bro, you keep your core in place, and then you just piece around it, bro. You piece around it. You trade out a coach if you need to. But when you have that kind of core, you let those dudes compete, man. You let them build continuity, and you compete. And that's just what it is. If you lose, you lose. If you win, good job. But that's sports, bro. There's no guarantees in sports.
None.
There's no guarantees in sports. So to sit there, let's get Michael Penix. There's no guarantee.
My whole thing is, if you do want a guarantee, it's not in the players. It starts at the front office and surrounding your players.
100%.
You know what I mean? With the right coaching, making sure you're making the right moves. You out there spinning that check, you know what I mean? If you need to, you know what I'm saying? You're going to go get that player if you need to. That's why I commend the Philadelphia Eagles, you know what I'm saying? They're giving the blueprint of what to do. You know what I mean? Whether it's going to work or not, they're giving the blueprint of what to do.
That's the only compliment I will ever pay Eagles fans.
That's the first and last of this broadcast.
Compliment I will ever pay
Philadelphia
Eagles fans.
Yes, man.
Because their GM is on point.
Yes, because, you know what I mean? We're talking about paying guys, and they're paying their guys.
They are hurrying
paying
up.
their guys. Yeah,
They ain't waiting
quickly.
for no leaves to fall.
Hey, Howie heard what Jared said. He said, let me go ahead and climb my tree real quick. He got me messed up.
They paid all their guys. They paid all their guys.
Yeah, for real.
Every single one. And it's just like.
So number 2. I feel like Washington is honestly the team that everybody. That's where it can start getting a little tricky, bro.
I just don't see a
We
scenario
hope he's having
where
a
they
good
don't
time with
pick
the triplets. But he let me know, he's like, okay, we've got projected times by round for every pick. Well, the slow time to get the first overall pick would be at 7:08 Central Time.
They don't go Daniels. I just don't see it.
I hope they get Drake May because I honestly think Jaden Daniels is a better quarterback. No, I hope they get Drake May.
I mean,
Drake May got Mitchell Trubisky written all over him.
If I'm the coach, there's just no situation where I'm not going with the Heisman Trophy winner.
No doubt.
Have we ever seen Dan Quinn in a situation where he gets to pick his quarterback, though?
Dan Quinn?
Yeah. We've never seen that.
Yeah.
Because in Atlanta, Matt Ryan was there already.
And
in Seattle, Russ, and even in Seattle, Dan Quinn walked into that team the way it was built already, by the way. Everybody give him credit for the Legion of Boom. Gus Bradley built the Legion of Boom year before Dan Quinn got there. Gus was the guy that was able to build that. Yeah.
One of the things that I can tell you guys that right now when we think of everything is that Dan Quinn, yes, that defense is going to be better because of the way they have everything already in line for them, right? And they have about $80 million still available in cap money.
Yeah,
somewhere like 40 to 80.
Yeah, the Washington Cowboys are trying to make some moves over there. You know?
The Washington Cowboys, that's a good one.
Yeah. So we got 7 minutes before the pick is in.
I don't even know why they're taking this much time with it.
Yeah, what's taking them so long, right? What's taking
theatrics,
so long?
the theatrics.
Yeah, they playing games right now.
Yeah, they playing some good games with it right now, man.
The tickets should already be in.
Yeah.
They knew who they were going to pick last night.
I need a paper towel, boy. Shots getting to me.
Well, we got the Miller Lite towels everywhere.
Oh, yeah, that'll work.
Grab a few of them, man. They're everywhere, man. And also,
shout out to Miller Lite, too, while we're at it. Also, happy Thursday, Seltzer. Some of our sponsors here at the draft party we're doing here at Shakertin's in Arlington. That's at 1409 North Collins. So if you ain't done anything, decided you're still on the fence about what you're going to do for the draft, bring your ass up here.
Yeah.
Come have fun, watch this draft with us.
And we're not having a good time.
Oh, man, we're having a great time.
Okay.
Out here at Shakertin's, man.
Also, shout out to the Rogue Shop. We got to give a little love to the Rogue Shop.
Yeah.
Lit Vacations. Thank y'all so much. And everything y'all do. Help with this broadcast and this party to the next level here, all right? So let's talk about this real quick. What is everyone's kind of their pet cat, their favorite player going into this draft?
That's a good question.
Not necessarily someone you would want from the Cowboys to have, just your favorite player in this draft.
Man.
Honestly, if we talking about just watching college football last year, the last 2 years for me, I love Blake Corum. I feel like he's a dog. I feel like his vision, his agility, his ability to get in and out of those cuts, I feel like that's going to be his go-to in the next level. I feel like that's definitely a guy that I wish the Cowboys would target. I feel like we're going to go bigger back, but definitely a guy that I feel like is going to translate well to the next level. For sure.
No doubt. Blake Corum, he is that guy. He got short area quickness. He got the bursts and the accelerations. The only thing that a lot of people may have on Blake is the fact that he played for Michigan, as it relates to what the Cowboys.
The Cowboys, yeah. We all scarred from Michigan players right now.
The Charltons, the Luke Schoonmakers, the Sean McEwens, of the world. So hopefully, my guy, what's the DB name? Tip of my tongue. Oh, my God. Jordan Lewis. He's the best Michigan guy we had thus far, right?
That's true.
Who else? Man, can y'all help a brother out, man? Who else in Michigan, man, that played good for the Cowboys?
That's all I can think of at the top of my head right now.
At the top of my head?
Yeah. Y'all help us out in the chat, man.
Yeah, I'm about to say the chat. Y'all got it, chat. DAA, I know you in there, man.
I'm going to say,
and
every Michigan guy has been bad. In recent memory.
Most of it because Taco, Mozzie still developing.
Now, would you rather have a Michigan guy or a Boise guy? Because we were really in love with Boise guys.
Yeah, man, we've got
but the Boise guys came on strong.
I'm about to say the Boise guys are a little bit. Shit, the Boise dudes seem like they got more pedigree than the Michigan dudes coming in.
Cedric Wilson, Jamarcus Lawrence, Tyrone Crawford.
Yeah. Darian Thompson.
One of them ended up being the OC.
About to say, Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
So we done got more use out of the Boise dudes, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man.
Oh, the pick is in.
All right, pick is in.
I'm about to say they were playing with that one, wasn't
we already know. he don't even look excited.
Oh, yeah.
He don't want to go to Chicago.
I think you got that up there prematurely. We just gonna wait.
No. I already put it up there. We already knew.
Why he look so mad?
Him,
See, how people want me to be happy for him? He ain't even happy for himself, man.
Yeah.
Why he look mad?
Yeah.
Oh, he putting his hands up like, it's cool.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is right there. The pick is in. They high-fiving. Come on with it.
All right.
It appears that the pick is in. Come on with it. Come on down.
They gonna announce
the pick is in. The pick is in. It appears that it's going to be. It's going to be. Caleb Williams. Yes, indeed. Let's go. Come on with it. The anticipations. When you start talking about a flat-out stud, a guy that can throw off platform just like anyone else, you talking about Caleb Williams, right? And that's just what it is. Come on with it.
Caleb Williams, the first overall pick.
And remember,
okay,
you're listening to nothing but the best. Let's go, baby. I got the heavy hit, hard hitter. Come on over here, man. Come on with it.
Okay.
Show me what you got over there, man. Come on, Brady. Yeah. Come on right here. That's what we doing. Yeah. This is what we do.
Shut him down.
No, slide right here.
Slide right here.
Slide right over here.
Put on that camera.
No.
Come on.
Yeah, right in front of these boys, man. They don't bite it off. Look at them. Got the chain and everything. Come on with it, man. Yeah. Hey, hold it up just a little bit more. 6'7" in the building, baby. Let's go.
Shut him down.
Yeah. Appreciate you for jumping in, man. Hard hitter, man. Yeah, I love seeing it, man. Yes, indeed, man. Look, that's how we roll.
Yeah, okay.
We roll deep over here, man.
Okay, bro.
Sure. Let's go. Bring the whole group over.
Yeah, come on.
Slide on down in here, man. Come on, y'all looking good. Yeah.
We got lady here.
Hold on. Hey, one of y'all give him a mic. Y'all give him a mic. Man, come on with it, man. Come on with it.
Give one of them too.
You give one of them joints. Hey, one of y'all give him a headset, man, so the people, so the audience, one of them. Yeah.
Mine's sweaty.
Yeah. We are family. Come on with it. Come on. All right. Shut down, baby.
Let's shut him down.
Shut him down.
Yeah.
Oh,
she said get it right, Law.
Hey.
Who's up? Cowboys! 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 Yeah.
Come on with
We're
it.
DFW hard hitters.
Baby.
We're nationwide. We're DFW hard hitters. We're nationwide all over the world. We're here, DFW, we're the motherland. So that's what we represent here. We do tailgates and watch parties. We do watch parties here. We do tailgates on Random Mills and Collins. Every home game.
Tell them where you at.
Random Mills and Collins on the corner.
I'm telling where you at right now.
Oh, we're at Shakertin's right now in Arlington, Texas, right here, DFW, the motherland.
Come on, the motherland. Tell everybody else they need to be here, man, right now.
Hey, everybody needs to come over here, down here. We got live events over here. We got live TV. You know, we got all the games here. We're right here at the motherland in Arlington. You know, hey, y'all need to show y'all love over here.
We do all our watch parties here.
Let's go.
Hey, if you're a diehard Cowboy fan, you need to come over here. This is my be at. Come over here and represent with that hard hitters.
Yeah, hard hitters. Hey, you know what? What do you see when you go outside? Nothing but stars, baby. Yeah, that's it. That's how you see stars over here.
Thank you for jumping in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, man. Bless you, man. Thank you.
Cowboys. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah. Yes, indeed, man. Boy, we needed them on the field with Green Bay. Yeah. They showed us a lot of love over here. Appreciate y'all, man. Hey, DJ, you can turn it back up now, DJ. Yeah.
With the real fan experience.
And remember, you're listening.
Hey, man. Dallas Cowboys, man. We got the best fans in the world,
Yes,
man.
sir, bro.
Yeah.
They get serious with it, man.
Let's go with it.
All right, Washington.
Let's go with it, man. Appreciate everybody. Yeah, I'm going to turn my mic back up all the way. Appreciate y'all, man. Yeah. Oh, well, hey. Oh, man, hey, you already know we're going to play good over here. Come on with it.
Hey, let's go back. Let's talk about Caleb Williams again real quick before Washington puts in their pick.
Boo! Washington, boo.
So, Caleb Williams, a lot of his pro comps, a lot of people have been saying it's basically a version of Patrick Mahomes. He can almost make any throw.
I ain't going.
But he ain't taller than Patrick.
He's not taller than that. He doesn't have the height. But the issue.
I just want to say is every quarterback that's been a first round, second round grade that comes into the league now can make all the throws.
That's a good observation.
Thank you, bro.
Go and give you a breakdown of let Ray give a breakdown of him.
So one of the things with Caleb Williams, what he's done, he's had some success, but he has not had great offensive line late in his college career. So coming into a team, you gotta solidify that line. That line has to get solidified some type of way. You've got the weapons you've already had for him there in Chicago. You can bring some more weapons in there. He's going to a great situation. We talked about this, earlier. Can't recall a great quarterback going in number one into a situation like this.
Right.
But yeah, one of the things he's got to work on is, he goes off script.
Right.
Off script, staying on script a little bit. Sometimes when the pocket breaks down, he's a good scrambler, but one of those things you need to work on. Not let that fucking what's the word? The pressure gets to you. Yeah. Have that poise, a little bit more poise in the pocket.
But here's the thing, though. Caleb Williams is going to a situation whereas now you got to play against Green Bay. Now you got to play against the Detroit Lions and the Minnesota Vikings. Hey, all of those teams, man, those teams are good with defense.
He was struggling against Pac-12 defense.
Yeah. So he may have his limitations, right? But if they don't have run game for him, if they don't have the pocket clean for him, there will be some things that where we like the ad-lib. We like those things. But, hey,
he's going to look like Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. And to me, Justin Fields was 6'4". 235, 240.
6'2", 6'3".
Yeah. He's a little bit taller, bigger.
But they put Justin Fields in the ringer.
Yeah.
Like we talked about this earlier. They didn't surround him. They didn't give him their support.
They did, man.
Then going through different offensive coordinators. We don't have consistent offensive coordinators. The perfect example I like to give in that situation is Alex Smith. Every year for the 49ers, he had a different offensive coordinator. And he struggled until he had some continuity in that offensive coordinator. You saw what he did. He was solid there. Then he went to Kansas City, and he was solid there, too. So it's all about the coaching and the players who's around this quarterback with.
Yeah.
For sure.
Most certainly, man. Oh, man, this is just great altogether, man. So who do y'all
pick
predict?
is in.
The pick is in. Who y'all predict for the second pick?
I got to say, it got to be one or two people. It can only be one or two people. They win a quarterback.
Right. Who is it?
Got to be Daniels or May. Got to be Daniels or May.
Let's see. Hey, he gonna be in our division, whoever it is.
Oh, come on with it. Boo that man.
There we go.
Oh, no.
Daniel.
Oh, no.
It's the pick. Hey, Washington got them a quarterback that can escape.
That worries me,
The Cowboys have to dominate. They got to demonstrate dominance early.
They got somebody who can really pretty much
scramble
and do it all. Now, he is of the age of 23 and a half, 24. So he is one of those quarterbacks that's already seasoned to a degree, and he's a guy that I think that for sure can work with the weapons that the Washington team exhibit. The Washington team will be a better team on defense heading into the 2024 season, regardless of how we look at it. So yeah. So now
I just pray that they come in and look like RG3.
Yeah.
For real, bro. and that's what worries me, because the Cowboys have always had an issue with quarterbacks that can escape.
Yeah.
If a quarterback can escape, the Cowboys have gotten gassed by. I'm talking about no-name dudes, man. They got gassed by, man.
No doubt. So What do you have on Jaden Daniels?
Man, Jaden Daniels, he's definitely a dual threat quarterback for sure. He can stand in the pocket and he can take off and run. Nice size, 6'3", 6'4", I believe. So he has the size to him. He has that height. But you're good as your offensive line, right? And your weapons. That's one thing they have in Washington. They don't have in Washington is a bunch of weapons. They got Scary Terry, and that's really about it.
They do got weapons.
Scary Terry, that scary.
Hey, hold on. Jahan Dotson's the real deal.
Okay.
Dotson's the real deal.
They got perimeter
The
weapons.
real
They
deal
got
is
weapons
what,
on the
though?
outside.
Is
So,
what type of receiver? A slot or what type of receiver you looking at him as?
Number two, number three. Number two, number three. He's the real deal.
I'm not scared of Jahan Dotson and Scary Terry. Bro.
Hey,
no doubt.
Not when you got Diggs and Bland back there. I'm not scared of them.
We should.
behind you.
My thing is, my whole thing for the Commanders is going to be, are they going to put it together as a team? That's when they get scary. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. Hey, they got him a comp as Lamar Jackson. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't know about Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
But
I see why they did it.
If I'm going to do a comparison,
A poor man's Lamar?
That's what I was thinking.
A great value version?
does he have the athleticism of a Lamar?
What about a Vince Young?
No.
I'm about to say, I can say like a Vince Young.
What about
I can see a Vince Young.
I can see some Vince Young in him.
Just a little bit in him, right?
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, man.
Think.
He
Terrell
worries
Pryor?
me, man. Ooh, that's interesting. I think he throw the ball better.
I'm about to say, I feel he probably had more polished quarterback more than Terrell Pryor was coming out of college. But like, as far as being able to run the ball and make the throws, I think Terrell Pryor for sure.
No doubt, man. Hey, it's been a great, man. Look, you guys hold it down while I get my guy Boss Cowboy Sports involved in a few seconds. So you guys hold it down for us, okay?
All right.
No doubt.
I do like that pick by the Commanders, though.
Man, I don't like nothing the Commanders do, man.
Patriots.
Patriots pick is in.
I'm the unabashed homer over here. I don't want them to do nothing well.
I think it's going to be Drake May. It has to be Drake May.
Patriots? Quarterback?
I think it's going to be Drake May.
I think the Patriots going to trade back, man.
The pick is in.
It's in already?
They
ain't waste no time. They do exactly who they want.
But that's what I like. I like when the organization comes in they know exactly who we're going to get.
And they don't play no games with it. I'm not about to listen to trades or nothing. Let me get my dude and get a
like, you know what I'm saying? The Bears knew who they were picking last month. There was no reason
for them to take that long.
Yeah.
It wasn't, man.
Yeah, so with that being said, who y'all think that they're going to come slide through and get?
Drake May.
I think it has to be Drake May.
I think this is
Drake May.
If it's J.J. McCarthy, that's a reach. That is a reach.
I'm a firm believer in you should never pick a new quarterback until you gave your first quarterback that you took in the first round, what was that, 10th pick? Give him all the weapons before you do that. Before you go decide to start new, give him some weapons first because
who also was coaching staff thing too, yeah.
Who did the Patriots really have, though, on offense?
No, they haven't.
The Patriots didn't have nobody, man.
They haven't had anybody in.
They haven't done it in years.
They
have not had an actual offensive
Brady left.
Years. Yeah,
that's why Brady left. He said,
I don't know what they're doing with it.
I can't keep doing it with the bottom of the barrel talent.
Yes, indeed. So we got J.J. McCarthy out there. Hey, it's weird because some people have him going into third. Some people had him going into second. And now he's into first, so that's the situation there. So it's crazy how everything kind of maneuvered its way through.
I think it's
and now he's now been the third overall pick.
He's the only quarterback that won something.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why I didn't understand why the quarterbacks are going so early because, you know what I mean, in the prior, I think I said this on another podcast, you know what I mean, in previous years, you know what I mean, your bona fide number one quarterback, he went and carried his team to a Heisman, a national championship.
That's true, though. That's
you know what I mean? Or something, you know what I mean?
That's true.
We watched Cam Newton, you know what I mean? I watched people make excuses about Caleb Williams of why he couldn't win. When we watched Cam Newton carrying the SEC to a national championship, Heisman, and he didn't have anybody go higher than the second or third round grade.
So before before they put this pick in, was going to come in now.
Okay.
I was going to talk about some of the things they did in the offseason.
No doubt.
With the third pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. I knew it. Drake May.
Oh my goodness. So
he looked like a boss.
So that means the Giants are going to have to reach.
the Giants going to try to trade with Arizona.
Drake May.
They're going to have to reach.
Let's go.
Yeah, because J.J. going to be the next one up, huh? He the next quarterback up.
No doubt. So,
and I don't understand that Penix should be the next quarterback up.
I 100% agree. I think Penix is going to end up being maybe the second or third.
I don't understand how he wasn't right here.
Nah, for real, bro.
In my opinion, if McCarthy is the next pick here for the Giants, if that's the next quarterback that goes to the Giants, Penix is going to the Raiders, I think, in my opinion.
No doubt.
I can see that. I can see that.
And if he goes to the Raiders, I feel like he's going to make people regret that.
Yeah, on the screen, man, you had as a comp as Justin Herbert.
Yes.
Now, when you look at Drake, he do have a strong arm. Yeah. You know, he can put that ball there. But let's see how he handles major competitions, you know. Mm-hmm. Now, that's another thing. And because he's going to be playing in a style and a system that's new to everyone, who's the offensive coordinator now for the Patriots?
That's a good question.
That's what I'm saying. Who? I don't even know.
I know they're going to be
Gerard Mayo, the head coach. I don't know who the offensive coordinator is.
Yeah. Some people said, some people said that he is a quote unquote. He's a quote unquote. What we got right here?
I do like Drake May though.
Cutler, come on.
I do like Drake May. I think that I feel like if the Patriots can surround him with some talent, then yeah. But I feel like year one with the talent that they do have, he will struggle.
Yeah, so let's talk real quick about some of these additions that they had to New England this year. They got a running back in Antonio Gibson.
Yep.
Right tackle. They also have Jacoby Brissett coming in as the backup.
Yeah.
Or he may start.
I think he should
start. We don't know. Well, he may start and let Drake May sit for a little bit. Linebacker.
Right.
They've added, I'm not even pronounce his name. Austin Hooper at tight end. And, of course, the head coach change, Gerard Mayo. Baby Belichick is what they call him.
Man.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know, man. The Patriots in a bad position.
Yeah, they're in a bad position.
They're in a bad position.
But the question is, who is going to develop Drake May? Who's going to be on there and help him get him ready?
Yeah.
It's not going to be the coaching staff. I can tell you that. It has to start with a number one receiver. It has to start there.
They have to get. New England has not had weapons since Randy them was there, man.
Randy, Wes
and Randy, and they haven't had weapons since then.
If you look at the progression of any quarterback over the last 4 or 5 years, it all started with a number one receiver.
Yeah, it all started with that. So, man, hey, Harrison still is out there. Malik Neighbors is there still. Hey, who's going to be the first one to roll the dice on this particular wide receiver group?
Receiver going right now.
I think Charles is going to probably
receiver
do it next.
go right now.
I think the Chargers is going to pick it next.
If Arizona doesn't get Marvin and he goes to the Chargers,
I think
it's going to get
I'm
deadly.
about to say the Chargers are going to get one of them receivers.
It'll get deadly.
You think they're going to receiver or offensive line? Because
they decimated their receiver room.
Listen,
they did. Yeah, that is correct.
They decimated their receiver room.
Yeah.
Got to go receiver. Justin Herbert needs that.
You
needs a guy.
You cannot go into the season without a number one receiver for Justin Herbert.
Okay.
You cannot. And Quentin Johnston, no.
I think he's going
to be good, but his first season, no. You can't depend on him to be your number one going into next season.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got the most NFL ready.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I would even like Brock Bowers at this spot. I ain't going to lie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of a reach.
I'm about to say,
Arizona
it's early for a tight end, but for a guy, it's never a reach. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
it's never a reach for a guy.
The pick is already
Arizona didn't trade it.
Marvin.
This is a receiver, man. I think
it's got to be Marvin Harrison.
I think this is Marvin Harrison.
It should be.
I
think this is
or Neighbors.
Yeah.
Or Neighbors.
You think Neighbors going ahead of Harrison?
Hey, no, but I can see it because Neighbors had a prolific season. He did. Like, if we talking about film numbers,
right?
This past season, you got to go Neighbors. The whole body of work, though, obviously goes to Marvin. But, you know what I'm saying? I can't take anything away from Neighbors.
LSU make me raise my eyebrow at them because this season was like the first season in a long time they didn't have a defense worth a damn. And what happened was they got into a lot of shootouts. You know what I'm saying? They got into a lot of situations where they had to put up 40 points to win. So it's like, how much does that inflate your statistics as a player when the ball is constantly in the offense's hand? So I feel that.
No doubt.
But film never lies. You hear me?
Yeah,
I want to just touch on Drake May because I think he's got as high an upside as anybody, maybe even including Caleb Williams. He and Caleb make throws.
Absolutely, bro. Whoever the Cardinals don't take, the Chargers need to get him.
Whoever it is, man. So, hey, the board so far, man, hey.
New York Giants, man.
We're still looking good for us.
You know they want a quarterback.
Because here's why it look good for us still.
Crazy,
no
man.
offensive lineman has been taken yet. And no interior or outside defensive guy been taken yet. So it's still so super early. All of these quarterbacks going on.
I'm about to say it's going to be all offense these first, 7 picks.
All right, let's see what we got here. The pick is in. Commissioner is walking to the podium.
Boo that man.
Marvin Harrison.
And now it's what the Cardinals decided to do by sticking and picking while the Chargers are already a minute and a half into their clock.
With the coming in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yes, indeed, Marvin Harrison Jr. So when we look into this, yeah, let's pull up Marvin. Let's pull up Marvin's and them's.
6th, 3rd, and a 4th.
Here we go, and then for this kid to be so so rangy.
Right.
He runs in and out of his cuts, man. He can cut you with his feet work, man. He's just that deadly. On top of that, when you think of all of those things with Marvin Harrison's, see, here we go. Yeah, we think of all of those things with him. He brings all of that to the table and more. So high point the ball, red zone efficiency level guy. He will be all of that. So for that quarterback there that's getting paid $250 million, should there be no excuses for him, Dak Attack?
Woo! Absolutely not.
No, it's
absolutely not.
Yeah. Should he finally get him a playoff
win?
win?
I'm about to say he got to make some noise with Marvin Harrison Jr. Now, even if the Cardinals still got a lot of work.
I'm about to say they
got a lot of work.
They
got a lot of work. But Kyler has to have a good season. I feel like he has to have a good season.
I feel like when he did come in last year, he did play well. I feel like he did play well.
Yeah,
he
came in late last year. Yeah.
All right, so what we're going to do here is going to be the rotation time.
Yes,
so
sir.
we're going to get
not that type of rotation, so y'all know. Not that type of rotation.
No, did he?
Not just like I wasn't talking about that, did he?
The OC and the Balls Cowboys Sports coming up to the hot chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let's go 1-0 first. Get 1-0 first.
It's too late now. We'll get them on the middle side. Yeah. Appreciate everybody for jumping in, man. Grab that right up here. No doubt, man. We're gonna do the exchange. Yeah, let's get it, boy. We got some heavy hitters in here.
Check the email. We'll get a second. I said O-line.
Okay. We got the O-line expert in the building too. Oh my goodness, man. It's finna get to that O-line time, man. We got all of these little fluff picks to go through. Now we got some of the O-line stuff coming in. Let me adjust the camera because I forgot, man. These guys, man.
Ray, can I get that pen?
These guys, some heavy hitters in here, man. Put some fire in the chat for my two guys right here, Balls Cowboys Sports, indeed. OC in the building. Yes, indeed. I'm about to raise the neck on this thing. Hold on.
Make it happen, Law. Make it happen.
Boy, we build planes
in the air. Listen.
Yeah. Boy, they don't know, man. I'm the sound crew, the technician, the light guy.
Man.
Hey, man.
Make it happen.
In-house, outhouse, you name it, man. We got it over here, right here at Shakertin's, 1409 North College Street. Hey, if you not here, man, I don't know what to tell you.
And y'all better not click off because this is nothing but the best. You hear me?
Oh, you're right. Like I see a lot of fire.
What I like to say is what we're building the Avengers of sports content brands.
Yes, it is.
And we're going to take down the Thanos of the local radio stations. We ain't going to say no names.
And look how good we look, man. I got to be honest, man. Everybody look good. This was unplanned. Everybody just knew to come bring their A game.
Oh, yeah. Everybody suited and booted. Man, they look good over here.
Man. That boy look good over there.
We never talked at all, man. And look at my boy, man. He look better than me. I'm so mad, man. He came out with the pink, man. I'm pissed. I'm like, you look like a cornerback, man. What's going on, man? I look like a lineman.
Hey, man, I was trying to make you proud, Boss Cowboy, so I had to do something.
You really did make me proud with that pink, bro.
They did say
I was like, brother.
They say real men wear pink, so hey.
Oh, yeah. You know yourself when you do that, man. You okay with yourself. Yes, you are.
Yeah. I always look, when I wear pink, I look like the chocolate Valentine's candy, man. The chocolate with the pink on the inside. Yeah. Albany brother over here, man.
Albany.
I'm mahogany over here, dark chocolate. But hey, so how do y'all feel about the draft so far, man? Did things or the board go the way it happened so far for what you guys thought?
we was actually having a little bit of a debate, and I started losing the debate because
do me a huge favor. Slide a little bit closer to him.
Yeah.
I promise you, I don't think he bite, though.
No, that's okay. Yeah. I can touch knees. It don't bother me. So I'll say this, Law. You know, we was just having that debate, and obviously everybody knew about Caleb Williams and then Daniels. Now, Daniels, I'm not really worried about Daniels. I think he's going to be a crash dummy. That's my prediction. I really feel like he's dangerous. OC was definitely enlightening me of some things that you have to fear his 4.3 speed, but his play style so wild. I smell RG3. I'm not wishing it on him. I would never wish anything like that on a player, but me studying him, I dropped him even under J.J. McCarthy, and I posted it because I feel like he doesn't play that style of football that's going to last. And I don't even think he's as agile as Lamar, because Lamar knows how to protect himself with his legs. Daniels does not. Okay. So I was happy that they picked him, and I think we go bust him dead in his mouth.
Oh, wow. What's your thoughts, OC?
Well, listen, I think that this has gone exactly as predicted. Yeah. We understood that Caleb Williams would more than likely be the first pick. He was. And then after that, I mean, we have Jaden coming down the pike, and then we have Marvin Harrison Jr. Now, listen, Jaden Daniels is an explosive athlete, and he is somebody that you need to pay attention to. He has a cannon of an arm. He can complete a long ball, and he has shown at times the ability to complete the intermediate routes. So with Dan Quinn being so aggressive and seemingly that general managership of Washington being so aggressive to build this team quickly to compete in the NFC East, that's something you want to keep your eye on. It is not beyond him to come out and have a fantastic rookie year, and so I don't want us to take anything for granted. Marvin Harrison Jr., we call that bloodline. Hey, Hall of Famer and father, and listen, great route runner, great ball control, great high point ability, a guy that's going to come in and be ready to play. I think he's probably a slightly faster version of a CeeDee Lamb.
This man over here preaching over here.
That boy getting it in, man. That's A1 analysis right there. Keep it cooking over there, boss.
It just to also add to him, I see his dad game in a bigger frame.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Because his dad was a technician, man.
Yes.
And when you see that in size,
yes,
he definitely earned it. And it's one of those things that where the league got to watch out.
Yes.
You don't have to be perfect.
No.
He's an area code guy.
Yes.
Put it in the vicinity.
Yes.
So, you know, then when you pedigree, he's pedigree and generational.
Yep, bloodline.
Yeah.
Bloodline.
So it's one of those things that's expected. But I also wouldn't be surprised, honestly, in this class if another guy actually surpasses him.
I wouldn't be either.
And it's more so because it's where these other guys can fall. So if you fall to the right quarterback like a Dak Prescott, you can be the right receiver, especially if something happened to us like what happened with CeeDee Lamb.
Right.
Because if we get that guy that's going to come in here and that's going to actually push and take some pressure off of CeeDee Lamb, look for that guy to even be better than what we go see with Junior Harrison.
Yeah,
so
100% agreed, man. You know, his physical upside is not as high as some of the other receivers in this draft. He's almost polished and ready. He's almost like a guy that might not get a whole lot better when I look at Marvin Harrison Jr., which he's great right now. But I think that, I mean, some of these guys are the LSU neighbors. Some of these other guys, man, these guys have a high ceiling. Some of these guys can just blow the top off the defense. So these guys are going to be super exciting to watch. What I'm really excited to see is when the first tackle is picked, and that's why I'm here, Law Nation. You already know. At the end of the day, there's going to be a run on tackles. Yeah. And what's going to happen with the Cowboys in terms of the offensive line selection is determined by when that run starts.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm interested to really see in this year's draft.
You're probably about to start right here. I think it may start right here. I think right here, there's got to be a tackle. If it's not tackle, it's going to be receiver.
Okay.
One of those. I can see Joe Alt going here. I can see Malik Neighbors going here in this situation. You depleted your wide receiver room in I'm about to say San Diego. I mean, L.A.
Yep.
The Chargers here. So they got to throw the ball to somebody.
Yep. I see Neighbors here based on what you just said because of the depletion of the receiver, and you got to take a talent like that. And then obviously they have Panay, and not Panay, they have Slater, which I think they going to still kind of count on.
Yep.
What I heard that was weird, man, is they was saying, and they was trying to scare tactic to me, the Dallas Cowboys, saying it's going to be a super run on tackles. I honestly don't see how you can have a tackle run that's going to go 11 deep. I just don't even see how that's possible with this talent. We going to have a tackle sitting there at 24, y'all.
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Waiting on the pick, y'all. Neighbors.
Joe. Okay, here we go.
Oh,
here we go.
Goodness,
all right, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. Goodness, man.
Here we go.
All right.
And so now Rashawn Slater is going to be swinging to that right tackle, which is an easier natural position for him because he has shorter arms. Joe Alt is the plug-and-play tackle. He's the best technician in this draft. He's long, he's strong, he does not make technical errors. He is going to have to get strong on his lower half. His father, he was once again a bloodline pick. He's a generational guy, and he's going to come in and start day one for the Chargers. Congratulations to him and his family, man. Great young tackle.
Let's talk about here some of these additions that the Chargers made during the offseason. Running back Gus Edwards, tight end Will Disley. They got Poona Ford on the defensive line, Hayden Hurst at tight end. Christian Fulton playing corner.
Okay.
They got the other Ravens running back, J.K. Dobbins, and most notably Jim Harbaugh is the new head coach of the Chargers. He's good with those offensive linemen. He's always been good with those offensive linemen, so that made too much sense there.
Yeah.
Now you got to get you a receiver. Second round, definitely that's got to be their target receiver.
Yeah,
I can see a guy, maybe Keegan Coleman falls to them in the second round.
Yeah, and they gonna pick
what about
like
Franklin out of Oregon? Could be a guy that falls.
Oh yeah. They you know that. I should have predicted that like you predicted it, man, because that's hardball.
Yeah.
He's common sense and responsible.
So now the Giants are on the clock. Receiver or quarterback?
Receiver or quarterback. Before you go into that, can you give us some more information on Joe Alt? They are already saying Joe control, Alt, delete while
That's good. I like that, man. Chad, y'all so wonderful.
Well, listen, Joe Alt is a guy that's a technician. He's the cleanest tackle in this year's draft. Technically, he doesn't make errors. He's quick enough to block speed. He's long enough in terms of his extension to keep you out of his chest. That's the biggest difference between him and some of the other tackles that are not rated as high as him, is his ability to keep you out of his chest plate, the ability just to neutralize you with the punch. He's a guy that is more of a push guy. He's not a power guy. So he is going to have to develop some strength in his lower half. He's 6'8", 320 some odd pounds. That's pretty light, actually, to be 6'8". So he's going to have to put on some mass, but they're going to work with him. And they did a great job with Rashawn Slater coming out of Northwestern a couple of years ago. They're going to do a great job with this guy. He's going to turn into one of the better tackles in the league.
OC, what does his background with tight end actually helps him in terms of his tackle game? Because, you know, everybody know that his background is a tight end. You being a savant at tackle, we want to really kind of put that together and tie it up as we just kind of wait on the next pick.
Yeah, so, I mean, Joe Alt being a tight end shows the lateral movement and the initial burst. And so that's what he shows when he against on the film. He shows the lateral agility going left and right really well. Sometimes he gets his feet tangled up, but that's technical stuff that he's going to have to clean up. But he shows the initial burst to be able to stay with anybody.
Yeah. Man, that's dope, man. That is phenomenal, man. That's a great breakdown. So the next team that's on the docket or the dock right here is
their pick is in. The Giants already. They've already got their pick in.
Ray, did you look into their background of the Giants and what they did in free agency?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
can you give us that breakdown? Because then I'm a cheat.
Okay, so we got a couple different things. You know they lost Saquon.
Yeah.
That was, I guess, their big loss. Paris Campbell, Tyrod Taylor, Xavier McKinney, the safety.
Yeah.
I think he went to the Packers, I believe, this offseason. Additions they made. John Running at center, or guard, I'm sorry. Devin Singletary at the running back position. Right tackle, Jermaine, I'm not even trying to pronounce his name. Drew Lock they got as their backup quarterback. Well, hell, he may even start.
Yeah.
Jalen Mills, the corner, used to play for the Eagles.
Right.
And Brian Burns, you know, they made that trade with Carolina to get, I think it was a second-round pick. They got Brian Burns. I think they gave him an extension, too. So now they have those.
Because that then tips to me that it's likely quarterback game.
Yeah.
No doubt, man. This
or
is
Malik Neighbors, they need a receiver. They still don't have a receiver really
Because if
there.
they get a receiver, then that means that means most of these teams believing that it's so much talent that they just getting the absolute need.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on Drew Lock, man? Is he anything, or he just dog food right now? He's not going to really move the needle for the Giants.
Before you do that, I do want to state this. From what I was told, if I remember correct, this is the last year with guaranteed money on Daniel Jones' contract.
Yes.
So,
yes, he had a 4-year, $160 million
It's going to be Malik
deal.
Neighbors, man. Watch.
So we're going to see if they believe in Daniel Jones or not right here.
Yeah.
Neighbors.
There we go.
Yeah, there it is.
There
it is.
I'm striking out this
There
young
it
man.
is.
Shut up.
They like Jones. They like Jones. So they gave him the 4-year, 160 deal. Then he's going to continue. They're trying to give him weapons to allow him to be successful in the NFC East. And that's a really good pick by the Giants, man. That's a good wide receiver.
That's helping your quarterback.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yeah. They got Chris Olave as a good comp right here. Malik Neighbors, he's a fluid route runner. He's got that speed at the top of the route. We always look for separation. He got short area quickness. So here's all the things that are you guys willing to say that even though you got a Malik Neighbors, who the hell gonna throw him the ball?
Right.
Yeah, you still have those type of issues. And what's y'all thoughts on that? Because he is a beast.
Yeah. I say this, me studying receiver,
okay,
I looked at two types of models, a discipleship model and a hero model.
Okay.
So with a discipleship model, that's where you get a quality receiver to go under an existing number one. The success rate on that is 95%.
Yeah.
But when you walk into a situation where you ask to be the hero like he's getting ready to be, it flips. It's 5%.
Especially as a rookie.
As a rookie.
Yeah.
It's going to be tremendous heat on him. It's going to be the best corners in the league, taking him on every year. It's the biggest confidence killer there can be. So, you know, it's a disjustice to Neighbors, to be honest. It's because they don't have the talent over there to really take the pressure off of him. So I don't predict that he's going to have a good year one. Similar to what happened with D. Smith. It happened to D. Smith until they did what? Get A.J. Brown, and now he began to ascend. So he's going to likely follow that trajectory. I don't really believe that he's going to be the guy, and he fell into some horrible ground if we're talking about seed.
Yes, indeed. And a lot of people are saying that, hey, it's time for Trayvon Diggs to shut that down.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And,
big
I
boy.
can see my guy Bland doing something on the other end, too.
Absolutely.
What's your thoughts, Ray, on everything?
That's something they needed. When was the last time they had a good receiver? I can't recall the last time they had a great receiver there in New York.
Odell Beckham.
I guess OBJ probably the last one.
Yeah.
Didn't they try to get what's his name?
Then they drafted the first round wide receiver. He went to Kansas City Chiefs and won a Super Bowl. What's his name? What's his name again? Tony and them. So yeah. Somebody said Plexico Burris. Shout out to you. Also, Seiton says, notice all other draft rooms, the coaches are in the center. The Giants traded back to grab a quarterback. They will do that. They probably think they will trade back to get a quarterback. What's your thoughts on that?
You know, I think that there is a possibility that they do that, but I think they're going to try to load up on the BPAs.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I don't know that if they were going to get a quarterback, I think this is where they take the quarterback. And they didn't take the quarterback here. So to me, I think they're looking at BPA, and they're going to try to get some more weapons or add another defensive piece. That's my opinion.
No doubt.
So let's talk about what Tennessee did in this offseason. Because they're on the clock right now. They did a lot of moves. They made a lot of moves in Tennessee.
I want to hear this.
Notably, Vrabel was out.
Yeah.
Got a new head coach. Tony Pollard.
Tony!
Center, Lloyd Cushenberry, they signed. Kenneth Murray at linebacker. For backup quarterback, they got Mason Rudolph. Calvin Ridley, remember, they signed him to that big contract there. Nick Fulkerson, kicker. Cheeto Awuzie, someone we're familiar with here in Dallas. They signed him. Remember, they made that trade for L'Jarius Sneed.
Yeah.
They traded for him, and they got a tackle they traded from I think the Browns, Leroy Watson. They really didn't have that many losses in the offseason. Their main loss, I would say, would be tackle Andre Dillard. So, yeah, they have Will Levis coming back. So they could go receiver here, I think. You could take Rome. Rome could go right here.
Rome makes sense.
They still need an offensive tackle. I still need to have an offensive tackle for the Titans.
We obviously hope
tackle
they don't.
Here.
Yeah, I think J.C. Latham could go here.
That would be a good pickup for them.
I would say Fashanu. What about Fashanu? You think Fashanu?
I think that J.C. Latham is above Fashanu. I feel like that Fashanu is a very good tackle. He's more of a right tackle guy. Latham is a guy with the potential and upside to play left or right. He has a tremendous anchor. He has tremendous power. He's played against the toughest competition in the country, and I just feel like his upside is tremendous. They are going to have to work with J.C. as it relates to some of the speed rushers, but, I mean, in terms of covering a guy up, sticking a guy, being quick off the ball, he's fantastic.
I asked George Teague about J.C. playing on the left side. You think he can?
I think he can.
Yes, indeed.
I think he can.
Hey, quick shout out to everyone, man. Thank everybody for tuning in. We got over 700 folks watching right now. I really appreciate you guys so much.
Salute,
let's continue to hit the like, share this thing. And if you like what you're hearing so far, press that fire emoji and put it in the chat for us. That give us fire. That give us a good push throughout this. We're not even in the midway point right now, man. We still early in this. So grab you a drink, grab you some food, man, and have a great time with us over here talking at Shakertin.
I can say for me, I did probably about 100-something plus mock drafts.
Yeah.
The board is kind of falling the way that I thought that this was going to. Hey, what's up, my man? What's doing all right? Good to see you, bro.
Yeah.
We got Seahawks moves in the building.
Seahawks, man. What's good with you, bro?
But no, the board is falling. The board is falling down like kind of the way I thought. Yeah.
How you doing, brother?
Yes, indeed, man. That's what I love to hear, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who do y'all think is gonna go here? I'm thinking.
Hey, if you got the board in front of you, start giving me some names. I don't have my list in front of me.
Oh, you have your list?
I need the available.
So I'm thinking Rome, either J.C. Latham, like my friend said here, for Shanu could be an option. Here's the thing. I think we're gonna get some late picks for defense in this draft.
We need it. The Cowboys need that. The Cowboys need defense to come off. Based on what you just said, I would also piggyback and say JC. I was also high on JC on my list.
Yeah,
He's my top right tackle.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I think I had him 3rd overall tackle.
Yeah.
So, it matches yours. And the OC and I never talked. We never said a word. We never compared notes.
Yep.
So this is something where, we kind of lined up on this. I can see JC. It makes sense to me.
Yeah. JC, man, is one of those guys, man, that just tremendous lower half power. He reminds me of a guy with more athletic ability. And him and one other tackle, and I'll say this for later, reminds me of a little bit more athletic and higher upside than a Tyler Smith. That's who he reminds, but he's bigger.
Yeah.
He's bigger.
Yeah, and more technical. Like the technical beatdown that you did to Tyler Smith, and you was very clear Tyler didn't deserve, he deserved it, but you blame the coach.
100%. Because it was so egregious.
It was egregious. You was talking about Tyler Smith with the outside reach.
Yep.
That's an old show y'all might need to check out one day, where the OC really broke down Tyler and what he expected to go happen with the Dallas Cowboys, which is dead on.
Exactly. I got you on the picture, man. So at the end of the day, man, if you're looking at this and you look at J.C. Latham, then what you kind of find is a guy that has a really good inside hand punch. In other words, this guy does not lose inside hand control. So when he punches and extends on you, then, man, that's over. It's a wrap.
Yeah.
He has grappler hooks.
Yeah.
He's a guy that has grappler hooks. So love the way he plays. And when he has a tight end releasing, because I saw this on tape with him, he has that quick vertical and wide kick.
Yes.
So it's a drop back kick with a width slide. And so you're welcome. And so with that, man, I'm seeing him cutting off angles on fast defensive ends.
Yeah.
So, I love it, man.
Yeah.
I like his game. I love his game.
Man, y'all got to put some fires in the chat for the OC multitasking, man. Did he miss a beat, Ray? Did he miss a beat?
Not at all.
He
not
taking
at all.
pictures
Not at all, man.
and still killed it on JC, bro. Only you.
Man.
Okay, the pick is getting ready to come in. Let's see what we're going to do. So what do you think? They just put the best available on the TV. They got Rome up there. I think it could go Rome. I think it could go Rome or Lyman. Either one of those.
He can go either way.
Yeah, either way.
I don't want to guess no more. I'm embarrassing myself.
He can go either way with this one. But Tennessee tend to be
I
very
had
Rome
Rome rated, I think, above JC.
It's Rome, right?
There we
Yeah,
go.
I was right
J.C.
this
Latham,
time.
yeah,
Finally, I got one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Finally, I guess right.
Yeah, J.C. Latham, because he's a fundamentally sound pick. And if you look at the Tennessee Titans, they're such a fundamentally sound organization that, man, they don't reach too much.
Let me get George Teague in the building, man. Let me see if I can get him to come on over. He's the other offensive line.
Yeah,
Great.
Alabama
guy.
Hey, he can take my spot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's get it, man. We're going to break down J.C. Latham. We're going to have the George Teague in the building. He's going to break him down. And, of course, it's all, man. When you got J.C. Latham, it is all roll time.
Baby.
Let's go, baby.
Well, welcome, Mr. T.
How you doing, Charles?
Super Bowl champ.
Well, he came after the Super Bowl. He came 96. But, hey, he had the flavor. Hey, I got my guy, my dog, my brother from another mother. No other don't look like Danny Glover, but keep it cool with us. George Teague in the building.
The T.O. hitter is in the building. Protect the star. Right. Defend the star himself.
He don't want to talk to me,
So go ahead and break down J.C. Latham from your point of view.
Yeah, man, they got a good pick right here. I think the Titans came well if they're trying to establish and continue on with their run game. This dude is big, 6'6", 342.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Look what I got right here. Starts right away.
Yep.
Right? He's big. He we talked about him a little bit earlier. He could go inside or outside. He has very good feet, quickness going backwards when you have to do that, and going straight forward on the run. Only weakness you might be worried about, or some things you got to go, is going lateral a little bit. He's not really like that, but he's very strong. This dude is a dog. That's why he was at Alabama, by the way, because he is, a serious dog. He does that. Upper body strength is great, right? So he's going to throw you down, bull drive you. Now, a couple things that he might have to work on, right? I was telling you that he moves back pretty fast, but he will open. If he's got a speed rusher up on him, he'll kick slide, get back good, but he'll open his feet, so he's susceptible to the underneath rush. So he really got to work on that. Other thing, because he's so aggressive, I don't know this necessarily a problem. I put in the weakness because he is so aggressive on the run. He'll lunge at times when he's coming off. If you got a quick, fast guy there, he may miss, and stuff like that. But overall, the guy's solid. I think he's coming in and be ready to go right away.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. I mean, J.C. Latham is a power player. He is a bulldog. He's a guy that likes to drive block, which alludes to what you talked about in the lunging. And what he just needs to clean up technically is just a quick find-him step to locate the defender, because he's so strong that once he locates you with his first step, he still can power off on that second step and do everything that he wants to do to you.
He put them hands on you.
Man, he put those paws on you, man. It's good night. And in terms of his kick slide, man, I like his 45-degree slide. His weakness, to your point, is against speed.
Michael Penix to the Falcons.
Yes, sir. Oh, there it is. Now the pick is in with the Falcons. All right, who we got?
Another Bama boy, Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner, man. Great pick, man. Great pick. Great pick, man.
Great time. Is it Dallas Turner?
No, we don't know.
Let me see who it is.
I'm making my prediction.
J.J. McCarthy. Let me see. No, not him. Not him.
You just signed Kirk Cousins to big money.
I guess they might.
Yeah, they gave Kirk the big money. They're not bringing him. I'm sorry. I thought they were picking him. They flashed him on the screen. So let's see.
Yeah, they trying to throw us like.
They try to hoodwink us right now.
Trying to confuse us.
Why they keep putting these quarterbacks up here?
It got to be Penix though.
No,
inside sources telling me it's Penix. They don't believe in Kirk Cousins that much, man.
Well, they sure paid him.
My inside sources telling me it's Penix.
I don't think you get another quarterback after you give that much money to Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, not the first year. Yeah, not the first year. You at least give him a year.
You pick one later on, maybe in the draft.
Maybe Dallas Turner here. May actually be Bama back-to-back. Maybe Dallas Turner here.
I'm going to put him up here. I'm going to put him up here on the screen.
It might be him. Might be because of the fact that he makes sense for the style of the Atlanta Falcons, man. He's going to be super fast on that turf. He's going to be screaming off the football on that turf.
That's right.
If they pick him, and he's an edge rusher here for them. But we don't know. We never know. It could go a variety of ways.
You never know. But we're going to find a team right quick.
Here it goes. Let's see what he's going to say. Hey, man, if they do end up picking him, though, it'd be a good one. This guy, I've watched him play a lot this past year, and he's trying to hurt people, man. He's just not coming just to
come on down, Rick.
Coming with mean intentions.
It is Michael Penix, baby.
He does.
Yeah. I just can't say big what's name energy. Big Penix energy.
No Diddy.
Yeah.
No Diddy.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Hey, you gotta love that sound.
Hey, that sound right here.
That was always nice.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to get my girl Candy in here.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's a big shocker because that was
to the roof. Yeah. Big Penix
so much
energy.
about
Let's get it.
JJ.
No Diddy.
So that's a change in the turn of a corner because you by far already got Kirk Cousins, right? So that put the pressure really tight on Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
But this can also be like the Green Bay Packers. They had Aaron Rodgers and they went and drafted Jordan Love anyhow.
Right.
Or he's going to sit and learn underneath the tree.
Right. Yeah. It's actually wise, Law. What you said is beautiful because it's actually wise because you have the opportunity for Michael Penix to develop behind a veteran quarterback for a few years that you already paid. And it makes perfect sense. And then when he's ready, you're just letting Cousins know that, hey, this is our future. We're going to give this guy every opportunity to be successful.
Help groom him, make him be a professional.
Right.
Teach him how to be a professional. Let's talk about what Atlanta did in this draft and what the picks they had. It was a number 8 pick. After this pick, they have picks 43, 74, 109, 143, 187, and 197. This offseason, they added Kirk Cousins, as we talked about. They added a tight end, Darnell Mooney as a wide receiver. Rondale Moore, they traded when they sent Riddler, what's his name, Desmond, I can't think his last name. They sent Desmond to Arizona, and they got Rondale Moore back, and they signed Ray McLeod from the 49ers.
No doubt.
The biggest losses they have probably tight end Janu Smith.
Janu Smith, yep.
Desmond Ritter.
Yeah, Desmond Ritter.
And center Justin Schaefer.
Who's next? Who's next pick?
The next pick, the Bears.
The Bears?
Rome. This has to be Rome.
Bears again, huh?
This is going to be Rome or Fashanu right here, in my opinion.
Okay.
Rome or Fashanu right here.
Okay. Let's see it.
And for those who just tuning in, we also have Candy. She is live. Go ahead and let people know where to find you at, Candy, because we just put you on the screen.
Hi, you can find me at Candy Lamb on YouTube or Candy's Locker Room on all other social channels.
Yes, indeed.
This is funny. This could be a potential 2 Washington picks going back to back if they take Rome here. Quarterback, now the receiver go. That'd be crazy.
In a different way, type of Washington. Yeah. That's crazy. That is crazy in a good way, though, by the way. You know,
It'll be a complete turnaround for the Bears.
Well, it makes perfect sense here because they took Caleb Williams the first pick. They want to help him out immediately, and they want these young pups to grow up together. So, I mean, that's a logical pick.
I would definitely say receiver because, like I said, Keenan Allen, you did get him in the offseason.
Yep.
Health. That's been his biggest knock is his health.
Yep.
You can't keep him on the field.
Yep.
You still have DJ Moore, but, this is a league where if you have 3 receivers, you're doing great.
Yeah.
Or could they throw a curveball at us and take the tight end right now?
They could. I don't think they should, but they could. I don't think they should, but they could.
Yeah.
You never know. You never know how this draft's going to go.
Yeah, it's a weird one right here, man. So, hey, they're going to go with Rome, I believe. It's Rome in the house. It's Rome in the house. They're going to go with Rome. I think that's a good pickup, a good situation for them. I like his nastiness. I like his ability.
The pick is in.
Yeah. Let me find my wide receivers groups over here. Y'all bear with me while I got this still up on the screen. So let's go over this Rome guy right quick. If I can find it. There we go. Boom. There we go. Romeo, where are the Romeo? I think a lot of people going to be saying that, by the way.
Yeah. The Rome Empire.
Rome.
Okay, the Bears pick is in. Like he's walking up to the podium. Let's see what is he going to do.
Rome in the house, CFT. Yeah. Shout out to him.
There you go. There you go.
You're right.
There you go. There you go. So, Candy, starting off, what do you think about the pick, man? What do you think about Rome going to the Bears, and what's your thoughts?
I think that's a great pick for the Bears. They had an iffy season, very iffy season, obviously, and I think that he's going to complement their new quarterback very well. So I think this was a wise decision. You can't have one without the other.
Yeah. No, agreed.
Yeah, that's a great assessment right there. You can't have one without the other. So you got the quarterback, now you got the doggone wide receiver that's supposed to be able to stretch these. And think about this. I know that Caleb Williams got his issues as it relates to some of the things, but now you got to look at it from this aspect of it. Now you got somebody that's going to be able to be that safety valve for him, and that's all we're looking for when you're looking at a wide receiver to a quarterback, or a quarterback to a wide receiver.
And, this team, they only have 4 draft picks going into this draft.
Right.
This one, of course, pick 1. They don't pick again until the 3rd round, then they have one more pick after that. So you had to, kind of knock it out the park.
Right. Exactly.
They let the board fall to them,
right.
And it fell perfectly to them to address the needs that they have on this team.
Right. Right. Yeah, and depending upon his work ethic, I mean, he could be a perennial number 1 in my opinion. Right. He's Mike Williams-ish. Mike Williams-ish. That's what I see in him when I look at his game and I look at his upside in terms of his development. He reminds me of Mike Williams when he came out of Texas A&M.
Was there a trade? It looked like we have a trade.
Oh, my goodness.
Minnesota traded up to 10, looks like. So they have picks back-to-back now. They have 10 and 11.
They do.
Man. Hey, if you want it bad, you got to go.
Wow.
Very
so
aggressive.
I didn't see this. If this is officially what happened, because this is what it looks like. What happened is that I think made a trade.
Okay, let me see if I can get this Vikings strip up here right quick.
Where's our ticker at? I need our ticker. I need to.
Yeah. Here we go, right here. Boom. Yeah.
Evans.
So they have 10 and 11.
So they have 10 and 11 now. Because, they had the pick right before Dallas at 23.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they probably moved that 23. I wonder what they give up. I'm trying to see this.
Yeah, we got to wait and see.
Yeah.
You got to wait and see, man. It's going to be nice when we look into
So this has got to be J.J. McCarthy. This has to be J.J. McCarthy here at this pick.
Yeah, if they came up to get a quarterback.
It has to be J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, I would agree with you there.
Yeah. I can't wait to see how it all going to manifest itself into.
So let's talk about some of the Minnesota a little bit.
Yep.
So lost Alexander Madison at running back.
Oh, it's going to be Brian Thomas.
Lost the defensive end.
It's going to be Brian Thomas.
No. He's just.
Got to be.
So, anyways, they added. Here's the additions they added. Blake Cashman at linebacker. Andrew Van Ginkel.
Okay.
Shaquille Griffin at cornerback. Aaron Jones at the running back position. That's pretty much all they need. I think going into the draft, they needed a quarterback, a DT, a center, guard, cornerback, a receiver, and an edge.
Yeah, they have a lot of
needs.
They have a lot of needs. So, I mean, this could be a variety of things, but it normally when you're aggressive, and if you like the quarterback, if you like J.J. McCarthy, then, I mean, maybe you get him here. Maybe you don't. Maybe you go BPA. If you go BPA, it's going to be another pick.
Yeah. So now, if y'all seeing the screen right now, it was a trade. We'll update the pick here in just a minute to reflect that. So they don't have the 23 pick anymore. So they have 10 and 11 now. So
10 and 11. So we'll see what all manifests itself over here.
So we
appreciate y'all, man. Let's go. We're going to make a run at these wide receivers. Let me see my guy. Let me see. My guy is spoon-feeding me. My guy should be spoon-feeding me this. So it's one of those crazy things, man. Can't wait.
So, Law, you're saying Brian Thomas Jr. at 10 or 11?
I think this is high. I think that's to me personally, I think that's too high for Brian Thomas Jr.
Really?
I have him more as a late first-round pick.
Okay.
Maybe he could even fell in the early 2, but for me, I have him low first-round pick. Okay. If you take Brian Thomas here, that's, to me, I consider that a reach.
Okay, what do you think, Candy?
I mean, if they're going this high and they're doing 10 and 11, I would see them getting Brian Thomas Jr. at 11. I don't think that would be a bad choice.
Okay.
I think it would complement if they added a quarterback at 10.
Right.
So they may do what the Bears just did.
Okay.
And we'll have an interesting draft here if they do.
Okay. Yeah. You know, it's interesting. This thing could go either way, in my opinion, Law Nation. And, I mean, quarterback, I think. But anything could happen.
Yeah, when you move up like this, 9 times out of 10 is a quarterback.
It's a quarterback.
It's a quarterback.
We got to see when
who's available, who's able.
J.J. McCarthy. It has to be J.J. McCarthy. It has to be. That's the only, in my opinion, first-round quarterback left.
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy. then we're going to have to run an offensive lineman. There's going to be a run of those offensive linemen.
Exactly, and that's what I'm waiting to see. That's
it's going to go like that on those
time.
offensive linemen.
It's going to go.
When is our first defensive player going to come off the draft, come off the board? So,
yeah.
As long as they leave Tyler Guyton alone.
As long as they leave him alone, man. Okay. Let's go. Let's see what they're going to do here. Yeah, only 2 tackles off the board, so hey, Troy Fontano, all of those boys
that's my pick. That is my pick.
It could
Troy
be
Fontano.
a situation in the scenario that we get our offensive lineman. And we got Victoria in the house. She done came in through here. Let me go. Yeah. So Guyton is garbage. I see y'all over here.
Guyton's garbage. These boys,
they throwing some stuff at him.
Oh man, it's a tough crowd, man. These Cowboys fans, man, they tough.
Who do you like that's available right now in offensive line?
Man, look, I really do like Sims, man. I really do like him. I hope he falls to the Cowboys. I don't think he will. I don't think he's going to be there. I think they're going to end up getting Barton. I think they're going to end up getting, Leighton. I think, one of those guys, in my opinion. But, the tackle out of Georgia, man, I want that guy. I hope he falls.
Well, I'm concerned about center because, there's other teams before us that need center. Notably, Philadelphia Eagles, they're all pro. Center had retired. I've been hearing Miami Dolphins are kind of interested in Graham Barton. So those 2 teams I'm concerned with. If we want Graham Barton to be that big, those are 2 teams I'm concerned with.
And I said Mims. I said Sims. I meant Mims. I apologize. Excuse me, I'm misspeaking.
Hey, man, it's all good, man. It's all good. We are here live at Shakertin. Be sure to check us out, 1409. It's never, this place don't end until like the
2 a.m. We're here all night.
The sun will be coming back up, so we still have ample enough time. But, hey, can you fly the plane? Because I got to let Victoria know of the DJ situation.
We got this.
Yeah, you can fly. Okay, all right, cool.
All right, the pick is in. Pick is in. Let's see what it's going to be here.
Pause for a second there. Let me pause for one quick second there.
One quick moment there.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and get this thing going one way or another. Come on with it. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. BPA, huh? That's what we got to go. I love to get these things going, man. All right. Who y'all think they moving up for, man? They can't be moving up for a center.
It's a quarterback. It has to be a quarterback.
Absolutely not.
It has to be a quarterback.
I mean, if you draft the center here, that's a reach.
Yeah.
That's a poor use of draft capital.
Crazy
that's a crazy reach.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Kevin Nichols. Yes. Come on. Come on, Pick. Come on.
All right, let's see.
Come on with it, baby. Let's go.
Here we go.
Let's go with it. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Let me get some fire in the chat, man. Y'all get some flames going, man. Let's get some flames going in the chat. Let's go.
Let's go.
Come on. Okay, they're going to have somebody else to call the plays for us. The falling.
Pat Tillman.
Yeah. Come on with it. Let's go with it. I love that sound. Look at all that fire in the chat, baby. I love it. Woo! We love seeing that fire.
And thank his family and TAP, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one.
Come on with it.
I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Henry's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
Come on, little. There's a little man, a little girl, little man. Come on, little man. Let's
little
go.
baby.
Little baby. Come on, little baby.
Yeah, there we go. J.J. McCarthy, quarterback. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I want to see what they. What did they have to give up?
Yeah.
I want to see what they had to give up for this.
Let's go.
All right, Lasso, you said Thomas Jr. next, right?
Yeah. So they would have got.
And Candy, what's your thoughts about J.J. McCarthy as a player and kind of where he slotted, in terms of his last season's performance? Okay, let me help out then. I don't think J.J. McCarthy should have been the 10th pick. I'm just going to be honest with all y'all that's watching this.
That's why I had the long side, but, you know.
And I'm not hating on J.J. McCarthy, but I don't think he's a top 10 pick.
The craziest thing, he started out being a third-round pick.
Right.
Then he went down to the second round. And now he's a first-round draft pick. That's crazy.
Hey, man.
There's some deals being made, and here he is.
If you got a coach that fights for you and you end up winning a national championship, it can help you quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say. And I think he benefited from Michigan and the team, and he benefited from his coach. He benefited from the exposure. And, look, this is the capitalization.
Okay, maybe it was a mistake. Exactly. Or maybe it was a mistake. Did they just swap 10 and 11, so it's in the Jets pick is in. Okay, so we get some updated information here because something is wrong.
Okay, so it wasn't they did swap spots.
Okay, they just swap spots. I didn't see this.
Jets was 10 and Vikings were 11 at first.
Yeah, old JJ Gunslinger. Big Ten gunslinger, man. But look, he did a good job. He led his team to, to title. And hey, man, off we go, man. He's the 10th pick, and congratulations to him and his family.
That was a nice way to end that.
Yeah.
So who does he remind you of? Anybody?
He. I hate to say this.
Wait, do we want to hear this?
Well, I don't hate to say it. I'll just tell you who he reminds me of.
Okay.
So Boss Cowboy. J.J. McCarthy reminds me of our BYU quarterback, but a lesser version.
Listen, man.
A lesser version of the former Jets quarterback that just got annihilated by New York.
I'm not going to
say. So here's the details. Oh, sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Here's the details of the trade with the Vikings. So Jets trade the 10th overall pick and a sixth rounder, number 203, and they got the 11th pick.
Yep.
And they got a 4th rounder, a 5th rounder for trading down.
Okay.
So they got a 4th and 5th for trading down one spot.
Okay.
Not bad.
That's not a bad deal at all.
Yeah. So check this out, man. OC.
Yeah.
So I love you, bro.
Yeah.
You my brother.
Yeah, come on.
But I'm not gonna stand this J.J. McCarthy blasphemy that you're doing.
Oh, you're not? You're not? Okay,
bro.
come on.
I totally disagree with you. I was sneak listening because I wanted to make sure I was in tune with the crew when I sat back down. I got J.J. McCarthy actually high, and I rose him. And I rose him based on his film. I love his feet work. I love him throwing on a run. I think he's a good leader. I actually put him over Daniels.
Okay.
So like, and you know me, I don't drink Kool-Aid unless it's measured.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he going to a wonderful place with wonderful weapons. I think he going to shock the league.
Yeah.
Now, is he God's gift to the whole quarterback world? No. But do I believe that he can be good enough? I say yes. Now, the thing about him is what's he carried with that run game at Michigan.
There is the caveat right there.
I'm being fair.
I appreciate that because I was going to go there too.
Okay,
I appreciate that.
You know,
there's the caveat.
Hey, I only drink Kool-Aid unless it's measured,
There's the caveat.
But then you can't ignore his completion percentage. You can't ignore his accuracy. You just can't. To me, I agree with the draft community. Like when the draft community start rising them, I start rising them. And you know me, OC, I do not look until I come out the black.
Right.
I came out the black, and when I was rising them on my board, I was like, am I going to be by myself? But then I started seeing and hearing like, yeah, he rising. I'm like, well, and I posted it today, so I'm not knocking. I love you, my brother.
Yeah, no, all good.
All right, the Jets pick is in. What we got?
Yeah, good pick.
Yeah.
Really, really good pick by them, man. He's a road grader tackle, man. He's a big, powerful dude with a strong anchor. And he's athletic, man. I mean, so that makes sense. They need help on the offensive line, and that makes perfect sense. Perfect sense.
Yeah.
I thought also they could have gone tight end here as well, too. Yeah.
Yeah, and to me, he was my third-rated guy. I think that he is a guy that is going to have a really, really good time in the run game, but he's going to have to develop his hand extension, and he's going to have to develop technically in terms of his footwork. to be successful at the next level. But in terms of his athletic ability and his ability to recover off one leg when he makes mistakes and just absorb blows, I mean, the dude is strong, man. You can see it right here on the highlights, man. The big dude is strong. He runs his feet pretty good. He finishes pretty good. I mean, he's a good athlete. He's just a big, there he is, just standing you up. He's a big, strong dude.
And we have yet to have a defensive player go off this draft board yet.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
But Candy, what are your thoughts about him, and how do you see things going?
I'm watching the film right now. Sorry.
Go ahead. Do your thing.
I like him.
Shout out to Ray, man. Y'all, listen, y'all got to put some fire in the chat for Ray, man. Listen, y'all. Listen. Ray got everybody that these teams have acquired. Listen, this is a tremendous amount of work. This is Ray. Thank you, brother.
No worries.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate you,
brother.
Thanks, Ray.
I appreciate that. No worries.
So when I look at these off-season additions, it just makes sense, and it's a good pick, especially when you know Tyron Smith was acquired with the Jets, right?
Yep.
So anybody that's been watching the Dallas Cowboys with half an eye kind of know what to expect, right? You don't even need your whole eye.
You get about 8 games out of
the OT pick.
So you got to get your left tackle. It's a move, honestly, that Dallas Cowboys should have done a long time ago, to be honest. It kind of pissed me off.
I mean, it's a loss, but it's not a loss because you're used to life without him already. So,
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Nah, so, yeah, man. So, now that makes sense for the Jets. It's a responsible pick, and he was obviously also my number 2 left tackle.
Yeah.
This draft is going according to expectations.
Yeah.
Which is good for Dallas.
Yeah.
Now, what Dallas needs is some defense. Dallas needs some surprise defense. If we really want to secure, our tackle, we need defense.
So let me throw this at you just as a monkey wrench a little bit. Do you think there's a possibility of the Cowboys flipping the script and going with a defensive player with the 24th pick?
I am not putting anything past the Dallas Cowboys.
You know what?
I'm not putting anything past the Cowboys.
Yeah.
It's a whirlwind right now.
We want them leaves to fall, remember? Let them leaves fall. So.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll trade up?
Yeah. We don't have the capital. I don't think we have the capital to do that.
And it's not what we usually do.
Yeah.
And then in this draft, it wouldn't make sense to do because it's just so much talent that's likely going to be there, especially based on how the draft is going. It just kind of falling like we kind of figured it would fall.
Yeah, and I don't think it's the Cowboys' style. Everybody has a style.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The Cowboys are not willers and dillers like that.
I'm being a little optimistic
no,
here.
I appreciate that. I like your thoughts.
Because
I like your thoughts.
And that's been rumors of today.
Right.
So, and then like all of us who follow the draft like you, Candy, you right though, because the recent rumors is what kind of sometimes happens.
Right.
So we've been hearing leaks, and right now Brooks has been in the the rumor.
Right.
So none of us would be surprised if he's picked tomorrow.
Right.
So it's that so. No, you got your ear to the ground. It's just that it's also. I just think Steve is so scary.
There we go. That's the point right there. And I don't want to harp on that too much, but that's the point right there.
Now, quote me if I'm wrong. The last time I think the Cowboys moved up in the draft, as far as the first round, was it to get Dez? Was the last time we moved up?
Yeah. Good memory.
Or did we remove
great
up after
memory?
that?
No, great memory. And then there was a swap. Didn't we move down? We moved down with Micah. Mo Claiborne moved up, but we moved down for Micah.
And that was also the goofy days of Dallas. That was the Jerry days.
Right.
Those were the days where we had a gunslinger as a GM.
Right.
Yeah. But I do like how we do it now, to be honest, man.
Yeah.
That stay put. I think we should have been aggressive last year.
Okay.
Hey, real quick.
What's up, baby? How you doing, man?
K-Do.
Good to see you, man.
So real quick before the pick gets announced for the Denver, let's talk about what Denver's done in the offseason. Safety Brandon Jones, strong safety P.J. Locke, got rid of our guy. Let's ride, Bronco country, Russell Wilson. But they had a lot of cap situations going on And Denver, they had to let a lot of good players go. Free safety Justin Simmons, they had to let go.
Yep.
And I believe he's still on the market.
Yep.
Surprisingly.
He is.
So he's probably one of those guys to see how the draft shakes up and probably decide, okay, this is where I'm probably going to sign.
Right.
They traded Jerry Jeudy to the
Oh,
Browns.
yeah.
They traded for Zach Wilson.
They did.
The MILF Hunter is in Denver there.
So there it is, boss. You asked me who J.J. McCarthy reminds me of. There he is. The guy that just got traded, Zach Wilson.
Okay.
Okay, let's see what Denver's about to do here.
Now, real quick, Ray, I do have a special guest, man, that my boy Kato. Is it okay if he kind of tell his story behind knowing, like, watching all of us just real quick?
Let's go.
While we're waiting on the pick.
Well, hold on. Let's see. I think it's about to go in right now. No offense. Don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you good, bro. We got you.
Or is it? I don't know. They got people dancing on the stage. I don't know what's going on here. I guess.
So Detroit, it says Detroit, but then the pick is in for the Broncos. So I don't think that Miles Turner lasts much longer. So it'll be interesting to see what the Broncos do here. I'm not sure what they will do.
It was a move? Did I miss a move?
Well, on the stage it said Detroit, but they're in Detroit. I'm mistaken. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Broncos.
Let's see what it is.
I'm mistaken. My bad.
Could this be the first defensive pick here?
Man, I don't think Miles Turner lasts much longer. I don't see it. But they got Bo
Nix.
They got Bo Nix.
Wow.
Good.
They got Bo Nix. I mean, this is a draft of drafting questionable quarterbacks.
Oh, my goodness. Y'all, man, my eyes might be bad on quarterback.
Oh, my Lord.
Hey, questionable.
Man, why y'all be
questionable. I mean, talk me off the ledge, Candy.
Wow.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm mistaken. Please tell me.
Because you're not.
Tell me I'm mistaken.
I can't do it because you're not.
Okay. I'm not mistaken. Okay.
Oh, my Lord Jesus.
There it is. He said reach. Exactly.
It is a hell of a reach.
He said reach. Exactly.
Bro.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
And when you reach, the game teaches. That's what's going to happen.
The reach was Drake May.
That was the first reach.
That was the reach.
This is the third reach.
But you know
this
what?
Is the third reach.
I'm happy for the Broncos because I was tired of hearing the complaining about Russell Wilson. So you got your quarterback, your highly drafted quarterback. I don't need any more.
Wow.
But you know
what?
It's very safe to now doubt quarterback because the return on investment in quarterback in the first round is horrible.
I knew you were going to say it.
I'm just keeping it real, right?
There's going to be somebody great for Dallas.
Do I always say return on investment?
Somebody's great going to be there.
Well, this is panning out so far, right? Because we're to pick 13, and we don't have a whole bunch of offensive linemen off the board. So that's really good, but this is a reach. Sorry.
That's a hell of a reach.
And I like Bo. I like Bo as a person. So don't take this personal.
Yeah,
I think Bo's a good person.
As a person?
As a person.
What about as a player?
I don't really like him that much.
He's an older player, man. He's been.
I think he's a backup quarterback.
Wow.
I think he's a backup quarterback. That's my opinion.
So do you think with this pick they're going from okay to worse?
I think they're going from okay to okay. I think it's a lateral move.
Okay.
This is a lateral move. I don't think this is.
No pun intended.
This is
okay,
not.
okay.
This is not an upsell. This is a lateral move.
I think what this is Sean Payton's like, let me show you what I can do. Let me pick the quarterback I like, and I can mold him.
Well,
I think that's what that move was.
He better work, or there's going to be more trouble in Denver.
Yeah. So I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting that at all.
But you know what? Every draft, it is always a goofy pick. And
that was the first goofy.
And that's what a lot of us, I'm being honest, don't kind of account for.
Okay.
You know, it's going to be at least two. So that was one, right? And that type of pick pushes talent to Dallas.
Right.
And that's what we've been wanting.
That's what we wanted.
You know, so Dallas, Cowboy Nation, it is lining up for us right now.
Right. It is.
Go ahead and start gearing up for pick 24. It is going better than expected.
So the Raiders, let's pull up the Raiders here to talk about what they've done before they come in and pick that, okay? So the Raiders, of course, they made Antonio Pierce head coach this offseason.
Yeah.
Gardner Minshew is your quarterback right now going into the season. So I know this had to be a big blow for them, the way the draft fell. It fell apart, I think, completely for Las Vegas, in my opinion.
Right.
You lost out on your receiver. You lost out on the quarterback.
Let me get you back in, bro.
So their biggest needs was quarterback.
No, come on, babe.
Defensive tackle, running back, cornerback, offensive tackle, and linebacker are some of those biggest needs for the for the Raiders.
What's up?
1112. All right, we being heard. That's all I need to know.
Let him get in right quick.
All right.
Hold on, let me see who the Raiders pick. Brock Bowers, okay.
Okay.
Real quick, I got my boy Cato. All right, man, listen, y'all. He came on out.
Yeah, hey. Hey, I got you, bro. Hey, man, I appreciate you for having me over, man.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
I wanted you to share with people kind of like your experience of following the channels and just real quick, just like.
Well, first thing I want to say, if y'all didn't hit that like button, go ahead, hit that like button, smash that subscribe button, follow and share, because these boys is always putting it down for us. I appreciate them. When they said on their previous podcast that they was coming out to Shakertins on Collins in Arlington, I said I gotta be there. And look, it's standing room only, but we can sure fit more people in here, man. Y'all need to come out, support, and I appreciate you for having me out here, boss.
Yeah,
but,
man. And then me and Cato were talking, man. When we say come meet us, we mean that, man. And
No
so
doubt.
I didn't know him, but he stopped me. He was like, "Hey, boss," you know. And you know, I was like, "Hey, bro, we go get you in the show, man." He brought his beautiful wife out here, man,
Yeah.
just to support.
Yeah.
Enjoy his draft experience with people that he follow on the channel.
Yeah.
And you know, you telling how you drive trucks. Tell us about like just driving trucks and just listening to this content and kind of getting you through that.
Man, I drive trucks at night. I deliver gasoline to gas stations. So every night I'm out here driving trucks. I'm not allowed to listen live during the daytime when y'all normally go live because I'm asleep at that time. But at nighttime, man, y'all get me through the night.
Yeah.
I listen to Boss Cowboys Sports. I see you here. I see the OC here. I see Jazz from BLS, you know. I see Candy over here, you know, from Candy's Locker Room. I mean, Law Nation. I mean, everybody in the building, man. So it's so good to see y'all, man. And just to be here to support. I was able to get a day off, man, come here for the draft. And I'm in heaven, man. I'm loving it. See all my favorite content creators all in the same building at the same time.
Yeah, man, I'm glad you came, man.
Yeah.
And that's why I wanted you to sit down with us and talk, man. Jazz, did you have anything? Tony, do you have anything?
We wanted to talk about this Bo Nix pick. I actually wanted you to go first because you were saying it was a reach.
Yeah. Bo Nix at this point in the draft, and what are you picking at? Somewhere in the top 15, and Bo Nix was never mentioned as a top 15 pick before today.
Neither was Penix.
Whether I was watching Boss, whether I was watching whoever else, Bo Nix was never mentioned in this conversation. And now we're talking about a quarterback that's up there in age, right? And then that's not typically what you would want with a quarterback coming out of college, right? A guy that's already past that 25-year-old mark, if I'm correct. I like Bo, don't get me wrong. But I don't like Bo at this junction in the draft. I think that's way too high. And the Broncos have a history. He's 24, even still. The Broncos have a history of drafting wrong at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
That's
what
my
if
take.
I told you,
okay,
Tony, what if
Go
I
ahead.
told you, I'm going to give you my rank.
All right.
Caleb Williams.
Okay.
J.J. McCarthy, number 2. Number 3, Michael Penix.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
I might shoot myself on that one.
You will. But okay. Okay.
We got to let it.
You know I respect you, boss.
The grass speaks.
I got a question for you about the J.J. McCarthy one too, but okay.
Yeah, we're going to talk about
Go
it.
ahead.
Because I put my stuff out today.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I'm a transparent book. Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
And then I had Bo Nix.
At 5.
Yeah. And then, at 6. Yeah. So, and then Drake May.
You had Drake May below.
I put Drake May like last.
You hate Drake? You hate him?
Can't stand him.
Okay.
Like close to hate. It's like I get Mitch Trubisky vibes.
And I was wrong about Michael Penix. He's 23, not 24.
Okay.
I don't know where I got 24.
Okay.
You know,
okay.
and like this is the thing. Like, and I do have a process. In my process, I ignore all media. I don't listen to nobody.
Right.
I go by what I see. Then I peek up my head and say, okay. And I was raising J.J. McCarthy. Because as I kept watching, I'm just being honest, I couldn't hate on the tape. I just...
Pro style offense.
Pro-style offense, run game assisted.
Yeah.
But I saw a lot of throws on the run. I saw a lot of good decision making, and more importantly, I saw great feet work and mechanics.
Boss, did he throw enough for you though?
No. But I just judge what I saw.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
okay,
You know
that's
what I'm
fair. That's
saying?
fair. No, that's the tape.
So,
that's what the tape shows.
Yeah, and I that's why I said I couldn't hate on it. You know what I mean? Because I was thinking, and I don't trust the scouting community. I don't. I trust my eyes. So I was thinking it was wee-woo when I was seeing the rise, but I came around to it. I said, and now Michael Penix to me is the best deep ball thrower in the draft.
Yes.
It's not even close.
Yes.
Like, you could have put him over Caleb.
Yeah.
In terms of deep ball accuracy and deep ball confidence.
I agree with that.
Now, the thing I think they didn't like about Michael Penix is his mechanics is disgustingly ugly. But you have to, in my opinion, you got to look at where the ball lands, not how it looks coming out.
I think the drawback for Penix is that he doesn't have that extra mobility factor. He can get out of the pocket, but anytime he's ever even attempted to start running or really scramble or throw off platform, like off platform throws don't exist for him.
Yeah.
And I think people are really looking for that like Patrick Mahomes substitute, you know? What I do like about Penix, though, however, is his finesse. Like, he is good at commanding an offense. He is good at reading defenses.
Yeah.
He is good at doing what he needs to do from within the pocket. And there are some coordinators that really like that. They really appreciate that. So I think if they can build on that, that's going to go well.
And sorry to cut you off. To piggyback off, and I'm going to let you go. I think Penix in the playoffs tells us everything we need to know about him. The way he played, and against a Texas defense that was actually really good.
Yes.
That says a lot about him.
Very, very composed, very in control. There's a lot of upside to Penix, in addition to the fact that, yes, he does have a beautiful deep ball. So I don't think Penix should be as low as he was on a lot of people's boards. I think just the fact that he's not as mobile, he's not as flashy, not as many highlights, people kind of got bored with him. I think that's what happened. Now let's talk about this Bo Nix pick, which is what we took the mics for.
Yes.
Because a lot of people are making fun of the Broncos right now for having the worst quarterback room in the NFL. They just took Zach Wilson from the Jets. And now they have Bo Nix, who a lot of people were like, he shouldn't even be going in the first round. But this is what I'm going to say about Sean Payton.
Okay.
As someone who grew up a Saints fan and watched Sean Payton for a long time, who studied Sean Payton and how he interacts with his quarterbacks. Now, I don't know if this will play out to be true, but I do think Sean Payton believes he can do something with that QB room. We're talking about a head coach who turned Drew Brees, who was described as non-athletic, average at best, a mid-quarterback, a game manager. He turned Drew Brees into a Hall of Famer. He made Jameis Winston look like a competent quarterback.
So, Jazz, let me. Do we expect old dogs?
Tony, I wanted to fight you. Why? Because you said you had a problem with my quarterback, so I just wanted to fight you.
J.J. McCarthy, boss?
Yeah,
boss, you better than that.
What you mean?
J.J. McCarthy.
Like, what about him?
How can you put a guy at 2? You didn't even see him throw enough.
I know, but
he threw like 5 times a game.
Okay, that's the fight you wanted.
I'm just tell me. You know I love your takes. But you gotta sell J.J. McCarthy to me as your number 2 quarterback on the board.
The Saints are taking Talisi Fuaga, by the way.
I like that.
If this is my sell on J.J. McCarthy. Okay. If you do what you did at Michigan, you go win 10 games with him.
Are we expecting for him to have like a setup like that every time?
No. Okay. But I'm just saying he's the type of guy, in my opinion, that he showed that if you put a run game around him.
Devonta Williams, yeah, right.
Yeah, and let's be honest. What weapons did Michigan really have that was just so pristine?
The receivers were good.
Blake
Corum.
Right. Yeah, Blake Corum is the running back, but I'm saying what he was throwing to at that 77+%.
Okay.
Right, was kind of like womp-ish.
Roman Wilson.
But if you go look at what, obviously, the other quarterbacks was throwing to, except for Drake May, they was throwing to some outright dogs, right? You look at Daniels, what was he throwing to? He was throwing to top guys.
He was.
You see what I'm saying? So sometimes your weapons can make you, So if I look at you working with kind of average guys, but you getting it done, it says to me now that you're going to 2 first-round guys, with, you know what I mean, that you might have something if you support him with a running game.
Okay.
I think you have to support him, though. You have to support him. If you don't support him.
That's where my fight is why am I supporting a guy?
Hold Hold on real quick. I can't see the picks. What's going on with the picks?
Oh, they got a troubleshoot issue.
There's something going on with DirecTV. That's why I was letting you know that the Saints picked.
What happened after Bo? I need to know that real quick.
So the Saints picked. Who did I just say? Hold on.
Fornash. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Thank you, bro.
All right, the Raiders picked Brock Bowers.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Hold on
I
real
like
quick.
Brock Bowers. For that.
My boy want to ask us a question real quick.
Let's go.
Hey, the question I got for y'all. So we just saw McCarthy, Bo Nix, and who's the other one that just went? McCarthy, Bo Nix. It was a third quarterback that a lot of people wasn't expecting.
Michael Penix?
J.J. McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy.
All three of these guys, there was a lot of talk through the major media about, what quarterbacks are going to go in the top 10 and all this stuff. These guys have just got picked. What are y'all feelings about what's going to happen as far as now the talent that's being pushed towards the Cowboys since we got all these quarterbacks going?
I feel. You want to take this first or?
I mean, I don't have a lot to say except that when you look at who they took in for their top 30 visits, right? It was a lot of O-linemen, running backs, and defensive tackles and linebackers. So, I mean, for me, it doesn't change who I think they'll pick, but to me, it says that there's just less to stress about.
Yeah, guys are getting pushed down.
Yeah.
Like, we could talk about Bo and say what's good or what's bad, but because in a lot of mocks he wasn't made to go that high, that's when you start saying, okay, somebody's getting pushed down. Here's what I don't love about stuff like that. I think it puts other teams into a frenzy where they're like, oh, this team got it when they got Bo Nix. We weren't expecting that. Now the next team that needed something is going to reach for something that they weren't intending to reach for. That makes the next team after that.
I hope they reach for the 24th pick and give us something
right.
in exchange for
now,
it.
there could be the advantage for the Cowboys for them to say, all right, hey, we got X amount of guys sitting here. We still got the linemen that we want, that we love. We'll trade down. Who wants these guys that's still sitting here at this point? Again, when you reach for players, I think it tends. I'm gonna stand on it. I think it tends other teams into a frenzy. But I like it for the guys that's kind of falling right now. I like it, and I like our chances to not sit at 24, trade back 28. I like a Buffalo Bills pick, maybe 32 with the Kansas City Chiefs. Let them go get a guy, and then we let everybody else fall to us. I think it's working out in our favor right now, though.
I think you hit it dead on the head.
Okay, so the Raiders picked Bowers.
Okay.
And the Saints picked Fuaga.
Yeah. Hold on.
Talisa Fuaga.
Who else we got?
And apparently Kirk Cousins did not know that they were going to draft Michael Penix Jr.
Oh, wow. Did he tweet something, or was that?
He didn't tweet anything, at least not that I saw, but several sources are reporting that Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up.
Well,
now for a journeyman like Kirk Cousins, do you think that's significant, though? Like, do you think it's reasonable for Kirk Cousins to have an expectation?
At this point in Kirk's career, I can see why the Falcons didn't say, hey, we're going to get a guy. I can see that. Because Kirk is your upper echelon journeyman.
Exactly.
He's the guy that's going to throw the ball everywhere. He's going to win us some games with his arm. He's going to lose us some games. But he isn't that star-studded guy that I'm going to bring in and say, oh, hey, guess what? We're still going to bring in the guy behind you.
Exactly. And I know a lot of people will think this is unwarranted, but even when I saw the pick, I said to you, you heard me, I said, I wonder if Michael Penix is actually going to compete with Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Because I do think that's a possibility. So, with that being the case, and it hasn't been reported whether he was upset about the news or indifferent, so I don't want to put words in his mouth or say something in terms of his perception of it that isn't true. But I do understand them not telling him. I don't think in the case of the Falcons and Kirk Cousins that this is a big deal. Now, if it was another team and another quarterback, it might be a bigger deal. Like if the Eagles drafted a quarterback and didn't tell Jalen Hurts, that would
that's
be
a different
weird.
story.
That would
that's
be
a different
weird.
Story. And that's even the same for Dak. Like I think the Cowboys should say, "Hey, Dak, we're gonna go get this quarterback guy."
Exactly.
Kirk is a guy I watched.
But they didn't with
right.
Trey Lance.
That's true. They didn't. But I watched Kirk go from Washington to the Vikings, and the Vikings his time in Minnesota was his opportunity to try to get it right.
Hey, I don't mean to break y'all up. I want to kind of catch up to these picks. So Brock Bowers and then Fuaga just came off, right?
You like
exactly.
So This is my take on tight end.
Real quick, the Colts are drafting edge Laiatu Latu.
Okay. Perfect. So
what pick are they at?
And I got it in
15.
front of me too, Jazz. I got it in front of me now.
Have we had a defensive player yet?
So this is the deal,
Yeah,
y'all.
he's the first.
Ashley, right here.
Real quick. Oh, OC, man, he eating so good, man. Coming down here at Shakertin, like real quick, I want to make a statement about Brock Bowers. This is the last time I'm telling y'all that I'm going to allow a tight end to have a average year one and just watch people hate on running back. I'm not going to allow it. If Bowers, I mean this, if Bowers is the next bust out of a long history of tight end busts, I would
Hold on, boss. I saw your tweet on that.
Yeah.
About the running backs. Tell me, what's your thoughts on that?
It's crazy.
Because they've disrespected running backs over the years.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
It's crazy. So if you look at actual production and you look at the spirit of most fans when we start even talking about running back in the first, it's like you would cuss somebody's mama out.
Yeah.
Right? But when you look at who was everybody saying was the MVP last year, OC? They was talking about your boy from San Fran, wasn't it? Right,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Right, so
Yeah.
why does running backs, when you really need them, you lean on them, but when it's time to draft them, you spit on them?
And here's my thing about that.
I'm just being honest.
I don't like how the league now, football in general, has required more out of running backs, and you're trying to pay them less.
Yeah.
Now, I get it. You want to burn the tires off a guy in 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
And then we get mad when guys like Zeke, or at the time when Todd Gurley was getting signed, was saying, hey, I'm $90 million worth, X amount of money. Of course, because all you did was hand off. And then we get mad when a running back asks for his money because he's the guy with the shortest lifespan on the shelf.
Right.
Like, I don't think that's been fair to running backs. These 3-year, $27 million deals where we reset the market to a cheap discount, I think we're doing running backs a real disservice. I'm not saying they got to be $90 million, but they damn sure ain't $27 million.
And it
That's
depends
my
on the running back.
I think the issue with being unfair to running backs actually starts with the rules, if you think about it. Because wide receivers are kind of heralded as kind of like the upper echelon of an offense, right? But there's also so many rules that protect them. Like, imagine if there was a pass interference rule or not a pass interference, but imagine if there was a comparable run interference rule that applied to running backs, where it's like, oh, if you get in a running back's way, that's a penalty. You don't even have to take them to the ground or hit them real hard.
Yeah.
Like, for one thing, imagine how much longer their lifespan would be. Imagine how much healthier they would be. And then imagine how many more yards they would get.
Here's
you know?
my
But wide receivers are so protected.
You're asking running backs now to go out like receivers, go out and run routes,
100%.
go out and pay. Like,
if you're running back without receiving qualities, you have almost no value.
Or even pass blocking at that matter. Now, those are all the facets that come with a running back, but we're asking them to do 2 jobs at once. Back in the gap, running backs were running backs. Emmett and all those guys, they caught passes, but they ran a lot. And now we're saying, oh, beat Christian McCaffrey. Do 1,000 yards receiving, 1,000 yards rushing. And then I'll say, oh, well, I don't know if I'm really going to pay you. What you mean you're not going to pay me? You're asking me to fulfill 2 positions at one time.
Yeah, and that's all really great points. I'm going to make 2 quick comments about the picks.
Okay.
Look, Brock Bowers is the best tight end in this draft.
I agree.
So no problem with him being into the first round. I just think it's a little bit rich for a tight end unless he's your final piece. If he's the final piece in your offense, if he's going to be the difference maker to push you over the edge, pick him that high. But I'm not in favor of picking
what tight
tight
ends do that?
Nobody.
That's what I'm saying.
So I'm not in favor of picking tight ends top 15.
Now, if it's anybody that could, I would say him.
Yeah, he's exceptional.
But he should be the last one. If he comes out like the last 19.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah,
it's over.
be.
Now, what Latu was my number 1 edge. He was my number 1 edge, and he's the first edge off the board. Latu, to me, is the most complete football-wise and efficiency-wise. He wins with his hands. He can drop back in coverage and play in space. He does not ever stay engaged on blocks. He finishes at the quarterback. He has enough speed to turn, enough power to disengage and keep you off of it. I think that's a great pick, and I think he's actually going to be top 2, maybe not 1, but top 2 most productive edges in this year's draft class out of the guys to go 1 and 2, which should be Turner next.
All right, so you was the one that came out on the ledge and you predicted the production of Michael Parsons famously.
Yes.
What are you predicting for Latu? I don't mean to put you on the spot like that.
No, I'll predict it. I think if he gets starter reps, he's going to get double-digit sacks. If he gets starter reps and he's healthy most of the year, when I say most of the year, he doesn't miss more than 3 games. If he doesn't miss more than 3 games, he's a guy that's going to end up with 10+ sacks as a rookie.
As a rookie?
As a rookie. Woo. As a rookie.
Man, listen, y'all. If the OC hit that, y'all need to all send him about $100 in super chats, bro. Because this going to be the, man, 10?
Because his game translates in terms of length, in terms of hand fighting, in terms of understanding what it takes to actually turn the tackle. If you watch his tape, every game he's turning a tackle. In other words, he's making the tackle open up his hip to gain an advantage to get a two-way goal. Typically, it's through his outside shoulder. So because he's so technically sound, that nuance will translate and help him to be productive on the next level. And he never, like I said earlier, he never loses with his hands. Watch all the tape.
Is he the purest football player?
I don't know.
I have to ask that question because of his story with his neck.
I think he's the purest technical pass rusher. He's not the best athlete. When you look at Miles Turner, you get wild.
No, I said football player, like just playing football, because your mentality, when a team tells you to retire and you refuse, and you still productive and not playing timid, as we've seen with like LVE and we kind of starting to see with Clark. That's what made me ask that question about football player.
I think he's complete in terms of being a defender, because if you look at how he plays, he rushes and he plays run and pass based upon the scenario.
Yeah.
And so you'll see him turn the gas up on third and 8.
Right.
You'll see him be ready for the quick pass on 3rd and 3.
Yeah.
You'll see him play stiff when it's 1st and 10.
Right.
So you see him adjust his technique based upon the scenario. And in the NFL, what you find more often than not is scenario-based football.
Yeah.
And that's why I think he's going to translate well.
Yeah. Real quick, y'all. I'm watching the chat right now. If y'all got any questions for the panel as we leading up to our pick, we go feed in some of y'all, comments and obviously kind of make it happen for you. We appreciate everybody that's rocking and watching right now. Obviously being a faithful family member to what we all doing. So, yeah, man, we really appreciate y'all for rocking with Law Nation and Boss Cowboy Sports.
Boss, I just want you to know, I'm not going to let that J.J. McCarthy thing go yet. we got
now, if you're wrong, Tony, you're going to have to pay me for that.
I'm cool with that. I'm going to stand on it. But
it's easy to beat up people when they say things that's unpopular, but you got to come back and reward me handsomely if I'm right, because I did stand on the ledge and I put it out there publicly. So it's easy to beat up and bully me because I said something.
See, I ain't even trying to bully you, boss.
Yeah, you are.
I'm like, I'm like, wait a minute, boss.
We done moved all the way
Guys,
out to McCarthy.
Cause I had to go
stood
back
on it. Listen, I stand
the
on my
Seahawks
film.
are drafting DL Byron Murphy with the number 16 pick.
Okay.
This is perfect. Oh my God! Listen, Cowboys
Nation. The draft is falling exactly like we need.
This is better.
This is
because we getting defense.
I almost feel like the decision for the Cowboys is just getting harder and harder. And so many of the people that they were looking at that are still left on the board.
We're moving aggressively to move down.
I do want to ask: is there any potential scary run on a position?
No, it's over.
Scary run?
This is why I say there's no boogeyman left. We at 15, and there hasn't been a major tackle run yet. It would have to go absolutely crazy starting now.
Was the J.C. Latham pick too high, or was that fine?
I think it was a good pick.
It was a good pick.
Okay. I think it was a good pick.
And that was a fair pick.
Yeah, I think outside of technical errors, he has the most physical upside.
Here's my thing about the Cowboys. If you listen to what Mike McCarthy said at the press conference, just going off him, not the other two, one of the things that he said is that he's not expecting to fill position for position what they lost due to attrition, right? So they are looking for players who can come in and contribute. So based on that logic, right now they're in a position to where they could comfortably move down and get a few more picks to fill in a few more holes in the roster. Or I guess I shouldn't say fill in holes, but find some more people to contribute.
Yeah.
Because listen to Mike McCarthy tell it, they're not necessarily looking to fill in holes the way that fans are thinking about it. They're just looking to get pieces that can contribute.
Right.
So if they're planning to be smart with their picks, then having a few more by moving down a little bit could work to their advantage based on the strategy that Mike McCarthy described.
Right. So I'm looking at my tackle list in total.
Yeah.
I had Joe Alt, number 1. I had Fashanu, number 2. J.C. Latham, number 3. Troy, number 4.
Okay.
So now what's sitting there for us is Mims, Barton, Kingsley, Troy,
still there.
Jordan Morgan, Tyler Guyton.
Can somebody like clear the air around this whole Tyler Guyton situation? I've been hearing different things, so I just want to know.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So Tyler Guyton is a tall, long tackle. He's strong at the point of attack. He's hyper athletic. He's kind of like a younger Tyron Smith type. Okay, he has played right tackle, but he shows athleticism where he can play either tackle. The thing that you don't like about him is some of the technical stuff where he's missing with his hands and where he's not having clean sets. But athletically speaking, in terms of his length and in terms of his frame, you love him, you like what you see, you think that in the next couple of years, if you get him in a good system, and the Cowboys do have a good system, and the Cowboys do have good offensive line training and good strength coaches, you look at that guy as a guy that, okay, this guy can turn into something. So that's the thought about
Yeah, because there's some debates, man. Did y'all have anything on that?
Not on Guyton, no.
Oh, because there's some debates.
Yeah, that was my question. Because I guess it's like, is he moving guys? We love athleticism.
He's not a power player at this point.
Yeah.
He's a guy that's going to be more so turn into an elite pass rusher. Like the guy that I really think can turn into an elite pass rusher and move people. He doesn't have a lot of tape. He's had some injury stuff, but you can't coach 6'7", 6'8", 340, right? Is my guy Mims. And that's why if he falls to 24, I really hope that's the pick. Now, however, the Cowboys, based upon pattern, they may go ahead and pick Barton, right? That's the safe pick.
That's who I think they'll go with.
That's the safe pick. But if you look at a guy that has upside, that could be a banger, and you got to get the guy stronger because everybody that's even been injured with the Cowboys, what happens? They come back before they're ready. They come back, and they still serviceable even though they're not all the way right. But anyway.
I think because of some of the intangibles that they're looking for from an O-lineman, I think that's what makes the Cowboys more likely to pick Barton. I think when it comes to the physical aspects, right, a lot of people look at Barton as a safe pick, and they look at Guyton as, something special, which he most definitely is. But I think when it comes to the combination of the physical qualities as well as the intangibles, they consider Barton to be a little bit more special, and they think they can get someone comparable to Guyton a little bit later. That's the vibe that I'm getting.
Yeah, the thing is I've been noticing, especially last year, when you look at the RAS scores, that was the thing about the Schoonmaker pick.
Yeah.
The Schoonmaker pick, everybody scratched their head until you looked at the RAS scores. When you look at the RAS scores and you see how athletic he was, and then you start looking at the other picks, all those guys are the same. High RAS scores, but they seem like they was overreaches, right? So what that told me, to your point last time on Mims, and can go to Tyler Guyton, is that the Dallas Cowboys do bet on upside too.
100%.
They do.
They majorly bet on it. So I'm talking about because most of us was shocked at school. Like, what?
Right.
But
the Cowboys and the blackjack
when you saw the pattern that they're upside gamblers.
Right.
So, and then how many times are you going to be in the draft to where you can actually get a freak at 24 at tackle?
And remember the press conference with Stephen Jones. He alluded to this. He said, we picked Tyron Smith. Well, they had other guys rated ahead of Tyron Smith.
You right.
He alluded to that in his press conference.
Yeah,
so he told you a little something right there, that we may not pick who you think we should pick.
And I think they trying to keep Tyler at guard.
Right.
Because he's coming up on a contract.
So I do have a question about that. Yeah, or is it taboo at this point to consider moving him back to tackle to get a guard or whatever the case is in the draft if it flows that way?
I think it's all based on how well whoever they draft plays.
Right.
I think if that guy comes in and he shows that he can play and for the most part hold it down.
If it's Jordan Morgan, right, short arm guy, they can play guard or tackle. If we're drafting him, what does your offensive line look like? Is that Smith at tackle, or are we keeping that guard? We're saying Jordan Morgan, you go tackle.
If you draft Jordan Morgan, I think that Smith bumps out to play left tackle because he's the safest and most trusted guy at tackle. Jordan Morgan is a guy that is shorter arm. He's good. He can play tackle, but that's actually a lot of a rookie to be ready to play left tackle. It was actually a lot for Tyler Smith to do it. Yeah. But it just shows how exceptional he is and the fact that he did it without no snaps at left tackle. So.
Yeah, it's just perfect, though, for Dallas. Dallas is also, in my opinion, y'all, in a great move-down position.
Yeah.
You cannot beat this move-down position because now it's starting to get to where you almost can't go wrong.
Right.
You know, it's like, bro, like, you got so many of your guys that you can pick. Go get more picks.
Right.
You know.
I think in this draft, again, the Cowboys just can't stand pat. You're not built with your picks, and at least in the way they're lined up. You can draft perfect first round. You can draft pretty perfect second round.
2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner.
Yeah,
okay.
there we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. I like that.
And that's funny because I had Latu first, I had him second, and they end up falling just like that.
Well, he's the Daniil Hunter replacement. So,
yeah, exactly.
He's the Daniil Hunter
This is beautiful for Dallas.
He,
oh, my God.
He's a great pickup.
And see, that's why I did not believe the rumors that was going around today. Like, it could be a run to where they wiped out that tackle. I say, how you going to go through 11 tackles?
Right. Right.
Like, it tell you the stuff we hear. It's like, no, bro, that's impossible. Like, I've never seen a draft like that. And it's too much good defense for that to happen. But this is even better than Dallas better move down now.
Yeah, well, we got to see what happens. See, this 18th pick is pivotal because they could go tackle.
They definitely should go tackle.
Cincinnati can go a lot of different ways.
So now
this is tackle.
So yeah, but this is what I call a hinge pick.
Okay.
Because if they pick tackle here, you could have a slight bump on tackles between 19 all the way up to the Cowboys, and then now you got to kind of be careful here. This is the sweet spot.
So these are the tackles that's left.
Yeah.
Who would be the pick, OC?
For the Bengals?
The Bengals.
Yeah, I think the Bengals is going to go with the next available, man. So I think they're going with your Washington tackles, man. They're going with Troy.
Yeah.
I think they're going to go with Troy.
I'm thinking Troy.
Well, I think we got two offensive lineman picks. I think Pittsburgh goes offensive lineman because I know they really need one. The Rams.
And that's where Mims can come off to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
That's where he can really come off.
Yeah.
I want them to make that little weird reach. I saw it in the mock draft. I said, okay, for Tyler Guyton, a guy like him.
The Bengals have been moving real
We're
weird
going to see a little bit of a run.
I feel like – go ahead. Sorry.
No. I'm enjoying this. I'm loving this draft talk. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying in general, the Bengals have been moving real weird this offseason, and it makes me think that they're about to do something really weird with this pick.
I hope they're weird.
I mean, because nobody knows where they go.
They lost to Wuze, right?
Yeah.
So we still got some corners that's left that's top rated.
I'm like, I could use some comic relief.
What's
Please
they got?
do something that makes no sense.
Yeah, him too. He's available.
I think he's available.
I just hope they don't do something like pick Mims here.
Me too, bro.
Because if they pick Mims here,
it's gonna start a run.
That starts to run.
Yeah.
That's what I was asking earlier.
No. The Bengals are drafting offensive tackle Amarius Mims with the 18th pick.
I told you, dude. If they pick Mims, now Barton is gone.
Well, let's see.
Let's see.
I think Troy is gone.
We're about to see.
I think they might both get gone, bro. We might be left. We might be left with our OU tackle, bro.
Yeah.
We might end up being left with our OU tackle.
I'm going to be cool with it, too.
But I'm cool with it. I also really like the upside of our BYU tackle.
All right, let's go back to that then, Tyler Guyton.
Yeah, let's talk about it because that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
If it end up being Tyler Guyton, I'm gonna get on record right now. This is why I love the draft. It's because you can say things right now that you held accountable for the next 10 years.
Yes, I agree.
And it's before it happens.
We could be right or we could be wrong.
I like it because I like to stand on what I say. You know what I mean? So this is the deal. Tyler Guyton is gonna be, if we get him, another long track record of Dallas Cowboys success. And this is why I say that. It's just so obvious that we have the character in the room that's now traditional. Like at this point, the mantle has been passed in terms of being a professional offensive lineman to Steele, to Tyler Smith. It's been passed. They have taken on the mantle of Tyron Smith and Zach Martin. Those guys can go on to heaven. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Right. So it's one of those things to where the character is in the room, how to be a pro. Like, look what happened to Steele. Everybody was hating on Steele, but they came out with the generational stats showing that he was literally fit in giving up pass protection.
Yeah.
On a bad knee. Who came back early?
Came back early.
So that's one of those things. That's from the character of that room. And if a Tyler Guyton with his raw skills comes to Dallas and he sits in that room, he's not the biggest guy. He's the smallest guy.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he gonna have to line up to what's in the room. And I think it's gonna transfer.
I agree with you on that, Boss Cowboy. I think that the Dallas Cowboys have a type. They have the type of player that they like.
Yeah.
And so when you look at him, he fits into the profile of a tall, long arm tackle that's fluid, that's athletic.
Yeah.
They like those types.
Yeah.
And so they typically draft those types. So if he's there and these other guys are gone, they're gonna get it.
I will say from my personal perspective, I do think that this is one scenario where they should value the physical qualities over the cerebral ones. I understand what they expect from their offensive line in terms of pre- and post-snap communication. I get that. But how often do we find somebody with the physical attributes to go with that?
At 24.
Right. Now, if he were the center, I would feel like it's more important. But at tackle, I feel like those physical attributes, especially what Guyton possesses, I feel like they are special. So I get what's happened with some of the potential picks for the Cowboys and why they followed on the Cowboys board because of whatever happened in pre-draft interviews and whatnot. I get that. But I feel like, especially if a run happens like you predict, I feel like this is one situation where they should definitely make an exception because there's not a lot of players in this draft. While the O-linemen are deep in this draft, right, there's not a lot of players in this draft with that specific profile that makes them so good at being a tackle. We've seen a lot of people who are like, oh, I'm a guard and I can play tackle too, right? But there's not as many people, I feel like, who are just like so suited to play tackle that well, who are going to be available at this point.
So here's what I do want to ask. The Cowboys always have faith in their depth guys, right? They always have faith in the guys already on the team. How much does guys like T.J. Bass and Brock Hoffman affect what happens at 24?
I think that you will see how they really feel about T.J. Bass and Brock by what happens with this pick. I think that's going to determine how they really feel about those guys. I think that Bass is a starter. Yeah. He's an NFL starter.
I feel Bass is a starter.
I think Bass is a starter at guard or at center, by the way. Either one he can play, in my opinion. Now, I think Hoff is the guy that has to prove himself. I think he's scrappy. I think he's a dog, but I'm not sure about him yet. So how they feel about them ultimately will be determined by this pick.
I don't think it's not so much about Bass or Hoffman. I think they probably already feel a way about Edoga and why her name's not coming to me. What's his name?
Awesome.
Awesome Richards. Awesome Richards.
Yeah, Awesome Richards.
And I feel like those are probably the people that they're looking to pick someone better than. I have a lot of faith in Bass and Hoffman, right? But that's just two people, right? Then we've got Tyler Smith, right? So it's like technically we could still use a couple more people, especially when you look at what Jerry Jones is saying, like, well, why have one player when you could have three? Like,
I'll say this. When you talk about, Hassan Richards, he's a second-year guy. So you're looking to see if he makes the big jump at this point.
I don't think he will.
So the jury's out on him until we get into training camp. Now, when you talk about Chuma, we know that Chuma is not a tackle. We know that Chuma is a depth pick. Chuma is an emergency tackle. That's all he is. He's really a backup guard. That's what he is. So we'll kind of see how this whole thing goes.
Right, but like with things as they stand, if Tyler Smith were to go to tackle, Chuma would be at guard. With things as they stand, unless they pick somebody to go in that position. So that's kind of more what I was speaking to, is that you got to pick somebody to go into one of those spots in order to make the O-line make sense right now.
Okay.
Otherwise, Chuma ends up on the field, or Austin Richards ends up on the field. And I have nothing against Austin Richards. Just from my perspective, a lot of his issues are with his mechanics, and that's a lot harder to fix than just understanding what you need to do. Like, he literally doesn't seem to have the physical ability to do certain things. Like, he couldn't get low enough. He was constantly reaching, which made it so easy for defensive players to, like, force him to fall over or get out of position or get spun around. That, if it were just knowledge, I'd be like, okay, we can coach that out of him. But it literally looked to be like physical detriments that were his issue.
Let's see it.
Here we go, baby.
The Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims.
Okay.
Yeah. Good job, too, man. Good pick by them, man. God dog it. That was my guy. Good pick, man. That's a good pick by them,
I don't think what was the guy that was with us that was that right tackle last year?
Steele?
No, the guy before Steele. They came back.
Oh, you talking about?
Lyle.
That's the pick. That's the Lyle. Hey, we got to right that wrong.
Yeah. And man, I said this. We were talking a couple shows ago. I said he may not be there 24.
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about it, and man, this is.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, and it's a good pick for them.
It makes sense. And going back to the question about T.J. Bass and the awesome riches, the good thing about a Tyler Guyton is that you also help your competition at center.
Yeah. Yeah, and then if you bump Tyler Smith out to left tackle, you're probably looking at Bass to play left guard, don't you think?
I love it.
You're probably looking at him to play left guard.
I got a question for that.
Okay.
Are we hindering Tyler Smith moving him back to tackle, or are we just saying, hey, go out there and play football here, man?
Tyler Smith was a notch below a Pro Bowl player as a rookie playing left tackle. He gave up 6 sacks.
Wild just thrown out there too.
He gave up 6 sacks, and this is without any prep.
This
has been my point. If you allow this man by letting him know in June, hey man, we're looking at putting you back at left tackle. This guy's gonna be with Duke. This guy's gonna be on the grass. This guy's gonna be ready to go. And so I think with him, he's so talented. You have a Pro Bowl left guard. You also have a Pro Bowl left tackle if he has to play there.
Tyler Smith's fate and where he's gonna go is getting ready to be decided in 15 minutes.
Yep.
His future of where he's going to play is getting ready to be decided. If we get Tyler Guyton, we're going to look at a Hall of Fame guard. If we go with Barton, we're going to be looking at a Pro Bowl, easily left tackle. Yeah, real quick, man. I want to get y'all thoughts real quick on, like, what's available. Like, what would be the surprise pick potentially?
At this point, go ahead.
I think for me, the surprise pick would be if they went on the defensive side.
Yes.
Because, like, let's be real, there are some needs on the defensive side, but I think nobody expects them to make a pick like that this early. And I don't know if I should call that a surprise or disappointment or both, you know. But that would be the thing for me is, like, if they were to go defense, I would be really shocked.
You know what? I would give it to receiver. Guys like Adonai Mitchell sitting there.
No doubt.
You know, weirdly enough, the Cowboys could take the bait, take the cheese out.
I think that's a more feasible surprise pick.
And say, oh, hey, yeah, we're going to go get the receiver.
Because there has been that speculation about BPA, which could end up being a receiver at this point.
Who was on the 30 draft visit, too.
100%.
I would love that.
What's good, man?
What up,
How y'all been living, man?
Hey, man, we've been talking this ball, man.
Y'all been talking some good ball, man. Hey, it's all good, man. We getting ready for the Cowboys pick. It's almost up, man.
The best part of the night.
The best part.
Here we go.
The wonderful part of the night, Candy.
It's the most wonderful time of the
It's the most
The Rams are picking edge Jared Verse with the number 19 pick.
Oh, my goodness. We were so close to Jared Verse.
That's okay.
It's okay. And I heard that Byron Murphy already left, so that's another thing, too. I wanted him so bad, you know. And I thought that, you know, if we could get somebody like that could be an accelerator for whoever we have in the inside. Of course, Osa is a guy that we know is getting a contract year, too. And nobody's talking about that, you know.
Oh, Diggy Zula.
Yeah, Osa.
He's a contract year.
Yeah. So a contract year. What are your thoughts on Osa? Osa. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Osa or your thoughts on Osa? Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, I feel like Osa has contributed a lot. He's become one of the beloved members of the defense for the Dallas Cowboys fans, and for very good reason. And I don't think he's reached his ceiling yet. I feel like there's a lot of room for him to contribute. However, with the way the Joneses have been acting about these contract extensions, renewals, and things of that nature, it's really hard to determine what they would do with a player like Osa, especially considering what other players in his position are getting paid right now. There's just so much up in the air that's not up to him. If it were just up to him, like, he would get an extension and he'd still be a Cowboy. We wouldn't even be talking about it being his last year, because I have 100% faith that he'll continue to contribute as he always has. I think the questions surrounding Osa really come down to how the front office is handling these contracts and what it means going forward. So, but I mean, how I feel, I love him.
Right. I completely agree 100%. I would like to keep Osa for sure, but like she said, it depends on what the front office wants to do. And we're seeing right now the lack thereof. But we have to keep somebody. You know, we have to keep somebody. We can't just keep saying, okay, we're okay without this player. We need to keep some heavy hitters, and I think we need to keep.
So I've been thinking a lot on this whole Cowboys signing players thing.
Okay.
And I think a lot of the times we get drawn up in, oh, how come they haven't gotten this guy signed or doing these things?
Right.
Jerry Jones and Steven are a lot of things in the book that we can go down and list the name. One thing I would really say is they aren't dumb.
Definitely.
If you feel like you can wait on a player to get signed, then obviously you must know that at some point, regardless of what happens, I can sign him.
Right.
You told CD Lamb, we're going to wait another year.
Yeah.
He goes and puts up 1,700 yards. And then you're saying, okay, we're waiting on Dak. He goes and puts up a nearly MVP caliber season.
I don't think the question was ever about whether or not you could sign these players. I think a lot of people want to see these signings happen sooner. Hold on, I'm going to wait for them to announce what I just said.
Let's go with it, baby. Let's get it. And Verse, he's gone. Verse.
All right. I don't think it's like, can we sign these players? A lot of people want to see them happen sooner so that the price is lower, so that there's more room under the salary cap to get more weapons so that we have a better chance of doing better in the postseason. That's what a lot of people are looking for. Because here's the thing. The Joneses are burning the candle at both ends when it comes to explaining the situation with the fans. On one hand, they'll be like, oh, well, there's too much of the salary cap taken up by these players.
Right.
And then they'll wait forever to sign a player so that they end up taking up more of the salary cap. So it's like they're perpetuating a cycle that's biting them in the ass, and then they're like gaslighting fans into believing that it's not what they're doing. That's the issue.
And
they can sign
purposeful.
whoever.
I think
of course they can sign CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb is sitting back with his feet kicked up because he's watching
last season.
He's watching the market get reset. It got reset yesterday. It's going to probably happen a couple more times.
So I want to ask, are the Cowboys the definition of insanity? Is that what we're saying?
Oh, you got to look at it for this
aspect. They're smart. I think that they're playing the long game, and everything that they put out is strategic, it's purposeful. They're businessmen. They know what they're saying. They know what they're doing. I think that is just a waiting game. Stephen Jones even said it in a press conference probably like a month ago. He said, oh, we have until August. That right there let me know that he's okay with playing this long waiting game to see who's available and who's available for what.
I think the Cowboys are the definition of hubris. It's their egos.
I'll take that definition better than insanity. I'll take that one.
Because as much as people keep saying you should get a GM, they simply refuse to do it. And from listening to the press conference, it sounds like they put themselves in a hole that they're not really sure how to get out of without hurting the roster.
Yeah.
But had they maybe gotten some help in the front office years ago, maybe they could have avoided
And they did admit to their mistakes, signing Zeke for $90 million.
Yeah, they can admit to their mistakes, but does that fix them?
They didn't say
it does not fix them. But at the time you were doing it, I think those reasons were very justified.
But it's not like at the time they were doing it. It's stuff that's still happening. Hold on, I'm about to pull you up an article. I'm not even going to say this off memory. I'm about to quote it to you. I'm about to quote it to you.
About to get into the nitty-gritty with it. Come on with it.
I've been rocking with Jazz all day. I'm with it.
Jazz with it. She's on a level 10. You know how it is. Yes, indeed. I love it. While she's pulling up that article, the Steelers are on the clock right now. And let me see if I can pull up their information.
Offensive tackle.
Steelers,
I wholeheartedly believe so.
Oh, wait, we need some offensive tackles.
According to them, they lost Mitch Trubisky.
Right.
They lost Mason Cole. They lost, I think, Keanu O'Neal. He's no longer there. Patrick Peterson. He was long in the tooth. That dude had a long tooth there.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Allen Robinson. They lost all of those things right there. But they got Patrick Quinn.
Yeah.
They got Dante Jackson for a trade. So how you feel about those things right there? And Russell Wilson and all of those things.
The Steelers are obviously trying to.
What are they trying to do here with
they're
all
trying
the
to,
quarterbacks?
I like the Russ pickup. I think he and I'm brain farting right now. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin. I think that
Mike
works.
Tomlin.
I think Mike.
Absolutely.
I think Mike can whisper to a lot of players, and it just works out for him.
Yeah.
With the whole the backup quarterback, Justin Fields. I think that's the nice insurance that they have in case something goes wrong with Russ.
Right.
their direction is always a defensive team at the end of the day. That's who they are.
Right.
But I think they need to start fine-tuning some things with the offense because they don't have an identity right now. Right. Whatever is going on with them trying to say, oh, Najee Harris and George Pickens or the two guys, and that's not naturally falling the way it should.
Yeah.
Whatever they do in the draft is going to be best for them. That's the best I can say for the Steelers.
Well, they saying the pick is in right now, so
the Steelers are drafting offensive lineman Troy Fautanu.
Oh snap! Come on, man! Come on!
He almost fell. He almost did. Almost did.
So close.
Oh,
so at this point, y'all, are we still okay with saying we could trade back?
I think it depends.
Are we still okay with what?
Trading back.
I thought you said trade back.
No.
I think it
back.
depends. A few picks ago, we felt like it was good to trade back, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Now
absolutely.
we've seen a few more offensive linemen come off the board.
Yeah.
So 3 picks doesn't sound like a lot, but in terms of what would be best for the Cowboys, it kind of is. So
depends
now
on who's left.
We might not know until it literally gets to the Cowboys or on the clock if it makes sense.
So
for
far,
them
you
to
got
trade
Tyler
back or
Guy,
not.
Jordan Morgan.
Yeah.
All right, I want you to listen to and respond to this, okay?
Okay.
This is from an article about Zach Martin's contract.
Okay, here we
It
go.
says, without the additional non-voidable years on the contract, the dead money in his deal, should he not play for the Cowboys after this season, would have been close to $25 million. Before redoing Martin's contract, the Cowboys were looking at about $60 million in dead money against the 2025 cap with the expiring contracts of Martin, DeMarcus Lawrence, Brandon Cooks, and Dak Prescott. A potential release of Michael Gallup, this was written in March, could add more than $8 million in dead money against the cap next year. From 2017 to 2023, dead money accounted for anywhere from 8% to 18.2% of the Cowboys' cap per roster management system data. On a projected 2025 cap of $270 million, that dead money figure could be between 22% and 37%, making it difficult for them to retain or add players.
So we broke, Jazz. Okay.
22% to 37% dead money. So we're not talking about just decisions that the Joneses made in the past. We're talking about contracts that are currently active that they need to renegotiate. Otherwise, they're looking at more than a quarter of their cap space in 2025 going to dead money.
Yeah.
So that's why I say the Joneses are the definition of hubris, because it's not like they made that mistake once in '94, which led to the league implementing the salary cap in the first place. It's not like they made that mistake once in the 21st century with Ezekiel Elliott and resetting the running back market on accident. This is something they have continuously done year after year after year, and now they've finally gotten to a point where they can't kick that can any further down the road, and Dak Prescott is paying for it not only on the field, but also off the field with his reputation, because every time Jerry Jones gets a chance, he refers to this situation as the $64 million question. It is not the $64 million question. According to this article, it's the 37% question. In other words, the question of how in the hell did you get to the point where 22 to 37% of your salary cap could potentially be going to dead money, and you blame that on the quarterback who is not the GM. I'm sorry, but this situation pisses me off.
All right, let's see what this is coming in right now.
All in, question mark.
All in, fall in.
All right. Steelers are on the.
Yeah, who did they get? Right here?
I'm thinking they're going offensive lineman, probably right here.
Okay.
I can see Tyler Guyton get chosen here.
Yeah.
Man, my boy Fontano is taking a fall. I like that.
He already got picked up, though.
No, he didn't.
Fontano
was still on the board.
No, he's not.
No,
well,
he's
he
not.
won't be in like 30 seconds.
Right. Yeah. It's late, but yeah. Fatano's gone, man. Yeah. Here we go.
Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity
Mount up.
is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league, in our world.
That boy taking forever to.
They really are so dramatic with these picks.
Come on, just the first round. Let's see who they gonna get.
Troy Fontana. I got mine ready.
Troy.
Damn.
Fontano. I said it, and you got to listen to the law, baby.
That was my guy. That was my guy all draft. I think for Fontano to fall as he had at this point, I think we were asking for a lot.
Yeah.
For him to come to 24.
So I think the target now is going to be Graham Barton for Dallas.
And I like it.
already know.
And I like
know.
But I am concerned with Miami and Philly.
Here's what Miami is going to do.
Them two going to get up there.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
I still want you to respond to the comments about dead money, though.
Oh, yeah. She gonna drill you with that, bro. Yeah. Come on with it. And then we do, let's get it. Getting these boys on the field right quick. Let's go. All right, getting close for Cowboy time, baby.
Let's go. Let's get up in here, man.
Baby.
This is the perfect time to start sharing, man. Come on now. Share time, baby. Listen, it's getting closer to the pick. We want over 2,000 people up in here, man. That's what we aiming for. 2,000. We going for 3,000.
Come on,
y'all gonna make it happen. Let's go crazy. Law Nation and my boy Ray got us in the best place in the country. We all looking good, smelling good, feeling good. My brother got on peak. Let's go. It's gonna be up to you, yourself, to share this content. Don't let us down. We need you right now. Let's get it going. Share, baby. Let's go.
Come on with it, baby. Let's get
it. Run it up, run it up. Share. Share.
I just want to run it
up,
baby.
Need them ones, I need them fives, need them tens, I need that change.
The pick coming, man. Let's share this content. Let's go.
Baby. Come on.
Put it in Facebook. Yeah, put it on Twitter. Share it. Put it on Instagram. Put it everywhere, man. Y'all blow it up.
Let's go.
Blow it up.
Who in law, baby? Who in Ray? Who in Boss?
Who with us?
Who in OC, baby?
Who with us?
Come on,
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Come on with it. You already know what I wanted, man. Come on, there we go. Come on.
Yeah, man.
It's
Come
almost
on,
time,
man. Let's
baby. Call it
Too legit.
Come on.
Well, we get close.
You're getting close, man.
We're getting real close.
Getting close. Nobody do it.
Come on, baby.
Like Ray. Like your boy Loud. Like the OC. Like Boss Cowboy. Like Dak Attack. Like Candy. Come on now.
Oh, y'all order food over there? They got the food coming, man. Tell them bring it your way. Come on.
Man.
We can eat, come on.
I swear this is the best draft party. I promise you. I promise you it ain't nothing like this.
Come on.
I promise you. Next year, it better be to capacity.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about 500 up in here. Everybody that's on the chat, you need to get out here, man. This is crazy. Ain't this just crazy?
It's bananas, man. Look. Hit the like button. Hit the follow button.
Yes.
Hit the subscribe button.
Come on.
And let's go.
Let's go.
Put fire in the chat, man. Fire in the chat. We need it. We need it right now. Fire in the chat.
Come
Fire
on,
in
man.
the chat. Let's go.
It ain't nothing like a party. Let's go, man. Party for the draft. Party. Come on now. If you're in front of your TV, I want us to swag it. Come on, swag. Let's go.
All right, man. That was a great intermission right there, man. That's all we want to do is run it up, man.
That's all.
All right, so how you feeling so far, man?
It's fantastic, man. It's going perfect for us, man.
The
Dallas,
energy nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vibe is nice.
Oh, the vibe is fantastic.
Man,
I thought you were talking about the draft.
Well,
you
the
talking
vibe
about
too.
Yeah.
All of it. You can put
Well,
it all
I
up
can
there.
talk about the spot like while we waiting, man. It's amazing, bro.
Look at all that fire in the chat. Ooh, I wish I could
Man,
see
the B-roll don't do it justice, y'all. I know we playing the B-roll. I know you can get the vibe. The vibe is way better than what you're seeing. It's beautiful, y'all. Listen, y'all. And this is year one of this, y'all. What y'all think year two gonna be like? What you think year three gonna be like? Come on now.
Yeah. It's going to be explosive, man.
Oh, my
Look,
goodness.
man. Place to be, man. We're right here at Shakertin's in Arlington. We putting it down. The food is great. The environment is great.
Oh, man.
Cowboys fans
Oh.
everywhere.
Whoa.
Content creators, great content creators everywhere. You see we got a full panel. We rotating the mic, man. We getting everybody in here.
Did you
getting
know I
every
was a
perspective.
quarterback? Did you know he was a quarterback?
What's that?
Like, did you know Law was a quarterback?
100%
Did you know that he just would sling that pill around and just rotate everybody smooth?
100%.
Did you know that he was an option quarterback?
100%. See, Jerry Jones talked about the option. We got Law Nation running the option.
Goodness, man.
The option
Keep it low.
pitch.
Oh, my God.
Throw it.
Man, that boy put on that
Law
B-roll,
running the
and then you come back as a whole new team after the B-roll. I say, look at Law.
Wide 80. Oh, no. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
We bringing it back. Here we go. It's
yeah.
back. Just for the day. We gonna throw away after the day.
Just for the day, man.
Just for the day.
Because I've been dropping that drop.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, it's perfect for the day. Here we go.
Yes, indeed.
Let's go.
So it's not perfect, but we're going to get here, man. We got the DJ really pumping it up right now, man. It's great. So we are at the, Ray, where we at? We are at the
21.
The 22 is on the clock. So the pick is already in.
What was 21?
Can you do
it's right
something
now?
for
It's
me?
Miami.
Okay.
They haven't announced it yet.
Okay,
Yeah. Somebody got the answer to the test.
So who you think the Dolphins got right here, man? You think they go wide receiver?
Well, they can go center. Like I said, I'm worried about them going Graham Barton right here.
We got over 1,000 people watching, man. I really appreciate everybody.
I knew it.
For tuning
They
in.
lost Connor Williams in the
Continue to hit
offseason.
that like. Continue to hit that share button. That's what we do. This is just the beginning,
Share it,
baby.
dude. Ooh.
Sharing is caring.
We got up to 1,000. I knew y'all could do it, but I think we can
They
go
did
2,000.
get rid of Xavier Howard in the offseason. So Cooper DeJean could be a pick here at corner. That's a possibility.
Okay.
Couple quarterbacks on the board right now.
Somebody give me the answers to the test.
I'm looking at Brian Thomas or Xavier Worthy here for the Dolphins. I think they're going to add one more slug for that quarterback Tua, and they're going to try to allow him to blow through defenses.
Imagine Xavier Worthy in the slot.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
That
With
sounds
the Waddle
crazy like Miami.
and a Tyreek Hill. That would be crazy.
I hope they waste that pick. I really do. It sounds like them, though. They like track stars.
Oh, yeah.
She's a runner. She's a track star.
Let me see if I can pull this up, man.
But once again, we never know, man. We got to see when the pick is in.
Yes, sir.
No doubt, man.
Man, I'm at Troy Fontanu.
Man, I'm so
That
proud
was
of the
my
chat.
guy.
I want to say something real
man.
quick about the chat. Y'all got it up to 1,000.
That's what I'm talking about.
I knew y'all could do it.
That's what I'm talking
knew
about.
it, and that was just with one phase. Every time a pick go, let's share some more. How about that?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, defensive end. Okay, defensive end.
Chop.
Very good.
We needed that.
Very good for the Cowboys.
Man.
They went and got chopped. They went up and got chopped.
Oh, my goodness. We
They went
finna
up
get
and got
Barton, man. Dallas go get Barton, man.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
It's going to be Barton.
Hey, man, you probably going to get what you want. They probably going to get Graham. You probably going to get Graham.
Yeah, I'm saying
You
Barton,
probably going to
man.
get Graham.
Okay, scenario,
You probably going to
guys.
get Graham. If he's there, you probably going to get him.
Now, let's come back down.
Yeah, let's go.
What if Graham is not there? What are we doing?
We got some options, you know.
I would think trade back scenario.
I would love a trade back scenario.
All right, so we
And
got
if I'm
the
trading
Eagles on the
back,
clock.
Jordan Morgan is a name I can think of.
Kingsley.
Maybe a Zach Frazier. Maybe he's probably gonna be there second round. But if Graham Barton's not there, Jackson Powers Johnson. It's still a name that's gonna be out there.
Yeah, he definitely.
All
So
right,
I'm looking at best available right now, and looking at the best available, man. You know they could. Yeah, so we said Graham Barton. They could also go Newton.
All right,
you know they could surprise with that. But right now, Brian Thomas better be our pick.
clock.
If Brian Thomas still sitting there, I'm spitting on every offensive lineman. I'm spitting on.
You spitting on him?
I'm spitting on every one of them.
no,
That's CeeDee Lamb
you
part 2. Don't be
spitting on
crazy.
Okay.
That's CeeDee Lamb part 2. Like, nobody expected it, but if it happened, you got to take it. It's just what you got to do. But what's your thoughts on that, man?
Man, my thoughts is this, man. You still got 3 probable tackles that the Cowboys can get, man. You got Barton. If Barton's not there, you have my guy out of Tyler Guyton. You have my BYU tackle there. Big boy, I forget his name.
Kingsley?
Kingsley.
Yeah,
I mispronounce his
love
name all the
Kingsley.
time. I like him a lot. I like his upside. You got Jordan Morgan as well. So I think you got 3 possible ways. Out of those 3, I think you have an opportunity to pick a really good player there. That's what I think.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if they go center here.
I just want a situation where if we do trade back, we need a 4th round pick.
Yeah.
There's going to be some great talent in this draft, still in the 4th round. We don't have a 4th round pick.
Yeah.
We need to pick up some more assets because we got a lot of holes to fill on this team still.
Yeah.
We weren't active in free agency, we signed 2 outside free agents. Kendricks, Royce Freeman. Those are the only 2 free agents you signed outside. So we got some holes. We got some work to do.
So we got our rival. I ain't gonna call them our rival because they really not our rival. Philly is not our rival. Philly is just our opponent.
And as we heard earlier, they did extend A.J. Brown, 3-year, $96 million extension.
What? Yeah, 3 years, $96 million. So I got a question. Are you ready to go yet? That's my question. Are you ready to go? Yeah. 3 years, $96 million. How you like that?
Jerry.
How you like that?
With all due respect, Jerry.
All due respect, sir.
Are you ready to go?
Are you ready to go?
Goodness gracious. Come on, man.
Come on, man. I mean, these boys are signing $100 million contracts left and right. Left and right.
Hey,
every time you turn around.
Guess what else they doing? They talking.
Yeah, they talking a lot. You're right.
So we ain't talking, but they talking.
Right.
And then Jerry, bless your heart, Jerry. Just bless your heart.
So let's talk about what Philadelphia have done in this offseason.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Obviously. Mm-hmm. Outside linebacker Bryce Huff.
Yeah.
Devin White.
Yeah.
They got him on a good deal.
Yeah.
I was surprised at how many teams would touch him. Like, got him 1-year deal.
Right.
I think about like $4 million. I think I want to say what the deal was on that one. Devontae Parker, receiver they added.
All right, the pick is in.
They
for
traded
the
for Kenny
Eagles.
Pickett.
Corner.
That was a good trade.
And they got Paris Campbell too. They picked up from New York.
Got Graham Barton.
They did.
Okay.
They did that just to spite the Cowboys because they knew the Cowboys liked
Well, it's not official. It's not official yet.
Not official, but
law be on it, man.
Kevin Byard, who's led off, strong safety led off in the offseason. They traded Hassan Riddick.
Yep.
Then Jason Kelsey retired.
Yep.
So center could be the pick here.
Yeah, center definitely could be the pick here. But if they did get Graham Barton, man, that's a great pick because he's a guy that can play guard or center for you, and he's a day one starter. He's a plug and play dude, man.
Yeah. And that would be to slap Dallas again. I hate
that would be a slap in your face. Like, see, I know you like him, so we're gonna take him.
They can't help it. They just.
But JPJ might be better though. JPJ.
Right. Yeah.
Zach Frazier.
Yeah.
And here's the thing too. Here's a scenario. Jackson Powers Johnson played with our boy TJ Bass, so they have that continuity, that chemistry playing
that's
together.
Possible.
That could be a possible situation.
That's possible.
If you move Smith back to tackle,
right? Bass a guard,
and if you do get Jackson Powers Johnson,
at center,
those that have a camaraderie, they have that camaraderie.
And they could go Barton because they just lost a Hall of Fame center.
And also the Cowboys had great success in the run game. We had a big center in Travis Frederick.
Right.
Yeah.
So you bring up a great point, man. You bring up a great point, and I wouldn't be mad if they did it. You know, it really boils down to we don't know how they have these guys ranked, right? Because everybody has their own algorithm, and the Cowboys have guys ranked in certain ways.
Yeah.
And so when they pick, it reveals, okay, this is how you had all these guys rated.
The Eagles should go JPJ. Like, that's what they really should do. I mean, because that's a better fit for them because he's not a versatile player, just like Kelsey wasn't a versatile player. Versus Barton fit us. JPJ fit them. But they might be so enamored with Dallas that they might, shoot their own nose off.
And Eagles got Graham Barton. Boy, y'all better leave me alone.
You cold with it. I told y'all Law be knowing, man. I've been rocking with Law, man. Law be having some back channels, man.
Law got a secret hotline to the draft. That's why you got to follow Law Nation. So Law got this backroom contact that calls him and texts him, lets him know the picks right before they happen.
I've done so many draft shows with Law, man.
No. They took the corner. They took the cornerback, man.
Let me see, because if you got that one right, Law, I'm about to say, wait a second, Law.
I thought they was going to go corner, but.
Hold on. We'll see.
Let's wait till it's official.
I'm wrong this time. They got the cornerback.
Okay, who they get?
Quintarion.
Yeah.
Oh.
Makes sense.
Lamb finna burn that ball.
Man, look that up, man. Law, stand up, man. Stand up, Law.
Lamb about to burn that ball.
I agree. He gonna school that young bull.
Yeah.
I'm getting back in my flow, man, because I predicted that too. I predicted corner for them boys. I was a little rusty earlier. I'm getting back in my zone, man. Cooper DeJean. Oh, yeah, we finna have some fun.
Now, let's go ahead and
Cooper DeJean.
Brian Thomas. Oh, my God. Dallas, listen, Dallas. Don't pass up on Randy Moss. You passed up on DK Metcalf.
Come on with it.
You got the camera on me, Blau?
Oh, I got it on you, dog. I put the full camera on you. Put the full camera on you.
Dallas.
No Mozzie. They said no Mozzie.
Dallas, don't pass up on Randy Moss. You passed up on DK Metcalf before.
Now, you said something here, okay?
Yeah.
I could envision now you have that three-headed monster of wide receivers. They do a receiver. You can put Brandon Cooks in the slot.
Yes.
I think he would eat in the slot.
Yeah, he would eat.
He would eat in the slot.
He would eat. CeeDee Lamb insurance.
They know we still got Iceberg Ferg, tight end.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah, we still got
and his leverage against CeeDee Lamb on contracts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They play the leverage game.
They play the leverage game.
Here we go.
But see, that's the type of content you get here, man. You get that type of content here.
Okay.
Quarterback.
Wow, they got Mitchell.
Over Cooper DeJean.
I knew it.
Wow. Over Cooper DeJean.
I like
wow.
Cooper DeJean better, though.
Yeah.
You know,
that's what I'm kind of shocked.
Yeah. Oh, Mitchell about to get burned.
Okay, so real quick, let's talk about it. Let's talk about this real quick. Let's talk about Jacksonville, okay?
Yeah.
So the ball is the board is falling to us right now.
Yeah, it's perfect for us.
It's falling to us, okay?
CD is about to burn Quintonio Mitchell. I bet you that. You can bet my bottom dollar.
Let's
Come
go.
on with it, baby. Let's go, Cowboys.
All right, so let's talk about the Jacksonville here. They traded down in the draft with Minnesota. So now they're picking right ahead of us. So this is what they did in the offseason. They got Mac Jones in a trade. But we already know who the quarterback is here.
Yeah, right.
Center Mitch Morse. Gabriel Davis from Buffalo.
Hey.
They got a receiver.
So that means Barton guaranteed.
Devin Singletary. I'm sorry. Devin Duvernay, the receiver, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do they still have Ridley?
No, he signed with the Titans.
Okay, so what do they have at receiver?
Receiver, they really don't have nothing. So it's probably going to be a receiver
That's
pick right
Thomas.
here. That may be Brian Thomas right here. Or I know a lot of guys have liking the receiver out of Georgia. What's his name? Lad.
Yeah.
Mechanic. How do you say his name? I can't remember.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah.
That could be. I don't think he's gonna go that high.
No,
Me neither.
No, Lad, day 2.
Also, they and the Jaguars, they did add Eric Armstead.
Yeah, they did.
They added him.
That's
Ronald
solid.
Darby.
Yeah.
And they really didn't have too many losses in his offseason.
So that means we likely go Barton. I'm definitely almost certain that they getting ready to go Thomas with, they go try to help out their quarterback.
But they didn't even pay their quarterback yet. That's crazy.
So I think Cooper, honestly,
they haven't paid law yet.
Honestly, I think Cooper DeJean may be the pick here.
Cooper DeJean.
Because here's how I rank their needs.
Okay.
Me personally.
All right.
Cornerback. They need a corner, wide receiver, D tackle, offensive tackle.
Oh my God! Did they
a
go
guard and
Thomas?
edge. No, the pick isn't in yet.
It's in.
Or what about the guy Xavier Worthy?
Xavier Worthy, yeah.
I would love Xavier Worthy. I would say they
Xavier
goofy
Worthy.
for that. I would love it. I'd be like, please pass on Brian Thomas. Now, Dallas, if you got CeeDee Lamb sitting there.
Cowboys on the clock, baby.
Oh! Share. I'm serious, y'all.
Share,
this is the time to share.
The Cowboys
Share.
on the clock, baby.
Let's go.
Let's get it.
Let's get it.
Let's go.
Share. Go crazy. Listen, how many we got looking, Law? We want to try to get it up to 2,000.
We need a jump. We need a jump here. We need you to share. We need a
share.
jump.
Go crazy,
We need
man.
a big jump.
Share this
Cowboys
moment.
on the clock, baby. Let's get
Share.
it.
Careful, brother. Calm down. I need you coming down.
Hey, Ray don't know me yet. Come on with
Who
it.
the Jags
Cowboys
pick?
on the clock. Come on with it.
Yeah.
Who the Jags pick, man? We got to know.
I think it's corner.
I hope you're right.
I think Cooper DeJean.
Man, I hope
But
you're
they
right.
need a receiver, but I don't see a receiver.
Yeah. And the
It
Cowboys.
could be. I mean,
And regardless, as long as the pick is not Graham Barton, the pick should be Graham Barton.
They got to send in the offseason.
what if the Cowboys do some wild shit?
Nah, they ain't going to
Yeah, the Cowboys are going to be sound. The
they gonna be
Cowboys are
sound.
too conservative.
They
The
so
Cowboys
conservative.
are very, very,
Yeah.
very niche in terms
Don't be
of being
scaring us
conservative.
like
So
that,
the
man.
Cowboys
Don't
are
be
probably
doing
gonna
that.
pick
You
Graham
see how
Barton.
Ray tried
If
to
he's
scare us?
available, they're not going to do anything risky.
Yeah.
They're not going to do nothing
It's going to be a sound pick by Dallas.
I'm still shocked at this pick that Cooper DeJean didn't go over.
I had Quentin over Cooper. So I think Cooper has tremendous ball skills. I didn't like his pad level.
Yeah.
I think he's a cerebral football player. But I think you got a better athlete.
I'm still in disbelief that Bo Nix went that high in the draft.
I got Jazz that's saying that they're going to get Brian Thomas, that the Jags are going to get Brian Thomas. She said she saw a feed, they're going to get Brian Thomas. Yeah. That's from Jazz BLM.
So that means our pick will be Barton.
That means Barton all day. Barton all day.
What if they like Jackson Powers Johnson over him? But I think it's Graham Barton.
I hope you're right, man.
Yeah.
I hope you're right, man. I just hope you're right.
You like Jackson Powers?
No. He said that they go pick Jackson Powers, which I would hope he's right, because then Brian will follow us, and then we would likely take him.
You think so?
We would take Brian Thomas, man.
I think they still would take Graham Barton. I think they still would take Graham Barton in the air of being conservative, in the air of just fixing the offensive line, because we got to be able to run the ball and run it in a dominant fashion.
We don't even run the ball, though. We're West Coast.
We're West Coast, but we need to be able to run the ball, and we need to be able to assure protection for that.
I think we fall for the mistake me and you fall for, logic.
Okay, that's true. We could be being too logical here.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, that's true. But I think that the Cowboys, with all indication, by the 30 visits, by everything we've heard, by everything we've seen.
Yeah, the indicators say
Graham.
It definitely says.
Yeah, it says Graham.
I was just, I try to talk myself into it.
Yeah. I mean, but it would be fun if they did something different.
It would be smart.
It would be smart, too, because of the talent.
The talent. You got a guy with 17 touchdowns, and we go pass up on Randy Moss again. It's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what it is here.
Okay, so she had shout out to BLM, had the pick spot on. With Brian Thomas Jr. So we're sitting pretty for Graham Barton, man.
It's Dallas time. It's Dallas time.
Yeah, we're sitting pretty for Graham, man.
It's Dallas time. Listen, this going to be Graham, y'all. We all knew it.
Yeah, we
all of us started kind of knowing this about 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
This also was my pet cat.
Yep.
From months ago.
And let's talk about some of the great things about Graham Barton.
Yeah.
Graham Barton is a guy, man, that is a football player. And when I watched film of him, I said, this guy's a football player. In other words, this guy's going to come off the football. He's going to fight. Yeah. He's going to try to finish. Yeah. He's going to give you everything he has.
He don't like you to touch him.
He don't.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, if you touch him, he's going to say, listen, bro.
Right.
He going to let you have it.
Right.
Like, the first thing I saw when I saw him, man,
all right, the Cowboys on the clock.
Moose Johnson.
All right, let's go back. Let's kind of go back over
the Moose Johnson mentality.
Right.
It's important.
Pet Bull in the China shop.
She finna get all our
and he's always coming forward.
All
right, so let's do a quick recap of the Cowboys, okay? What I feel like their needs in this draft: offensive tackle, center, linebacker, running back, DT, and a receiver. That's what I feel like the needs are for this team.
Yeah.
Kind of in that order. We don't have a 4th-round pick in this draft.
No, we don't have it.
Like I said, we only signed 2 outside free agents.
We did.
Eric Kendricks, he's going to play that middle linebacker spot. Help implement that defense because he's a Zimmer guy. Play with Zimmer. He's going to help. He's going to be our QB on that defensive side of the ball. Royce Freeman. We signed Royce Freeman.
Freeman, baby.
Yeah, Royce Freeman, all right?
Yeah.
So who are we lost? Tyron. Do you consider that a loss? Do you not consider that a loss? Tony Pollard. Dorrance Armstrong. Tyler Biotis. Dante Fowler. Jonathan Hankins. Michael Gallup. Vanderich. I can keep going.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of holes that need to be filled.
Right.
Come on with it.
Now, I'm expecting to be Graham Barton.
I would love it if that was
if it's not Graham Barton, I think JPJ.
But it take a lot of courage to move down, like right now.
And the Cowboys don't have that courage.
They don't.
So they're not
be Graham.
Yeah, they don't have the mentality to have that courage, because if they did, they would have been more aggressive in free agents.
Unless you get a great offer here, you stay put.
They said we might trade that pick, so let's see what's going to happen
here. Let's see what happens. However,
it has to be substantial. It has to be a substantial draft package there.
Yeah, substantial.
Yeah.
It had to be something,
and then
man.
Kansas City would be it because other teams don't have a first.
They're going receiver. I'm thinking if he falls to him, Xavier Worthy.
It could be Jackson Powers, man. It could be Jackson Powers in the mix.
I'd be shocked.
Yeah, I think that Jackson Powers would be a guy they would consider.
Yeah.
I think that he would be a guy they would consider. However, I don't think that's the best pick for the Cowboys.
Not with the lack of versatility wouldn't match their general way.
It doesn't match their their normal cadence.
But he's good, man. Like,
no, he's a good center,
right.
but it doesn't match their normal way of doing business.
And they've been winning with it, and they doubled down on where they've been winning. They thinking we 12-5 3 years in a row doing it this way, so they go do the same thing.
Now
again.
look, now Xavier Worthy will be the get excited pick. That would be the make the crowd go wild pick because he ran a 4.2. Yeah, the Cowboys.
You keep saying that.
If it's a splash pick, it will be Worthy. But I don't think that's going to be the pick. I'm just going on record saying I don't think that will be the pick. But I'm saying if it's a splash pick.
What bothers me about Worthy is his game speed is not 4.2 to me.
100%. I told my sons that. Yeah. They were like, he's fast. I'm like, look, he don't look 4.2 when he's running on the field.
And I played against guys like that. I ain't gonna call no names because I respect them. They're my brothers.
Right.
I played with them. Man, no, you can run a fast 40 and not be intimidating.
Let's go
with it. You can run a 4.6 and be extremely intimidating.
Right.
So
it's how you move. It's game speed. It's acceleration.
Yeah, it's the game speed.
It's the game speed.
Yeah. And, you know.
Because I know dudes, me and you both, that run a 4.6 40. But in the game, they play 4-4.
Exactly.
They play 4-4.
Yeah, I experienced it. It's scary when you see it. It is. Because you know this guy fought his 4.6, and when he run by you, you say,
right,
I ran a 4.4. How that happen?
It's a different gear when you're in that game.
Yeah.
And that's the essence of being an adrenaline athlete.
Y'all share, man. Y'all share right now, man. We on the clock, man. Y'all get the history. Let's
get it. Cowboys are trading down. Woo! They said the Cowboys are trading down.
Yes.
That's what we're hearing. The Cowboys are trading down to the 29th pick. The Cowboys are letting the Lions move up.
That's another y'all predicted it, bro.
The Cowboys are letting the Lions move up to the 24th pick. They're moving down to the 29th pick.
Good, Dallas. I love you for this, Dallas.
This is why this pick is taking so long. They moving down.
Good job, Dallas. Man, and we said that. This is the smart thing to do right now.
That's very smart because now they're going to pick up additional picks.
Yes.
Now they're getting additional picks.
And it makes sense to do it. It makes sense to do it because there's so many guys there that can play.
Right. So now we understand that they're not in love with Graham Barton. Yes. Because if they move down, they're not in love with Graham Barton.
They know they got other options. They know they got Kingsley. They know they got JPJ. They know they got,
Right.
Good job, Dallas.
Right. So now we know that, okay, this ain't their number one guy.
Yes.
They got 3 or 4 guys they like, because if they didn't have 3 or 4 of the guys they like, they would not move down from that 24 pick.
Shout out to Rome, man. My boy Rome been on that move down for about 18,000 months.
Yeah,
you know
man.
What I mean? So, salute. And it shows
CFT salute.
So shout out to the intelligence of the Cowboy Nation, man. Like, this is something that actually Cowboy Nation been calling for a move down, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, this is a good
They said the pick is in. Is it official that they moved down?
I don't know.
Calm down. Let's calm down, everybody. Calm down. Let's calm down for a second.
Wait a second.
They're saying the pick is in. They're getting with speculation.
This happens.
I don't see no announcement.
Trade alert.
Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm like, okay.
The draft is dope. I love the draft. The draft is so
Trade
dope.
alert.
Oh, I love you, draft.
They traded the pick. Cowboys traded the pick.
Man, I love you. Listen, this is live, baby. I love you, man. This type of suspense, you can't pay for this. This is like a fourth quarter overtime game right now.
Who y'all trading back for those? Who y'all want?
I'm happy with so many people.
JPJ.
You know what I mean? Listen, I'm sitting here like, bro, you can take Kingsley, you can take Morgan, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
It was smart. Dallas, you're smart for this.
Morgan, JPJ, man, you also can get Tyler Guyton. I wouldn't be mad at any one of those picks.
Dallas, you are smart.
I wouldn't be mad at any of those picks.
Dallas, I want to tell you something. I love you. I love you, Dallas.
I love you.
I do. Hey, listen.
Hey.
I love you, Dallas.
He want Keon, man.
I'm with Keon, bro.
I'm with Keon, too.
Yeah.
I'm with Keon. You trade back, you get Keon, you get some more draft capital, and you roll.
Right, you can roll. I like it.
Hey, Dak been doing calf lifts all summer.
Oh, man, he been doing calf lifts. Dak attack. Is it?
What are we talking about?
Let's go.
Just right now.
Oh, man. Oh, my goodness, man.
Okay, what Detroit doing with that 24, man?
All right, we need you, Ray. Quarterback, Ray. We need you. We need you, quarterback. Did you run out of juice? Did you run out of bullets? Did you go up to 24? I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Ray. We need you to go with your gut.
Could they be going after one of these
Did we already say what
receivers?
the Cowboys are getting? Did we announce that already?
No.
Okay.
I think Detroit. I'm sorry. I was saying I think Detroit could go receiver here.
Yeah.
What is their? They have a solid offensive line in Detroit. So it's not offensive lineman.
You're right.
Has the tackle gone yet from Illinois? The defensive tackle from Illinois.
No, he's still available.
That's a guy that could be a possibility.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In my opinion.
I can look at what's available real quick. So when I look at what's available, we're looking at.
So while you're looking at that,
Graham Barton.
I just want to tell everybody what the Cowboys got.
But they do need an edge. Detroit needs an edge.
What do we get?
Edge.
So the Cowboys got the number 29 pick and the number 73.
That's another third-round pick. Oh, let's go.
Early fourth.
Hold on.
Wait, no. I can't count.
That is a third-round pick.
Yeah, that's early third.
Sorry, math is hard. So yeah, we got a third-round pick. And
Cooper DeJean.
No, Kool-Aid.
We gave up our 24th and our 7th round next year.
Okay. But we got an extra third-round pick. That's huge. Getting the extra
third-round pick
in this draft, that's huge. In this draft, yeah.
Stephen Jones, I'm going to tell you right now, you looking sexy again. You know how people say that you got small, that they call you, what they call Stephen Jones? Baby nuts?
Catboy.
No, you showed some big ones.
That was an excellent trade.
No, did it?
Hey, it's starting to get spicy over here, ain't it?
Stephen Jones.
He said thank you.
I'm over here like, wow.
Hey, boss,
I don't like this pick. I don't like this.
Y'all got TP drunk, man. Look at TP.
He want Keon bad, bro. I don't blame him, bro. I want Keon too.
Man, getting the extra third-round pick, that is huge.
Yeah, bro. I want it, bro.
That extra
time did not scare me. Keon's 40 time did not scare me.
Where do we have issues? Hey, real quick. Where do we have issues at in the red zone?
Yes.
What is Keon gonna do?
A red zone demon.
Let me go.
Hey, but tell TP, man, that is likely not gonna happen. I love you, TP. Just tell him, man. I don't mean to break my boy heart, but TP.
He said it's not gonna happen,
TP, hey.
He said it's not gonna happen.
I'm just being real with you.
All right, who they got? I think they moved.
Bro, they doing all these extra announcements, man.
You know they gonna make it for these ratings.
Hey, real tough. Yeah, they do,
I don't know
bro.
if it's
They
really
do.
helping
If the
the
wrong
ratings.
players come on, we just, man, come on now.
Wow, we got that 73rd pick is huge.
Yeah, that's huge, bro.
That is huge.
That's
they
huge.
just made my day, man.
And I think I did a mock draft with this,
water.
with us trading back with Detroit.
What's that? That's top 10 in the
Apparently, so
third
did
round,
Patrick
ain't
No C Walker.
What you say? What's he?
Huh?
What you looking at?
I'm just looking at different tweets.
Okay. I thought you giving away so much good stuff. I'm over sneaking. Like when she put up her phone, I'll be up.
Now I'm trying to give y'all the heads up.
No,
Keep the
you're doing
conversation
good. I
going.
appreciate it. So I'm looking at available. You looking at Twitter.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
teamwork.
Twitter is a couple minutes ahead. Terry and
Oh
Arnold.
my goodness.
We did say corner. We said corner, right?
Wait.
You said that, Ray.
Did they really make that trade with us for Terry and Arnold?
Yeah, this is beautiful, bro. This is beautiful, bro. Hey, man, this is beautiful.
It's falling into place.
Wait,
oh my goodness.
somebody make this make sense.
Absolutely, bro.
No, it makes total sense. And
They gave us their
Cooper
29
DeJean is
and
still on the
73
board.
because they were afraid Terry and Arnold wouldn't be available in 5 picks.
Teams are scared
well,
of white
he was the
quarterbacks,
next
man.
available on the ESPN
Let's keep it real,
board.
bro.
So
Teams are scared
Okay, I
of
guess
white
it
it
depends on who
depends
you ask.
because he was the next one available.
Come on,
he was
man.
the top
Come on, bro.
availability.
Come on, there was
under
at least
Graham
two.
Barton.
There was two.
I guess it depends on the team.
Yeah, I guess it depends on who
Now,
you ask.
I did also have him ranked high corner.
Nah, bro.
Like as my third top corner. I don't know. But I like his technique. I don't like his speed.
Detroit
My
doing Detroit
knee-jerk
things.
reaction is that's a lot for Terry and Arnold, but I mean,
Yeah.
hey, if the Lions like it, I love it.
Detroit doing
it's him and
Detroit
Dallas.
things.
Not my
Yeah, it's
team.
true.
They had one good season that don't excuse the rest of their history, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Detroit doing Detroit
And
things.
they melted like Detroit.
Come on, man.
You know what I mean? You're right on that.
Man,
Zach.
you don't understand that extra third-round pick. There's a lot of
crazy,
talent,
bro.
okay?
That's crazy.
I mean, you got to think a lot of
That's
Cowboys
crazy.
fans were wishing we still had a fourth, and now we have 2 thirds.
We have
There are some
2/3
guys
now.
that are going to be a slide. What's the center name from Arkansas? There's a center from Arkansas that's coming back. That's going to be there probably.
Yeah.
Georgia.
Linebackers going to be amazing right there.
Amazing there.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Trotter Jr. will be attacked right there.
Going BPA in the
Oh,
second
my
round
God.
now?
We can get our running back there, too.
It's running back. Jonathan Brooks.
We going BPA second round now.
A lot of the debates that I've been hearing have been like, should we take a running back in the second? Should we take a running back in the third?
Now. You got 2/3, you go BPA now.
Exactly. Exactly.
You can get a Blake Corum,
we can get
a
our
Braylon
center,
Allen,
our running back.
Trey Benson.
I think get our center, our new running back, and our linebacker
I
in
don't
the
know if
first
Trey
3
gonna make it
rounds
to the
now.
third. I'm gonna be honest.
You don't think?
I think Trey gonna get picked in the late.
Okay, the Packers pick is in. So let's talk about some of the needs the Packers have in this draft. Some of the, they got Josh Jacobs in the offseason. Xavier McKinney as strong safety. They got a cornerback, Keeson Nixon. Tackle Andre Dillard they got as well from the Titans. They lost David Bakhtiari, but he's had injury issues. So they could go tackle Hill.
Yeah.
This could be a tackle pick right here.
Well,
the Packers will select Arizona tackle guard
Jordan Morgan.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense too. Because just what you just said, they replacing Bakhtiari.
Bakhtiari.
Who do y'all want in the first round?
They go running back.
Who y'all want in the first round, chat?
I
Who
still
y'all
feel
want?
like, he's asking the chat.
Yeah, they just sit here looking at us. Who y'all want in the first round, chat?
Man, this is like a simulator on extra slow.
E. Drizzle said worthy. Wow.
That would be nice for Christian Watson.
Coleman. I'm with Coleman, biggest 2214. Jackson Powers from Antonio Ray. Tavares Doss said not Kool-Aid.
Is nobody saying
we got that
Graham
feedback.
Barton?
I see Coleman. I see Barton. I see BPA.
Yeah, man. I want to say something real quick while we all in suspense.
Yes, sir.
This is so dope, man. This is my first time doing the show with Dak Attack. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate it.
You know what I mean? It's just like just what Ray and Law put together, man.
Yeah,
just,
they're doing their thing.
And not being selfish, not just thinking about themselves, bro. They thought about the community, bro. I snuck up in here. I was like, Law, what you doing on the draft? He was like, me and Ray. I said, let me get in the back door. Boom. You know what I mean? But it's just dope. You know what I mean? And then everybody kind of got their thing. You know what I mean? It just do all this magical content on people I respect. It's just dope.
Yo.
I really did not know while this was happening. Law texted me about this event, and I was like, okay, I might be able to go. I'll let you know if I'm coming. And then I texted him. I was like, yeah, I'll go. And then he was like, okay, I'm going to put you on the flyer. And I was like, put me on the –
Oh, yeah.
What?
So let me tell you a little bit about the backstory of this event.
Okay.
So we had kind of had something in place. We were going to do something months ago.
Yeah.
We wanted to start promoting this thing months ago, but some things fell apart.
Yeah.
We had a lot of hands in the pot.
Right.
So we were uncertain as of 2 weeks ago if we were going to do this.
Oh.
So finally we all sat down like, yo, we're going to do this. Let's do this. Created a game plan.
2 weeks?
Yeah. This is really a week and a half worth of promotion.
Are you serious?
And all this stuff, yeah.
You did all of that in 2 weeks?
Did all this. Now this, I did it probably about a week. All the graphics, that was a week.
Oh, that's crazy.
Planning all this is about a week and a half, 2
you
weeks.
Didn't sleep, bro.
I ain't
sent me
sleep.
the copy of the flyer with me on it in less than 24
Listen,
hours.
Y'all got to light it up for Ray, man. Listen, y'all. I'm a producer. I've done draft shows. This is hard work.
It's a lot of work, man.
You cannot
Seriously.
know all the intel on all
Seriously.
these teams without major work.
Yeah, seriously.
This is looking up all the free agents, all the offseason moves, and it's only to talk about what we might do.
Yeah.
Y'all better clap it up for Ray.
Nah, I appreciate it.
No, for real, you deserve it, bro.
This has really been a great event, honestly.
This is from somebody who went through it, and I didn't do it.
Yeah.
This has been 100 times more fun than I thought I was actually going to have tonight. I didn't expect to actually be on a live stream tonight. I just kind of showed up.
Well, chat, I'm tipsy, so I'm having a great time.
And it helps me, too. I'm going to tell you something, too. It helps me. It helps all of us. So when you got a guy that can give you the background of what these teams did in the offseason, because I'm going to tell you what I was thinking on the way over. I was thinking I need to go ahead and cram these teams to figure out what they did so I can have a better production and a better show. But then Ray the cheat code. So he just give us the intel, and then we can predict what's going to happen because we ready for the picks. But you got to know what the teams have done to be intelligent. So appreciate that, brother.
I also think that's the beauty of working with other people who are good at content because you can kind of bring whatever your strengths are to the conversation. And I feel like tonight we've all done a really good job of playing off each other. So I appreciate that about all of you at least.
Thank you. I'm glad we were able to get all this together.
People, man, but I just need everybody to remember, I'm still wishing on Caleb Williams' downfall.
Why?
All right. Hey, the pick is in. The pick is in. All right, let's find out what the pick is in.
Okay, the Packers.
So I think the Packers need linebacker, corner, guard, DT, safety, and a running back.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft.
Man, announce the pick.
Select Jordan Morgan, tackle Arizona.
Jordan Morgan.
Intel was correct.
We still got Graham Barton. Graham Barton.
She mad, and she don't even know why she mad. She tripping.
Not for real.
I mean, come on now. That pick ain't that bad, girl.
It's really not.
You got a young quarterback you're trying to protect. That's a good pick.
That is a good pick.
Yeah,
and he has that
pick.
flex. You keep it, put him at guard or tackle.
Yeah.
But he's probably gonna be your left tackle of the future.
Is he Samoan? What is he? Hey, I love Samoan offensive linemen, man. Hey, if you've ever played football on any level, then you know usually the strongest dudes on the field are the Samoans, bro. I don't know what it is. It's something about how the breast milk they drinking or something, bro. Samoans
You right
strong
though,
as
man.
hell,
Like
bro.
people gotta really give the Samoan culture their props.
No, seriously.
As a warrior genetic.
Samoan, Tongan, all the Polynesian.
They play football
them.
well, man.
Seriously,
They
bro.
do. They
Seriously.
really do. If we got to give credit to them, man.
And they
as
gritty
a
dudes,
culture,
bro. They
they're
gritty
very
dudes.
good.
Dak Attack, how many
a smart
shots did
team
you
focuses on that.
Because I thought we were taking shots together, but I feel like you snuck something.
Nah, yeah. Nah, I probably had a good, shit, about 8, 9, something around there.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, you know how to work that B-roll? You know how to hit that B-roll real quick?
Yeah, Ray do.
Just real quick. I just want to do something real quick and keep my monetization. Just real quick. You good?
I was wondering whose drink that was.
Jordan Morgan, Arizona. Hey, man, I'm liking how this draft shaking out for us right now.
It's fantastic.
Everything has gone accordingly to plan.
Seriously.
The only more perfect thing for me if Fontana would have failed.
Yeah.
That would have been perfect for me, but
We
overall.
were 4 picks away, bro.
4 picks away.
Picks away.
But picking up an extra third-round pick, like I said, this is amazing.
You still on B-roll.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
You looking at the camera, you still on B-roll.
No, it's also perfect Dak Attack because of all the defense and quarterbacks. You know, the Bo Nix helped us, all his defense. It's just now we have a plethora of offensive linemen that we can pick from.
Yeah.
And then to know that your organization had the nerve to move down. Like,
right.
Okay. With the 26th pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, are y'all ready?
Yeah. Don't do this.
I got to do it.
Don't do this.
Graham Barton.
Don't.
Jackson Powers Johnson's going to be the pick probably.
No, they're not taking JPJ in the first round.
Is it Keon?
No.
I don't know. I don't think it's going to be JPJ in the first round. I feel like they're more likely to take Guyton than JPJ in the first round.
And it makes sense.
I wanted them to have Barton. I really did. And that was, I was thinking about that when they made the trade. I was trying to think about how I would feel.
Do you agree with that? Like JPJ over Tyler, would you take Tyler over JPJ?
Because of what I've heard about JPJ, I would take Guyton over JPJ.
Okay.
Mainly because, now obviously JPJ is a great player, right? Has all the physical attributes that we could ask for. However, what we know about the offensive lineman, especially the center position on the Cowboys, is that you need somebody with a certain level of football IQ and a speediness to how they think and when they read defenses. From what I understand, there's some doubt about what JPJ brings to the table in terms of his football IQ.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what it is, but if it was enough doubt for him to fall in the eyes of the people who are making the decisions, I'm going to trust him on that.
Yeah. There's about 4 positions on the field that got to know what the hell going on at all times. Quarterback, center, middle linebacker, and your safety, bro.
Yeah, well said.
They
perfectly
all
said.
gotta know exactly what's going on the field.
Especially,
Seriously.
especially in this offense, because I think with a lot of the vitriol around how the season went, people have forgotten about PCP and what it looks like on the field. So we're talking about a situation where things might change in the pocket, not only in the pocket, but after they line up. There's pre- and post-snap communication that may happen.
Yeah.
You need somebody who's got it up here in your center position. That is integral.
Yeah, that JPJ, he seemed like a good football player, but the cerebral aspect worries me seriously.
He's not a dumb guy. He's smart, but he just might not be the right kind of smart for the Cowboys.
Right.
Or maybe not quick enough. I don't know what it was.
And then another thing, too, I don't know in what world do you ever pick a center over a tackle. Like, just because,
I think in a world where we have someone who's good at guard and tackle, but a person who's not as good at center and guard.
You know what worlds you do that in? When you mainly run inside zone schemes.
Right, well said. Right.
That's another way to put it.
Yeah, but I will say this, though. I think we started I think we taking left tackle for granted. Like,
no,
way
we
too
are.
much.
100%. 100%.
Like we so addicted to trying to keep Kyler at left guard that we really risking having a kind of insecure blindside protector.
And that's scary, bro.
That's very scary.
The defense's best athletes on the defensive line are going to be over there, bro.
Every time.
Every time.
So quickly, before they announced the Buccaneers pick, let's talk about what they did. Chase Edmonds, running back, they signed. Strong safety, Jordan Whitehead. They got a guard and Randy Gregory.
They re-signed Mike Evans, too.
They are re-signed Mike Evans. Baker Mayfield, of course, they brought back.
Offensive line, maybe?
They could go there. So the things I have them ranking in this order: edge, cornerback, center, guard, wide receiver, running back. In that order.
JPJ.
So right now, Graham Barton is the top ranked.
They're taking Graham Barton.
It's probably going to be Graham Barton, realistically.
He's the top rank availability out of all players
of them?
Yep.
What do we think that means for – why is his name not coming?
Who?
Their quarterback.
Who, Baker?
Yes. What do we think that means for Baker Mayfield?
I think they're going to get JPJ.
Well,
Who's
we know
their center?
they're taking
Who's
Graham
their
Barton.
center? Oh, they're taking Graham?
Yes.
Ouch.
Sometimes that's the risk you gamble when trading back.
Ouch.
But again,
I've been over here lamenting this for the past 5 minutes.
But again, like I said, we didn't stress this enough. You had to have an extra third-round pick.
Is Tyler
That's
Guy still on the board?
He's still on the board.
Yes.
And he's going to be on the board.
He's going to be there, too.
I think that's going to end up being our 29
I think
pick.
that's going to be our pick.
Yep.
I think Cowboys fans, if y'all waiting for a splash.
It's going to be some crazy reactions.
So in my opinion, if somehow scenario is Graham Barton and JPJ are off the board at 29, trade back again. I'm all for that.
Man, you talking, man. Yes. Trade back again. Because you still got Kingsley.
There we go. Call that.
He classified as a center?
Yeah. He played center as a freshman.
And they moved him to tackle. He played tackle.
And he played tackle. So
yeah.
But they classified him as a center?
Yeah, he's going to play center.
Yeah.
Roy Ayers. Yes. Zach Frazier. Now, Zach Frazier's a guy I would like in the second round.
Zach Frazier?
But he has center experience. Graham Barton does have center experience.
Yeah, as a freshman.
He does.
And then when you watch him at tackle, it's exciting because you also know that he has athleticism to climb to the second level.
Damn, the Cardinals already put their pick in.
Look at that. Man, come on.
Woo! The Cardinals knew they wanted.
This is their second pick of the night, the Cardinals.
The first was MHJ, right?
But, you know, Xavier Worthy, he's still on the board.
Who they showing right? Who is this? Oh, Graham.
Yeah, he is.
It would be crazy if after all this O-line talk, we just go
but like
BPA
jerseys,
and
don't
take
Do what?
Right, and that could happen. That would be the sexy pick. And that will be putting pressure on CD Lamb in the contract year, you know? And that does match Dallas.
I asked it earlier, too.
That match Dallas. Dallas move like that. They do.
They did that with Amari.
Right. They did that with Zeke, with Pollard. They did that, obviously, with Dak. So
you're like, we have a history.
Yeah, we got us a nice history. So y'all make sure y'all like this content, man.
Yeah.
Listen, none of us was expecting this. Well, no, we weren't expecting this.
It seems like a lot of fans, I wasn't necessarily expecting this. I've only seen a couple of mocks that involve the Cowboys making this kind of trade, and a lot of fans don't seem to be too upset about losing Barton. Yeah. They wanted more picks, and that's exactly what we're getting.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Oh, Darius Robinson.
Okay.
Okay. That don't hurt us.
You know who's shocked?
Not necessarily.
You know who's shocked? I'm shocked that it's still on the board. The interior defensive tackle out of Illinois. I thought he was going to go higher in the middle part.
What's his name? Akwansa?
I'm not going to even try to pronounce it.
I don't know, something like
but
that.
I'm kind of shocked he's had this slide like this.
Did something pop up?
Hold on. That's my GM. Hey.
My duck. Interesting. All right, Dallas is the next pick, y'all.
So Buffalo, they need a receiver.
Yeah,
this has to be a receiver.
This is either Ladd or Keon. This is either Ladd or Keon right here.
No, what about Worthy? I think Worthy would go before any of those.
They need a number one receiver.
True.
Worthy is not a number
but
one.
I don't see Ladd as a number. You see Ladd as a one?
I see Keon as a one. I see Keon as a one, bro.
Yeah.
He reminds me of a slightly slower Andre Johnson from the Texas. That's who he reminds me of.
That's a good comparison. I like the comparison.
That's who he reminds me of. Because Andre Johnson ran like a 4.4 at the NFL Combine. So.
But if I had to say Dallas right now, it's gonna be Lord Jesus.
Yeah.
All right, we got less than 3 minutes left, and the Buffalo
All right,
Bills are still on the clock.
Buffalo's still on the clock. We just
What do we think that means?
Well, he's asking you a question.
It's going to mean that,
he's asking you a question.
It's going to mean that we hope that we get somebody that we know for sure can make something happen. Because it's right around the corner.
I'm thinking Jackson Powers Johnson for Cowboys.
I got my girl in, and we want to, before she depart, because she about to go, but we want to know, like, what she do, and what do you expect that the Cowboys are going to do with this 29th pick as far as offensive line, defensive line, as far as safety or defensive back in general. Quarterback, it's all open to you. Like, what are your thoughts on the Cowboys?
Yeah, so right now we're looking for some offensive line help. I think that'll make a big impact going into 2024. One of the biggest things that's been, talked about is really just the quarterback. What are we going to do? Are the Cowboys going to make any changes? Are we going to make any decisions? What are we going to do?
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that, going into the draft, focusing on the offensive line. Again, one of the most topics of conversations is the quarterback. What are we doing with the quarterback? Seems like right now we're going to stick with Dak Prescott based on like the conversations that are going on in the sports world. But I think that we can definitely make a difference if we get some assistance with the offensive line.
No doubt. It's just reported that the Buffalo traded their picks, which is cool.
Okay.
All
with
right.
the Chiefs.
With the Chiefs.
It's receiver. It has to be receiver. Absolutely. I think the Chiefs have.
For the Chiefs?
They have to take a receiver right here.
That tracks.
They have to. I'm thinking Xavier Mitchell, because you're about to lose Rice for suspension.
A.D. Mitchell, yeah, A.D.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that.
Oh, he hasn't went yet. Mitchell hasn't gone from UT.
I don't think A.D. Mitchell is gone yet.
Adonai Mitchell?
Yeah. He's not gone yet. So
he could be there. Worthy is still there. Ladd from Georgia. Those are a couple of receivers that can go to that spot. They definitely need a receiver because you're about to lose Rice for some games.
Yeah.
He's going to be going.
Most certainly. Can you give the audience your background?
Yeah, so my name is Tanya Diaz. I'm a sports journalist. I've been really doing broadcast journalism, really tapping into my media side as well and the PR side. So really trying to get involved into the sports world.
Yeah. Okay, so that's great. I love hearing that. Those are the things you do. How long you been doing it?
Yeah, so I started off with local news. Really quickly decided that's not really what's keeping me excited, Grew up really watching sports, specifically football. And so I really decided to combine football and journalism. And that's really what has been kept me going. I find it more interesting, and so I've been doing it for about 2 years now.
About 2 years now, that's what's it. That's what's it. Hey, I just wanted to bring you out. I know you're about to roll.
Yeah.
And I wanted the people, the audience, to see who you are. So it appears that Worthy from the Longhorns is now going to the Chiefs. Oh, not going to the Bills, I believe.
Yeah.
No. The Chiefs. They're going to the Chiefs. So, God, dog, it's crazy. So maybe they jumped up to get those wide receivers before we get a chance. I appreciate you so much for jumping in.
No, I appreciate you for having me out.
Give a shout out to all of the people that you know again before we let you go.
No, I would definitely like to really shout out everyone who's been riding with me through my career, if anything. Really appreciate you guys, if anything, for what you guys are doing. Really want to shout you guys out. You guys are doing things that are big. And so coming in here and knowing what you guys are knowing and putting on for people like me that are coming up is a really big thing. So I really want to shout y'all out, if anything.
Most certainly. I appreciate you so much.
Yeah, of course.
You have a good night, and I
Yes,
thank you so much. Let's go.
Of course. Come on.
Hey, so real quick while I'm thinking about this. Did the Kansas City Chiefs lose their center in the offseason?
No.
No? Okay.
Creed Humphrey's still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I got confused with Cushenberry.
Yeah.
I think that's what I got confused with for a second.
yeah.
I'm going to say, wait a minute. You think they're jumping up for JPJ here real quick?
Right.
I think it's receiver. I think the pick is going to be receiver.
Yeah, probably so to help
or tackle.
No, it's Xavier Worthy from what I resources.
Yeah, I think they want that Blazer. They're trying to replace Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
They want that
trying
Blazer.
to replace.
Yeah.
It's been some season.
Yeah, we got Boss Cowboy coming back in the building, man.
Yes, indeed.
Let's go.
We appreciate you so much. Thank you for jumping in. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's get it, baby. Good job. Man, it's been a great so far, man. A great segue. 1409 North Collins Street. Come on down to Shakertin to get on in. We got the unbelievable draft party, the draft time for your mind. Hey, we getting it, man. It's about time for the Cowboys
to pick.
Let's
go.
On the clock once again. Now they better not trade back again now.
No, I don't think they're doing it.
Honestly, I wouldn't be upset if they did trade back again.
Well,
more picks in this draft.
Well, yeah, it depends on the situation here, but I think that the guys that they like are still sitting there, which is why they felt confident to give up a 24th pick.
Dude, I'm thinking Jackson Powers Johnson.
It could very well be.
That may be the pick. I'm thinking.
It could very well be. I think they like my guy out of Oklahoma, Guyton. I think they like him a lot as well. I think he's the prototype Cowboys type tackle. So that makes a lot of sense too. Also, the tackle from BYU, big fella, is a good guy who's a mover and shaker as well. So those are some options for the Dallas Cowboys, but we never know, man. We'll see what they were thinking here in a couple minutes.
Yes, indeed,
but
man.
Guyton was more of a right side player, correct?
Yes, he was a right side player, but the athleticism, the reach, the footwork, he projects to be a guy that can go left or right based upon all detailed scouting reports. And remember, if you had Tyron Smith when he first came into the league, he was a right tackle.
Yeah.
Then he moved into a left tackle. And so he even played right tackle at USC before he was the left tackle at USC.
Yeah.
So, I always like to point things like that out because you're looking at athleticism, you're looking at the upside, you're looking at athletic ability and the ability to kick and move in space.
Yes, indeed, man.
Okay, look like the pick is in here
look
for
like
the
pick is in, and shout out to Paul, man. He said shout out to me, shout out to you, man. Shout out to everybody. Let's get some fire in the chat. I need to see fire all
Let's go.
And shares. I need to see y'all share this, man.
Sharing this
the Dallas Cowboys move down for you.
We got 1,350 people watching.
We got to get to 2,000 now. Come on now. Stephen Jones moved down for you. He moved down for you. Reward Stephen Jones with a share, man. Y'all didn't think that was going to happen. We said publicly we didn't think that was going to happen.
Right.
Let's go.
We said it was the right thing to do, and they did it.
They did it.
So you got to reward Stephen Jones, man. He wasn't baby nuts. He was big nuts.
Hey, hey, look, baby boy Jones stood up tall.
He
so we're going
did.
to give you credit for standing up tall.
He did. Come on now.
baby.
So now we got to pick in with the Chiefs.
And somebody informed us what was the actual trade that we got.
We got the extra third-round pick.
We got a third-round
That's
pick.
great value. That's
Law.
great
We
value.
got a third-round pick, Law.
Yeah.
All of us would have been happy with
We
a
got pick
fourth-round
number
pick.
73.
God.
That's early on in that third round.
Yeah.
That's really good.
That's a
So
lot
that-
of premier talent.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's linebacker,
Still.
that's running back. You know, that's so much. That's corner.
Yes.
People sleeping on corner.
Yeah.
Man.
Here's what I'm thinking you do. I think the second round pick is going to be running back.
Come on with it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I actually agree. I agree with that.
I think that's where it's going to be.
I agree with that because I think the Cowboys have to make a priority to get a starting running back that can take that punishment.
That's going to be Brooks.
I agree with it.
I know you got your shades ready. I know you got your shades ready, boss. Where you
I ain't even got the shades, big dog. I messed it up, man.
Hey, man, look. Xavier Worthy. Hey, they got the Blazers.
They got the sexy pick.
They got the Blazer. Hey, they got the Blazer. They got the Blazer. They got the Blazer. Yes, I already said that. I said that. I said that.
I like it.
I told y'all we said it before. We said it before.
I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Oh, Dallas, Texas. Hey, y'all get ready. We finna celebrate up in Dallas, Texas. Y'all get ready for the celebration.
Let's go, baby.
Share it.
Let's go.
Share.
Sharing is caring. Let's do it.
I'm looking at you.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm looking at you. Everybody in the chat, I challenge you.
Yeah.
Do your part.
Yeah.
We have brought you
Come on with
Shakertins.
Yes.
This is dope.
Let's go.
This is the best draft show.
Yes, sir.
All you got to do.
Let's go, baby.
Share.
That's right.
The Lord might reward you.
He might reward you. You might get a blessing.
The pick
might
is
get a
already in.
blessing.
Share.
Dallas already got their pick in, so they knew who
yeah.
they were
So
getting.
so then we know who they like, right? They like Guyton, right? Hey, you got Guyton in there. You got the BYU tackle there. It's probably Guyton there. It's probably Guyton.
You get hype, bro.
Guyton makes
The
sense.
Chiefs
Come on
got it,
now.
bro. They're like, bro, where you at?
Guyton's part of the pick.
Yeah, Guyton does make sense.
Guyton's the pick. Hey,
what it is.
I said, look, I said this early on in the draft show. I said that Tyler Guyton is a prototypical Dallas Cowboy type tackle.
He is. Yeah.
He's tall, he's long, he's athletic, he has tremendous upside, he moves well in space. He's a guy they can train and cultivate in a quick amount of time to turn into a starting caliber tackle for the Cowboys, man. And he'll end up doing a great job too.
Dallas Cowboys, baby. I love you right now. Just today, you still got to earn. You got to keep my love though tomorrow. But today, I love you. I'm looking at you. I want you. You have won me back tonight. You have forsaken me from Green Bay.
Hey,
but I love you right now.
But you know what? Altogether, I think they're going to draft interior. They're going to either go with center or they're going to go with interior. They're going to go with interior guard.
So that would be JPJ.
JPJ is going to be on the map.
Yeah, he's still.
It's going to be that. It's going to be a situation where
you don't think they go tackle over center? Because you know.
I think that they're going to go JPJ.
Okay.
And here's the reason why. They picked up an extra third-round draft pick. I think that's where they're going to get their running back at. I think that they're going to get all of those things going from there. Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to be Tyler Guyton. I did the Xavier Worthy dance because I know it's going to be Tyler Guyton. Yeah.
Listen, y'all. Did you share?
I hope they make a meme out of me because that's the only way we can get some doggone interaction here. Because
let's hear it.
Look at our Dallas Cowboys. Look at them, man. We look so good. Look, we the best looking in there. Listen, y'all. Look at our super fans. Just look at our super fans. Don't they look so good?
We everywhere in here.
Look, who got super fans like us?
Yeah, man. Nobody.
Yeah.
Hey, is it Powers or is it Guyton?
It's gonna be Guyton.
I wish it was Powers though.
It's gonna be Guyton.
I want Guyton over Powers.
Here's a scenario.
Let's see.
Let's
we got it right here.
Come on with it.
Let's go, Dallas. Guyton.
There we go.
Good job, Dallas.
There we go. Good job.
Sir.
Good pick. Good job on that pick. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. That's a guy that's going to
tackle always over center.
That's the highest value. You never go center over tackle.
You a Dallas Cowboy now, my brother.
You never go tackle over center.
Come on now.
Look at it. Yeah. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's talk about what's going to happen.
Look, man, so now what we have the ideal of Tyler Smith staying at left guard.
Yes.
Because they're going to try to get this young man ready in a short amount of time to go out there as a rookie and hold down that left guard tackle position. Now, if we run into a hiccup, we do have the option because we have the depth with TJ Bass. We also have Hallman. So we can bump out Tyler Smith still to left tackle if this young man needs more time to develop because he's not starting over Terrence Steele. So he's a big, strong guy. I like the way he moves, man. I like his punch, man. I like his athleticism. It's a good pick for the Cowboys. Don't hate on that pick. That's a good, look at that. That's a good pick. Great hand placement. He's very long. He's tall. He's what the Cowboys like. He's the type of player. He got to work on some technical stuff. That's all true. But the length, the athleticism, the upside, the ability to add muscle and mass to his strength, because he looks thin. Even at his size now, he looks thin. He has room to put on more muscle mass and turn into really a more powerful player.
Let me also add, when you look at Tyler Guyton, you can't look at Tyler Guyton in a vacuum. You got to look at Tyler Guyton in the room he's walking into.
Right.
And you got to look at the history of the Dallas Cowboys with the people that walked into that room. When you walk into that room, there's a character, there's a standard, there's a fraternity. And that fraternity has a standard that we saw it with Tyler Smith last year. We saw him go from big cheeks to small. We saw it, and we saw it in a short period of time. It means that likely we go get exactly what we've always got, an all-pro.
Yes.
So if you don't expect an all-pro, you don't know your history. Yeah. Now, if you're looking at it in the vacuum, you're upset. Right. But if you're looking at it, when you look at the seed and the soil that it's going into, you should be excited.
Yeah, Duke Manyweather, one of the best consultants, coaches, developmental guys in the world at what he does. Shout out to him and what he does, O-line masterminds. He's fantastic. He's the key pivotal part to why the Cowboys can make picks like this.
Yeah.
To where guys need to come in. They need a month, 6 months, 4 months of work to kind of craft their skills, their sets, their hands, and be ready to play on a Sunday.
OC, as an experienced offensive lineman, can you walk us down the track that's going to get this guy ready?
Yeah, so if you look at Tyler Guyton, man, he has all of the raw materials. What you want to work on with him is hand placement, and you want to work on the ability to slide deep into his kicks. That's what he's going to need transitioning from right side to left side to be successful versus the speed rushes he will go against as a rookie. He needs to be able to get more depth on his slide. In other words, get the inside leg back, and then go wide, or back, and play ball. He's used to sliding at a 45-degree angle out of college because he was the short side tackle or the strong side tackle playing on the right side. So it's those details. I think that athletically he can pull, he can cover people up, but I think his hip level needs to be lower. His leg strength has to improve, and his hand placement has to improve.
Law. You know what they don't talk about?
What do they don't talk about?
They don't talk about how his coach preferred this too. Nobody talks about that, the length. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Law, I know you talked about that before.
Yeah. Now here's the thing, though. When we talking about Mike Solari and his scheme, you want to pull guys, and Tyler Guyton, if anything he got in his bag, he is athletic.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And I get it. You know, I was animated with the Xavier Worthy. We kind of already knew that he was going to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But I knew that the Cowboys were going to look at offensive linemen, and I would prefer Jackson Powers Johnson because I like to build from the inside out.
Yeah.
But what we're going to do now, I think by far, TJ Bass may be our interior center.
Competition.
Or, your competition, Brock Hoffman.
Yeah.
So my thing is,
well, the draft isn't over with yet.
Yeah,
so I mean, we don't know.
Well, basically the draft is over with for the Cowboys. And I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that basically for the first round draft pick, I'm looking at how Tyler Guyton can fit in. To me,
yes.
Awesome Richard got a leg up over him,
yes.
right? Because he's been already a year in with this particular system.
Right.
Now, Tyler Guyton, can he get low? Can he keep pad levels low? He's standing a little too tall.
Let's see what they got here.
He is athletic, so we'll see from
they're
there.
putting the pick here for Ravens. Let's see what they're going to go.
Yeah.
And we'll come back to this point in a second.
Yeah, this is good, though. You know, because it's a lot to talk about.
So they went with Wiggins. Your cornerback.
I like him.
I was not expecting this live for Cooper DeJean.
But really quick, going back to your point, Law, about Guyton and about Richards having the leg up on him.
Right.
If you look at this thing parenthetically, they draft Guyton because they see him as a player that's above Hassan Richards, right?
True.
At this point, right?
True.
And he's a first-round draft pick, and we know their philosophy.
True.
If we draft him, we got to play him.
True.
So he's going to get every opportunity to be successful. And honestly, looking at him versus Hassan Richards, he looks better than Hassan Richards, way better, right? As a rookie coming out of college than Hassan Richards did. So I think he has a big leg up. I think Hassan Richards will be fighting for his life, fighting to be a backup at this point, and it really is going to be Guyton's job to lose.
But
that's how I see it.
It's a hope for Austin, man.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I have to think about it. Actually, it's not. But I will say this, man. Don't let nobody talk you out this pick.
No doubt, man. Appreciate you, man. Hey,
don't let nobody talk you out this pick.
So we batting really good with offensive linemen, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we look at the grade of Tyler Guyton. You know, I was talking to JC Network. He was breaking him down, and he said he even played running back in high school. So
he athletic.
Yeah, he's athletic. He get out in space. One thing we're gonna do more pull traps, right?
Yeah.
So that means getting out of space, pin and pull. So break that down from an offensive line philosophy. The OC. Break that down.
So pin and pull is basically when you block down on the defensive end or the end man on the line of scrimmage, and you pull around your tackle as a lead blocker in space. That's what you call a pin. You're trying to pin in the end man on the line of scrimmage so you can pull around a big guy and get a big guy on a small guy to create lanes for your running back.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Another thing I don't think people are discussing is the mentality of Tyler. He's the type of guy you want, man. He mean.
Yes.
He's mean, man.
Yes.
Come on now. Like, and that's going to add to the additional meanness. Did y'all like when Dak did this? When he ran over? Did you like when your tight end did this over somebody's head? That continues that.
Right.
You got another guy that fits the perfect mentality of your offense.
And that guy's a hard-working guy because he's going to be the guy to come in and be like, I'm not letting y'all down.
Yes.
Like, I'm not going to be the weak link.
Yes.
I'm not going to be the guy to come in and stink it up. I'm going to give everything I got. And he's in a room of Pro Bowlers and one Hall of Famer now to say that, look, man, hey, this is the standard, this is the level, and this is what I got to play to.
Right. Just check off another All-Pro, man. And I'm going to tell you what the Dallas Cowboys going to say. They going to say they got their guy. That's the Tyron Smith replacement. And they're going to be able to sell that. They're going to sell that. It's a good sale.
Yeah.
It's a good sale.
Yeah.
So for anybody that was mad about Tyron Smith, we did another good job of replacing. Because I'm going to tell you right now, the Dallas Cowboys, we don't build in the draft. We replace through the draft. This is a great replacement. And that's what we do. And so this is something that we all should be excited about. You know, now he's going to have to earn it. He's going to have to show us. So if you have doubts, nobody have no problems with that. There's no problems. If you sitting back like, show me, I'm cool with the show me state.
Yeah.
I just feel good about it because I feel good about the soil. If you don't like the seed, that's fine. But you have to count the soil that the seed is going into. I feel great. I feel great. And I'm sitting next to the great Candy. My nails look better than yours.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they do.
My boss nails look better. Who are you talking about?
I was talking about the pick we just got, Tyler.
I love it.
You love it?
Absolutely, yes.
You do?
Yes.
Oh, man. I feel good about it, too.
You know we were going to pick an offensive lineman. I was hoping for Keon Coleman this early on, but I knew it wasn't going to happen.
Me too. I knew it.
But
this
is as great a pick as any that we could get.
I agree.
We need someone to fill Tyron Smith's big shoes that he left behind. And you know what? I don't know what our run game is going to look like.
Yeah.
We haven't made any big moves as far as running back.
Yeah.
So if we're going to have someone blocking for Dak and leaving all this time for him to throw, we need somebody else aside from CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb, our number one wide receiver, is great, but we know they'll double team him, triple team him, and we need a big option for him to throw to. So I think this is the perfect setup
it is for
us to go get Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
But in the meantime,
hopefully with that look, I hope so.
I hope we're that lucky.
That's a good thought.
I mean, the reason why I'm excited about this move is because it came along with an extra third-round pick.
Oh.
And I feel like now that we've made this move, we really can't go wrong moving forward.
Yes.
You know, it just gives us so many options. Like, there were so many people, right, who were like, we need a fourth-round pick. I can't believe we don't have a fourth. There's too many holes.
Yeah. Being honest.
Yeah. And so now we have 2/3 to look forward to.
Yes.
A lot of us wanted Graham Barton. I'm one of those people.
I like him.
But if somebody was like, hey, we can either get Graham Barton and keep the draft as it is, or you can get Tyler Guyton and another third-round pick, I think I would have chosen option B, you know?
Yeah.
Just because of the room that it gives us, especially when you consider everything Mike McCarthy said about needing people who can come in and make an impact. I think this gives us more options to choose those types of people.
Absolutely right.
Real quick, I want to say one more thing. She can sing in my mic. She can sing in my mic, Law. Jazz, you good. Oh. I want to say one more thing.
Yeah.
Just one more thing.
Grab it.
Yeah. She can take mine.
She can take his.
She can take mine. So I'll say this real quick. If you really wanted Tyler Smith to stay at left guard, clap your hands. You just got it. I'm serious, right? If you wanted Tyler Smith to stay at left guard, you just got it.
Right.
So to me, this is the Dallas Cowboys.
Exactly.
I'm proud of you today. I'm just gonna be honest.
I am, because
we've been very mad after Green Bay. This is the day you should be happy.
We needed this win.
We needed this, man.
We
They
needed
moved
this
down
big
for you,
move.
Dallas. All of us been saying move down. All of us, and they did it for you.
Let's see
man.
what the 49ers are doing.
Hey,
the
can
49ers.
we hear you sing?
Yeah.
Can you come sing for us?
1 second. Let's see what the 49ers are going to do real quick, real quick. Let's see what the pick is for the 49ers.
One more second. All right.
Damn, he wasn't the first? Oh, my Lord.
Before I go, I want to tell everybody, man, thank you. Thank you, Law. Thank you, Ray. I really appreciate what y'all put together.
Yeah, we
all your hard work. Thank you, Candy.
Thank you, Bob.
That's for killing it. You know, obviously, thank you, Jazz, OC. Just thank everybody. Thank the chat.
Hell yeah.
Thank y'all for sharing, man. Listen, this is fantastic, and we finna end it on a dope song.
But before you go, could you see a situation Dallas trades up in the second round? Where's Jackson Power? If Jackson Power Johnson doesn't go right here, he's gonna go in the second round. You think he takes a slide in that second round?
Oh my God, we're gonna get our center.
I think he do probably take a slide, and then I think that the Cowboys will go ahead and scoop JPJ up in a second.
I will cry tears.
But let her go ahead and sing this.
Or Zach Frazier.
Yeah. We're going to get this going one way or another. Appreciate everybody, man, for tuning in. Candy, you can stay right there and groove with her. Come on.
Okay, I'm going to be the backup singer. I'm not going to sing, though. I'm going to be the silent backup singer.
And let me know how you sound. And give me a 1-2. Give me a 1-2.
1-2.
Now bring it all the way up here. Bring it all the way up.
Janet Jackson over there. Janet Jackson.
Control. Yes, indeed. I'm DJ Law right now.
Okay.
Yeah. And we're going to get it going.
This is fun.
Yeah. And give me 1 second here. Say something again.
Hey, what's good, y'all? How's everyone doing tonight?
Yeah,
we're doing amazing. We're gonna be doing it.
We're gonna bring you up and lower everybody else, and we're gonna let me go from right here.
This is fun.
Trying to fill a void where I left my heart tearing you apart. Cause I ain't no toy. It could have been us, but you had other bitches. And it could have been us, but you ain't about your business. You know I'm a boss. Gonna take that loss, take that. You the one it costs, not me. I put my shit like ecstasy. Oh, ain't no end in my view. Loving you for that new you, new boo. Had to trade you in for him. Now you gotta watch us win, and it's just like that. Why you be reaching, swear you be preaching, but you were good for nothing. It's full of excuses, don't tie up your loose ends. Say goodbye to my loving, damn. Short decisions, but you ain't never listen. Gonna take that loss, take that. You the one that costs, not me. I pop my shit like ecstasy. Oh, ain't no L in my view. W for that new you, new boo. Had to trade you in for him. Now you gotta watch us win, and it's just like that. Like you've been getting paid not to act right. Such a waste of my damn time. Don't mess with my money, that's my lifeline. Get on my way with that bullshit, cause I'm about mine. Easy shit. I pop, click, clack, stop fucking with me like that. Oh, I'ma hit you with a love. How did I get that stuff? I don't be like that.
Yeah. Put y'all hands together,
Beautiful.
man. There's Victoria. Hey, they love it. They love it. Yes, indeed. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we got the ladies in the house. Yes, indeed. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much for having me, y'all.
Yes, indeed.
Go Cowboys.
Let's go Cowboys.
That's right.
Yes,
How about those Cowboys?
Yes, indeed. You just never know what's going to happen over here in Shakertin.
You got it.
Yeah, let's go. Appreciate you so much. Let's go. All right.
I think the Panthers traded up. Now they have a pick
they?
in the first round. The Panthers didn't have a first-round pick this draft. They are traded up to the last pick of the first round. So look what it's going to be.
Big guy.
Carolina is moving from 33 to 32.
Yeah, I said that, yeah.
Okay, sorry. I missed that while I
They
was.
still need a receiver, too, there in Carolina. They can use a center, cornerback, edge, tight end, and running back. So let's see the pick is in. Let's see what it is going to be. The last pick of the first round.
The Carolina Panthers select Xavier
Oh, come on, Roger Goodell.
Wow, that's kind of a reach.
So they traded up.
I mean, it's not that big of a reach. He did to go early second round, in my opinion. But that's it. That's the first round. I give the Denver Broncos an F for taking Bo Nix. F. You get an F for that pick. You traded her for Bo Nix. F. That's an F.
Are you still upset about the Bo Nix pick?
Do it.
That's what you took from the whole day?
No.
He's been holding on to that Bo Nix thing. He's been upset about it.
I don't think you were at the table when I gave my Sean Payton spiel, were you? I want to get your perspective on this.
Okay.
So a lot of people are making fun of the Broncos for.
Let's ride.
Come on.
A lot of people are making fun of the Broncos right now for having the worst quarterback room in the NFL. I can't really argue with that. However, my point was that I think Sean Payton probably really believes that he can do something with that room. So we're talking about the same Sean Payton who took Drew Brees, who, for a while Drew Brees was known as being non-athletic, more so of a game manager, not really anything special. He turned Drew Brees into a Hall of Famer.
Right.
He made Jameis Winston look like a competent quarterback.
Right.
So do we think, considering all that, that maybe for the Broncos, Bo Nix could be a good pick?
Here's my thoughts, and I was telling other people, this is Sean Payton. He's like, I'm going to prove it to you that I make quarterbacks. Give me the quarterback that I want. I feel that I can mold and watch me do my work. I don't think he wanted Russell Wilson.
No,
I don't think he liked Russell Wilson at all.
Not at all.
That was an odd situation. Now he has Zach Wilson, who traded for him. Then he has drafted Bo Nix.
I mean, it's going to have to be a show and tell for him at this point. He
Man.
had Russell Wilson, and they obviously weren't compatible. Coach and quarterback duo, I think you're absolutely right that he's going to – he picked his quarterback, Bo Nix, and he's going to work with that, and we'll see if he turns him into the quarterback for this program.
From the stories we've heard about Sean Payton, we know he has a certain coaching style. We know that he coaches hard. We know that he's not afraid to get in a guy's face.
Right.
We know that he's not afraid to even, talk down to a guy in front of other players.
Which was the problem.
Which was
with
the problem.
with
with
Russell Wilson. Yes.
Maybe it's not a problem with Bo Nix. And
it might not be. That's why I say the coaching style and the player style might match in this case, and he's absolutely right.
Exactly.
He wanted Bo Nix.
While the rest of the NFL fan base is looking at this like it makes no sense, maybe Sean Payton met Bo Nix and was like, you know what? This is what I need. We need each other. People might not get it, but I can make this work.
Right.
Now, let's talk about what the Cowboys did tonight. Unless I missed that part. I might have missed that part.
Okay.
No, but we can run it back.
So, from what I'm seeing on Twitter, it seems like there's mixed feedback in terms of the Guyton pick.
Of course.
There's some mixed feedback when we had Tyler Smith. Look how that turned out. Mixed pick. Remember some mixed signal when we drafted Travis Frederick. How did that turn out for you? I'm going to put it out there. The Cowboys really rarely, I don't think they've missed when they've drafted offensive linemen in the first round. I trust them. When it comes to offensive linemen in the first round.
No, dead on with that.
I trust them. Yeah. So
one thing I can say about the Cowboys is when it comes to offensive linemen, they look not only for the physical qualities, but they look for the mental ones as well. They look for people who are not just a force on the field to be reckoned with, but who will also fit in with the rest of the O-line in terms of communication, in terms of football IQ, in terms of how they read the defense, and how they interact with the quarterback. So I think considering all those things, assuming that the Guyton pick falls in line with that, which up until this point, everything I heard suggested that is the case, I think this is going to be a good pick. You add in that the size, 6'7", 322 pounds, reportedly 11% body fat or less. When it comes to somebody I want protecting Dak Prescott, there's not much more that I could ask for than an actual boulder, an agile, relatively fast boulder on the field saying, stay the fuck away from my quarterback,
I love that, agile boulder. And then Tyron Smith, with him being gone, those are big shoes that have to be filled, and you hit the nail on the head. Someone has to be mentally strong in that space, and that's Dak's blind side, our left side. That's where we need it the most at this point. So
100%.
Having him come in, I get the Twitter backlash, the back and forth, the apprehensiveness, but I think that is absolutely the best pick that we could have hoped for tonight.
Yeah.
I think with him there, and us still having Tyler Smith at guard, I'm assuming that that's what it means. I think we're doing pretty good there, especially considering the fact that it's not just Guyton. We got Guyton and an extra third-round pick tonight.
Yes.
That, in terms of how a lot of people thought tonight was going to play out and how the fan base in general is feeling about the front office, I feel like this is one of the best scenarios that Cowboys fans could have asked for.
Yeah, absolutely.
You let the board come to you. You didn't dictate, you didn't panic and move up, and you let it fall to you. Like I said, I was still looking linebacker later on this draft. Maybe you still address center. You don't know what you have in our guy Brock Hampton. He hasn't been a starter yet in this league. Maybe there's something there. You don't know, but you want to have all your ducks in a row.
Yeah.
Try to get a center in this draft at some point.
So do you think center is next? Do you think that's the next priority that we need to draft?
It's hard to say.
Sorry, go ahead. My bad. I'm sorry.
It's hard to say if it's next because I think so many of us were looking at it being first round, or I'll at least speak to myself. I was hoping that the center move would be a first round move. So I haven't thought as much as I probably should have about centers that would be picked in the second or third round. I don't think it would be a bad idea, but I do think that there are some running backs and linebackers that it might make more sense to take at this point, considering what's left on the board for center.
I think if it was me and I had to choose, you didn't see too many linebackers go. There's going to be some stud linebackers. Peyton Wilson out of North Carolina State, some guy I really like. Edrin Cooper out of A&M. Those are some guys that if they're there around that time, I'm taking those over.
Over running back?
Over running back. This is a deep running back class, okay? Now, as far as the starting running back, I think day one starter, you got Jonathan Brooks. I think could be a day one starter. I think Trey Benson. I think Jonathan Brooks is going to go in the second round. Right. Now, if he falls to you, take him.
I want Trey Benson, if not.
At this point, I think let's get the best player available at the needs we have, okay? Yeah. So there's a better, higher rated linebacker there versus, a running back. I'm going to go with that linebacker because the only linebacker we did sign is Eric Kendricks. But you do have Overshawn coming back from an injury who missed his whole rookie year. We don't know what he's going to be able to bring. So that's an option. What's going to happen with Damone Clark? Where they're going to move him? Micah's definitely getting some snaps at linebacker at some point. I personally
even though they
for sure. He's not going to be an every down DN. I think
that was more on the paper move.
Yeah.
On paper move.
They had to pay him more, basically.
Yeah.
That's what that boiled down to. But Yeah, but there's a lot of good interior linemen still in this draft. Connor Beebe out of Kansas State.
Yeah.
He's primarily a guard. That is still an option, but you always need depth on his offensive line. Zach Frazier, that's probably one of the top interior offensive line. He probably could play center as well, too.
Yeah.
I always forget this guy's name. He's a center coming out of Arkansas. That's a guy that you get there probably third, fourth round. He'll probably be there. Also, I think the center out of Georgia, if I believe. Van something. I can't.
Let me ask this. I haven't heard anyone mention wide receiver yet. Are we not looking at wide receiver?
I don't think it's
later on.
I think it'll be like a later on.
I think it'll be a later on because
I think so too. I was hoping that we would address wide receiver a little earlier, but I understand why not.
I think what it is with the other positions, we're still looking for someone to take over that number one role. We still need a linebacker who's ready to come in and be really impactful. Even though we have 6 running backs, we don't have the type of running back that a lot of Cowboys feel like we need to, like, especially when it comes to red zone scenarios, right? But when it comes to wide receiver, we're just like, CD needs help.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But I feel like subconsciously a lot of us are kind of like,
the other
but it'll
positions
be
are more
all right
urgent
if he don't really get the kind of help that he could. Like,
I mean, because we still have. I mean, we have Brandon Cooks. Michael Gallup has gone on, but I think because of
We've got
CD's
Cooks, we've got
production
Tolbert.
rate, Cooks' production, we're okay with them being
And
as
don't
is
forget
and
about Jake
addressing.
Ferguson. Jake Ferguson's getting a lot of receptions,
yeah.
too.
Jake
So-
Ferguson
So
as
between
well.
Ferg, Cooks, Tolbert, and
We
I
feel
mean,
like we have a bit of a
and Dak
safety
and
net
Cooks
there.
will have had all like 6 months to work on that corner route, right?
Yeah.
Like, hopefully they'll have it down next season. We get a couple of completions out of that. That would be awesome. But no, I think if it's one of the linebackers that you mentioned in the second round available, I think we should take it. I don't think we want to play the same games like we played with Graham Parton. But if something happens and they're not there, I think it would make sense to take a running back in that position and then wait till the third round for a center.
I think the premier choice at running back is definitely going to be Jonathan Brooks. That is the number one name when it comes to running backs in this draft. For me, it goes Brooks, Benson.
I would love Brooks, but I think Benson would fall to us.
Yeah, I think Brooks, Benson, I like. Then also I like Bucky Irving.
Okay.
Irving, I'm sorry. Is it Bucky? I
No,
think
that's
Bucky,
right, Bucky Irving.
Coming out of Oregon. Braylon Allen coming out too. Then later on in the draft, Ali coming out of Marshall. That's a guy. You got a Blake Corum too out of Michigan. I think this will be a running back by committee probably. So
we have
that's what
pretty
it is
good
right
choices
now.
there.
yeah.
Now, you mentioned BB earlier. Now, I haven't heard anything suggesting that BB is going to go before the third round. So I feel like even if we're still looking at someone like them, we could still like wait a while.
Yeah.
We can still sorry, I get distracted so easily.
Yeah.
We can still wait a while and still get someone like BB.
But I think Zach Frazier is the guy that intrigues me the most. But also Jackson Powers Johnson didn't go in the first round. So
That's a name that I've heard come up a lot.
But
I feel like JPJ has fallen on a lot of people's boards.
I heard a lot of concussion issues he had.
That was a
He was having
concern.
concussion issues. So you never know.
I heard the concussion
I've heard
issues
that
were
those
fine,
concerns,
but
I
he's
had
just
heard
not
they
that
had gone
bright.
away. Oh, wow.
And also,
You're just going to lay it out there for us, right? He's not that bright.
But Dallas, we have what I call the second round. It's called the Blue Star Special. That's where you get,
What is that?
The Blue Star Special. Injury prone, guys that have injury history, criminal history, off the field issues.
Stop it.
The Blue Star Special. Guys that could be first rounders.
It's true, though.
Guys that could have been first round picks, but they fell to the second. Like Jalen Smith, injury history. Cowboys took him. Randy Gregory. Randy Gregory had issues off the field. We took him. Boss man fat Kelvin Joseph had some off the field issues. Took him in the second round. I could keep going. We take these gambles in the second round and shit ain't hit really. So
I feel like has mixtapes on SoundCloud is another bullet point we need to add to the Blue Star Special. Like injury prone, criminal history.
Sean Lee. Sean Lee was
years.
also Sam Williams. Thank you, Jose Plays.
Wait, we don't need to run it down.
Yeah.
We get it.
Yeah. So Let's see who's got some red flags in this draft. Ooh.
So that's who's going to stick out to us. Their red flags are
I just thought about somebody. Sweat. Just came to my mind from Texas. Blue Star Special, baby.
No, what was crazy about that situation was the number of Cowboys fans who, as soon as it was reported that he had that charge, like it was like, oh, welcome to the Cowboys. I'm like, y'all, stop. This is so inappropriate.
It's inappropriate, but
not wrong.
Yeah.
Inappropriate, but not wrong.
They're like, it fits right into our criteria, yes.
Yes, exactly. It's like how Skywalker still is always like, Catboy criteria.
And so,
gotta do DUI within 3 months of this.
He's got him on speed dial.
Guys, we're not talking about them. We're just saying the facts that are out there in the public.
Man, I forgot what I was about to say. I was about to say something
now
else
we
over
have 4 bullet points on the Blue Star Special. Injury history, criminal history, DUI within months of the draft.
And a mixtape on SoundCloud.
Has a mixtape on SoundCloud.
Check. All right, we're going to check the
You are
box.
a second-round pick for the Dallas Cowboys.
But
oh, my God.
But I must iterate because the lack of moves in free agency, the Cowboys have to hit a home run in this draft.
But I think they started off right.
They started off
appeased
great.
fans with this first pick for now.
And if I'm being completely honest, last year's draft was ass. It was ass.
I mean,
utter garbage.
You're not wrong.
Pure garbage.
You're not wrong.
What the draft was.
I argue with you, but that's hard.
Like I said, we didn't get nothing from Ozzie last year.
Yeah.
Wasted a second-round pick on a tight end. But you didn't know what you had really in Jake Ferguson for sure.
And now we know.
Now we know. So now hindsight being 2020.
Jake Ferguson's like, I'm the big dog.
He's a big dog. Iceberg Ferg, baby, I like to call him. Third-round pick, injury. Fourth-round pick. What do we have in the fourth? It was like Awesome Richards. So we really got no contributions. We got more contributions from our undrafted free agents than our actual draft picks.
Oh, we absolutely did.
You got T.J. Bass, Brandon Aubrey, of course. Year before that, Cavante. So we hit well. Marquise Bell. We hit well in our undrafted free agents. And I want to start looking at some guys I think will potentially be undrafted free agents because.
To be honest, I think that's what's going to happen. Again, I said it earlier, but Stephen Jones mentioned in his press conference, we have until August. And I just feel like he would have never said that if he did not plan on playing the long game and seeing who's available. We already know we have money issues, so.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, every year the Cowboys do really well when it comes to undrafted free agents.
Yeah. Last year.
Now,
Yes.
I can't really explain the philosophy of last year's draft. Like, part of me wants to just chalk it up as an anomaly.
Yeah. We'll just put that behind us.
It did not feel like there was a rhyme or reason. As a matter of fact, I remember a lot of articles and content pieces being done with people trying to figure out what exactly were the Cowboys going for with this draft.
Right.
Was it a draft and develop, a draft for need? Were there needs that we didn't know about? Like, what exactly was going on? And so I'm not sure what happened with that. But I will say the Cowboys do better than most teams when it comes to undrafted free agents. So even we've been talking all offseason about the fact that the Cowboys don't have enough picks to fill the holes that they have on their roster. But we have to remember that we have the undrafted free agents to look forward to, which is an area where the Cowboys do better than most teams.
And honestly, that's what I think. I think that's what they're looking forward to. When I say the long game, I think, we're hopeful for the draft, but I think all of the sweet spots are going to be hit in free agency, like you're saying.
The Cowboys are in a situation where their future success absolutely depends on them doing a lot with this class and making the most of the players that they can get this year while they are cheap. So I just expect them to put a lot of extra work into looking at those undrafted free agents and really finding some diamonds in the rough there.
Completely.
And, they're always going to sign that one or two veteran after the draft.
Yeah.
We still got our guy Stephon Gilmore. I would love to have back on his team. I like that leadership. He's still a free agent. There's a lot of good guys on the market as far as veteran free agents.
Now, if we don't get Stephon Gilmore.
And there's going to be even more after June 1st.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. If we don't get Stephon Gilmore, Trevon Diggs, how healthy do we think he'll be on return?
I mean, you're gonna have to bring him along slowly. That injury he had, that's the injury you don't mess with.
Yeah.
Some people would take a while to get in their groove.
Because we've seen that before.
But I think we've seen a pattern with ACL injuries where it takes a solid season for players to even start to look like their regular selves.
And we don't see them until the end. Yes.
And this was an injury that he suffered in the beginning of last season. So I would not necessarily expect a lot from him in 2024. And with it being that we've already seen that, I don't really want them to push him, you know?
Yeah.
Because in other positions, because the ACL, I'm going to nerd out for a second, use my personal trainer background.
Give it to us.
The ACL, one of the main purposes of the ACL is to prevent anterior translation of the tibia. In other words, this part of your leg, the ACL is meant to prevent it from going that way whenever we're doing things like changing direction and planting our feet, right?
Right.
So when it tears, you're at increased risk of that happening, right? And so your muscles end up either having to compensate for it, or you end up with the possibility of a lot of other injuries. And then there's like also the pain and discomfort that comes along with the fact that you tore a ligament, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So whereas we've seen offensive linemen get out on the field and do their thing, they're doing a lot less in terms of having to plant and switch directions and things of that nature. And even with that being the case, we've still seen that injury limit them in terms of getting back to their previous levels of athleticism, right? So when you're talking about somebody like Trayvon Diggs, who's expected to sprint and jump and change direction and keep up with and track and cover literally the most agile and mobile players in the National Football League, I do think that it's a lot to expect him to come back and be at 100% any time this season.
Of course.
Considering what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and I think that Mike McCarthy is going to play a big role in that. I can't remember who it was last season, but Mike McCarthy in the press conference was apprehensive about him returning. Yeah, he feels like, and he kept saying, yeah, he feels like he's ready, but we'll see. He wanted to play the long game with that as well. Like, let's see. You know, we're watching him in practice. He's doing okay.
I mean,
that
was a conversation with everybody. Terrence Still had a knee injury. That was a conversation with him. With Tony Pollard, it wasn't even a ligament or a knee injury. He broke his leg, which is something that should be comparatively easy to come back from, and that even still kind of held him back a little bit. So
yeah, I feel like we didn't see Tony Pollard get explosive until the end of this season, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Right.
He started getting his groove back a little bit,
I think we need to be really careful about trying to push these athletes to come back faster than they're expected to.
Absolutely.
There's a big difference between being able to walk after an injury versus being able to run. There's a whole different level of stress on those ligaments and muscles, and just diving into it too soon can mean re-injuring yourself or all sorts of other things that we just simply don't want to risk. So
I completely agree with you.
And I mean, let's be real. Like, the fact that we're having people come back, like, within a year or less from an ACL injury, I feel like that says a lot in terms of progression of the medical injury industry. Because there was a time where it's like, you tore your ACL. It might be it. Or you were out for a couple of seasons, right? Tearing your Achilles. That was the end of your career. Now we're like, oh, ACL, back in 9 months. Tore your Achilles, you're back in a year.
Right.
So we're still seeing progress in that area, but I just don't want us to push it. I'm really tired of seeing some of my favorite athletes have their names dragged through the mud because they're still coming back from an injury that people just think they should be over.
Or they don't even take that into consideration. Like, oh, he's back. He should be 100%. He's not doing this. He's not doing that. Well,
like
would you be able to come back? Exactly.
Ezekiel Elliott was not healthy for the last few years of his career with the Cowboys.
Exactly.
We have played through so much. Zeke for years.
And he played through so much pain. So his last season with us, you could see him breaking down those last few games, playing
was literally limping.
His back hurting, and they didn't take that into consideration. They wanted to replace him. Oh, we're good with Pollard. You know, I respect Pollard as a player, but him and Zeke were a 1-2 punch that we needed. They worked well together in the game, and once we took Zeke out of the equation, we saw just how much we needed Zeke.
Exactly, and we still do need somebody to kind of play that Zeke role. But anyway, bringing it back to the draft, we say all that to say a lot of us haven't talked, and by a lot of us, I mean a lot of the content creators who are not doing draft content every day. There are some draft gurus out there who are doing like videos every day, multiple videos a day. They've obviously talked about corners, but some of us have not been as focused on corners. But considering what we have in the cornerback room, and that, you know, we can't really expect Trayvon Diggs to come back and be Trayvon Diggs. Like, that is something worth looking at. But one thing that's really fun about the undrafted free agents is that over the past couple of seasons, they've usually come from HBCUs. So these are really good players that just don't have the same level of notoriety.
Yeah.
And I think it might have been 2022 maybe when it was like a really big deal to be like, let's look at the HBCUs. And
It was.
Yeah, and I think they got like 9 players in the draft from HBCUs. And then after that, it was like nobody talked about it anymore. So if the Cowboys do what they normally do, they've had their eye on FAMU. They kind of already know who they want, and no other team is really going to touch them. And then as soon as the draft is over, we'll hear the announcement of like 2 or 3 FAMU players that all of a sudden the Cowboys have signed. And we'll be able to look forward to what they do in training camp. And then fans will be happy again, at least temporarily, until we get back to week 1, and I don't know.
So real quick, I would like to kind of like run down like some of the best available players still left on the board right now going into the day 2 tomorrow. Cooper DeJean, obviously that's the top. He's gonna be top pick. Jahirzon Newton, the defensive tackle out of Illinois, which I'm surprised didn't go in the first round.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to go after Byron Murphy was selected. I thought maybe he would have been in that first round. Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback out of Alabama. Adonai Mitchell, receiver from Texas. Ladd McConkey, I think that's how you say his name. If not, sorry. Receiver out of Georgia. Rakestraw, quarterback out of Missouri. Keon Coleman, receiver Florida State.
That's why I looked at you.
That's who I want.
Braden Fisk, defensive tackle out of Florida State as well too. Adrian Cooper, my guy, out of A&M. Jonathan Brooks, Junior Colson. Kamari Laster.
So many good names
Lassiter, the cornerback. Yeah, there's a lot of good talent.
I feel lucky.
They got
Did you say Adonai Mitchell?
You said what?
You said Mitchell.
Mitchell out of Texas. And you know, Jackson Powers Johnson, he's taking a slide in his draft. I'm cool. If Dallas took him in the second round, I'd be okay.
Yeah, I think for sure that's the
I
slide
don't see
we
the
need to
Cowboys
go.
taking him in the second round. I think they'll go in a different direction in the second round. If he's somehow available in the third round, I think they might go for JPJ.
I honestly believe if Jonathan Brooks is there in a second.
You love Jonathan Brooks. Please give Ray Jonathan Brooks Cowboys.
I think that's the guy for Dallas. I think Dallas, that's the guy they want. You know, they like to sign these running backs to these, you know, draft him, play him for 4 years, move on. Pretty much what they did with Tony Pollard. They overpaid him that $10 million franchise tag. They way overpaid that. If you look at it, they overpaid him.
I have a theory about when we get rid of players. I think around 27, 28.
Yeah.
There.
Those rookie deals. That's why we live off the draft. Those contracts don't eat that much. But when you have a guy that performs, you got to pay him that second contract. Dallas isn't shy of paying their second contract to their guys.
Yeah.
Even more so if you're injured, and that's how to get a second contract. Well, we're going to do you a favor and go ahead and pay you, but you're going to do us a favor by taking less.
Yeah.
That's kind of how they operate. That's
not
another Blue Star
right
special.
now.
That's a part of that Blue Star special right there. You know, they, like for instance, they paid Steele. They went ahead and paid Steele. Jalen Smith, they paid way too early. Like, what Jerry Jones said, he had to cut up the pie. There's a lot of that pie that went around they had to cut up. And they gave the wrong pieces of the pie to the wrong people. Michael Gallup.
And then they held a press conference about it.
You essentially...
last one was...
You essentially chose Michael Gallup over Amari Cooper. You could have kept Amari Cooper, but that was personal.
But that wasn't a mistake that they would ever come back and say, oh, we should have gotten rid of Amari Cooper.
They're not going to say that.
But I kind of feel like once things go astray outside of the field, then it's a goodbye to that player.
Yeah, I think one thing the Joneses have proven is that they have egos, which, I mean, I guess once you're a billionaire, you've earned the right to have an ego. But, yeah, that's why that happens, because it's like, even if you are a contributor on the field, once you hurt the Joneses' ego or do something that they feel like embarrasses them, you're done.
And you know what? I don't know if we even mentioned this, but I just thought about something with this pick with Guyton. He's going to stay a tackle. You're going to keep Tyler Smith at guard. Now, T.J. Bass. That's your future right guard when Zach Martin's ready to go. You already got him on the roster. Train him up. That's your future right guard. It's T.J. Bass.
I can see that.
He can play that.
I can see that.
Or maybe they may have a competition between him and Brock Hoffman, depending on what they do with center in this draft. Could T.J. Bass
I mean, the Cowboys, we could use a little friendly competition there. Well, it doesn't even have to be so friendly because we need to edge it up this season. We got to kick it up a notch.
True.
Yeah. So Dallas, we're not going to sign outside free agents. They're going to sign their own. So that's why they're trying to hit on all their draft picks as much as possible because they're going to sign those guys back. Because those guys think they're going to take a discount and come back and play. Here's the thing I think about the Cowboys. They live in the 90s still. They think that name they think that name still has the luster that it once did in the 90s. They think everybody still wants to come play for Dallas.
And they don't.
I think to a degree they do. You know you're going to make money outside of football coming here to Dallas.
Right.
You're going to make money for the rest of your life saying Dallas Cowboy.
Right.
Broadcasting, for a perfect example, endorsements. Motherfuckers are still making money from the Cowboys. Aaron Woodson still does the injury paying commercials. So there's money to be made when that star is attached to you.
Yeah.
But that's where they think people are going to take that discount to come play here. Nope. Pay me my money. That's
not
what people
anymore, especially not how these contracts are coming out. They're paying big, so I think.
Yeah. I think the players coming into the league now, they have an entirely different relationship.
They never saw the Cowboys win.
Well, not only that. Not only did they not see the Cowboys win, but it's just like when it comes to their understanding of the salary cap and their relationship to money and their relationship to how, like, their role in earning their money, I think it's different than what previous players experience. Just because there's more information, agents are more experienced and more informed. And so I think a lot of players look at themselves as the CEO of their own brand now. Whereas I think it was only about like a decade ago where players were looking at themselves as like, I have to be grateful to the organization for giving me this opportunity.
Exactly.
I think that's where we get this discrepancy where you hear former players like Emmitt Smith talk about why aren't these players more grateful? Why aren't they paying homage to the older players?
Well, because now you have these players coming off the NIL deals in college, and like you're saying.
Right. And I mean, the NIL deals are relatively new, right? Caleb Williams was the first player to have his entire college career where NIL was legal, right?
Yeah.
But even without NIL deals, just with that concept of like, okay, I'm the CEO of my own brand. I can make money regardless of what this organization thinks of me or whatever. That's a completely different mindset.
And we see that with a few Cowboys.
Yes, 100, with more than a few. I mean, there were some people who, like, a lot of people spent all season talking about Michael Parsons' podcast. I'm like, Jonathan Hankins had a whole ass YouTube show that almost nobody ever talked about. So it's like players were definitely out here doing their thing.
And you saw what happened on our show.
Honestly,
I don't know if you saw what happened on my show when Jesse Holly came in there and talking about Micah being the most selfish person.
Oh, I definitely
But you know
saw
what?
that.
I just kind of, I like it because it's taking players out of the norm of what you said, oh, I have to be grateful, I have to bow down. At the end of the day, these players will be discarded like it's nothing. And a lot of them, after 5 years, they're bankrupt. So I love seeing them being smarter about their money and smarter about, you know.
And don't get me wrong, I don't think they shouldn't be grateful. There's definitely
No,
room
of
to
course,
be grateful,
of course.
but not to the point of their own detriment.
Yeah,
and that's the
I just
thing.
like seeing them being able to seek other opportunities and making more money outside of football, like the podcast. I don't think that's a terrible idea that Parsons did a podcast.
I'll tell you what was funny to me about the whole podcast debacle this entire season. I'm like, Micah Parsons has a podcast, and he's being criticized by Cowboys players who were known for the White House. Y'all were literally known for having a residence where y'all did crack and had crazy sex parties.
What?
And
Wait a minute, I didn't know about this.
Crack.
I didn't know about this.
Sorry, it was cocaine. But no, y'all were
Still bad. Still bad.
I'm like, no, it was cocaine. But no, I'm like, y'all were known for owning a residence where y'all did coke and had crazy sex parties, but you're judging Micah Parsons for having a podcast.
Oh, wait. We're about to hear a big opinion on this. He did not care for the idea of it too much.
Do I
the
need
Micah
to repeat
Parsons
that?
podcast.
Do I need to repeat that?
What I miss?
I was making the point. and I'm seeing some comments about this, so I'm going to read the comments.
All right.
I see you, Boo. Bootzilla, I'm going to get to your point. What I was saying was we heard the whole season about how Micah Parsons was an issue for having a podcast. And I'm like, Micah Parsons has a podcast, and he's being criticized by Cowboys players who were known for owning a residence where they did cocaine and had crazy sex parties.
Oh.
I'm like, I had no clue about it.
But you're saying a podcast is a distraction. Are you serious? Now, Bootzilla says...
Oh, that White House.
Thank you. Now, Bootzilla says, but those Cowboys won Super Bowls.
Okay.
I mean,
man, I sat down into this.
But you can't say
my
one
audience
thing or
is
the
already
other.
established on my channel, bro. They have already said you can get them dudes fentanyl, coke, anything you want to get. If they win a Super Bowl, cocaine Cowboys.
I'm just really
They
big
cool
on
with
freedom
it.
of speech. I just don't like
All right.
shut up and just play.
Y'all let me know when it's my turn.
Go ahead.
Wait.
All right, I'll say
Wait,
this.
boss. Don't go there.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to go there. I'll say this. When it comes down to a podcast, I do have to recognize that any Dallas Cowboy player, even Michael Parsons or anybody, is walking on gasoline at all times.
Yeah.
So when you walking on gasoline and you playing with matches, you can get burned. So if you on the podcast, I don't have no problem with it. What I want you to do is make sure you talk to your PR person and know what to stay away from. There's certain things you should stay away from. You should stay away from talking about competitors. You should stay away from talking about teammates. Anything else is free game. I think he also should maybe even add a counterpart to where they can be the bad guy and he be the good guy, just to cover himself and still make his dough. So I like his freedom. I like his honesty. I love his heart. I just don't want him to play with matches to get burned in a shady organization, because we all know this.
Yeah.
It's not even what you say, it's what they can say you said.
No,
you know what I mean? So looking out for him, I just want him to be careful, because we all see how our media go. Everybody took Jerry out of context with that all in. He never meant what people been saying he been saying. He never meant that.
He said it the day he said it. He said all in to him is re-signing his 3 guys.
He said it specifically. And what did we do, Dak?
It's become our
We
new
put words in his
ignored it.
mouth.
Completely ignored
Because
it.
he playing with matches, and it's what it is when you're in this environment. So I just want to be balanced, and I also want to look out for Micah, because Micah, I want you to be protected. I want you to make your money, but I don't want you to get burned in this shady environment, and it ain't got nothing to do with you.
Right. Okay.
You weren't expecting that, was
I'm
you?
proud of that response.
Yeah, because me and Hunter had all kind of
We
fights
had a
about this.
whole show.
So how you feel about
it.
Brock
It was
Hoffman then and his podcast?
Hoffman, I love Hoffman speaking, but he also, honestly, he playing with matches. Like, he got a smaller podcast, but because he, like, put it like this, Lucky Whitehead as a fourth receiver got famous for a funky dog. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the toxicity of Dallas. So if our 14 receiver that's a nobody that gets known for playing with a dog, then even Hoffman is playing with matches. That's why I said it's not even about Michael Parsons. It's any of them. It's Jerry can get taken out of context. Steven can get taken out of context. Michael can get taken out of context. We can get taken out of context as content creators. It's just crazy. So I'm with it. I just want him to do it the smartest way possible. Make your bag, but do it in a way that's where you're untouchable. Because, see, Dak, right now, to me, is tone perfect. His tone is perfect.
Ain't no tone.
What you mean? What you mean?
He ain't saying nothing.
No, he said something with this. You remember he was doing that this previous?
No, I will say Dak said something recently. He said something to the effect of he's okay about whatever happens, whether he's with the Cowboys or somewhere else.
Yeah.
That was quite a tone.
Yeah.
I feel like you got to say that, though. As a competitor, and I'm going to say this. Dak had to do that.
Yeah, he did.
Because you are going to kill your future prospects. If you go on record and say, I wouldn't feel right playing for nobody. Like, come on, man.
You telling it right.
As another fan base, being able to pull up footage of the quarterback that your team giving $200 million to saying, I wouldn't feel right playing nowhere else but Dallas.
Yeah.
That's not going to inspire any confidence in the next team.
Yeah.
So he has to
He
has to
pitched
protect
perfect.
himself.
And that's what I mean by he pitched perfect.
He has to.
He simply said what was true.
Yeah.
I think he has no reason to fear being away from the Cowboys. I will say it's odd that we haven't seen a franchise Cowboys quarterback play for another team. That's a little bit odd. I mean, it's true,
That
right?
is
We
true.
haven't seen that. So I
That's
think
true.
that's why for a lot of people it's hard to imagine Dak doing it. It's like,
We also
don't
haven't
do that.
seen any of them have to fight for their contracts like Dak been fighting.
Never. I'm talking about never.
Tony Romo didn't have to fight for his contract.
Never.
Jared was taking him on his yachts.
Everyone's
Come
fighting
on,
for their
Tony.
contract with the Cowboys.
Yeah,
right
like,
now.
Were y'all on earlier when I explained the situation with the dead money?
No, I wasn't.
Were you on?
I think I was.
Were you on?
No.
I'll read it again if y'all want me to. But essentially, it's a different situation. I'll pull it up and I'll read it again because I would love to get y'all's reactions because I was reading it for a reaction.
Yeah.
And I don't think I was.
And that may be a good point because the Cowboys, when they got Tony Romo, they wasn't paying for the sins of their father still. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have a bunch of dead money from a Zeke, from
But that was also
Drew
their
Bledsoe, or any of them
guy.
dudes.
I'm going to also steal
right,
a point before you
so-
read that real quick. You're going to like this just real quick. I'm going to steal a point from my boy West Coast. He said something that was so funny, but it was true. If Jerry Jones invites you on a boat, that's like Diddy inviting you to a party. You don't go.
I'm not listening to that.
Man.
You don't go.
I'm not listening to that.
Oh,
I'm gonna stay away from
It's
the Diddy
true.
jokes. Okay, so this is from an article that Ted Archer wrote about Zach Martin's contract. This article was written in March 8th. So I'm gonna just read 2 paragraphs from it, and I want y'all to react to this. It says, without the additional non-voidable years on the contract, the dead money in his deal, should he not play for the Cowboys after this season, would have been close to $25 million. Before redoing Martin's contract, the Cowboys were looking at about $60 million in dead money against the 2025 cap with the expiring contracts of Martin, DeMarcus Lawrence, Brandon Cooks, and Dak Prescott. A potential release of Michael Gallup, once again this was written in March, could add more than $8 million in dead money against the cap next year. From 2017 to 2023, dead money accounted for anywhere from 8% to 18.2% of the Cowboys cap per roster management system data. On a projected 2025 cap of $270 million, that dead money figure could be between 22% and 37%, making it difficult for them to retain or add players. So we're talking about a situation.
That's why they have to draft to replace now.
Where we're looking at in 2025, somewhere around a quarter or more of the cap space could be taken up by dead money, according to Todd Archer. So when we think about that, along with what we know about how they treated Romo's negotiations with how they treated Dak's, one thing I will say I hate about it is that I hate that they keep calling it the $64 million question when it's actually the 37% question. In other words, the question of how did you get to a place where potentially 37% of your cap could be taken up by dead money.
Right. The way
Bad
they
contracts.
That's bad decision making and bad contracts that have nothing to do with Dak Prescott or what he's demanding as a quarterback.
Those contracts was backloaded, which most contracts are backloaded. So the way that they could actually relieve that hit is to re-sign some of these guys. So, like for instance, Dak has never had a cap hit that's been over $25 million year to date. Even though his average, or average per year has been $40 million, they have never even come close to that. But because you wait and you play, now it's in an area to where now you have this major dead money cap hit, and you waiting, raising your own price. So it's ways for them to relieve it, and the one way to relieve it is to pay your guy, right? And then that'll free it up and move it down the road, especially in a cap that's rising faster than you've ever seen. It was a $25 million cap increase that nobody expected.
Yeah.
They say the owners didn't even expect it. And then I already noticed, because I've been looking at the cap, previously before they did the new CBA agreement was on average only going up about $10 million per year. So now you got double that in 1 year, and now you're getting that because you're getting all these television revenue contracts that came in under the CBA, and COVID is behind us. And with COVID being behind us, they're now maxing out those contracts to where these owners are getting more than they've ever had before, but they playing broke like they broke. And it's a game.
I think when you're looking at this much dead money, it's not that they're playing broke, it's that they really don't have the
They
room.
broke until they sign people. If you sign people,
I'm
you're not
about to say,
broke no more.
because you're going to push them void years out further.
Yeah.
So them cap hits
But see,
going
the thing is, they've already done that to a certain point, and that's why we're in a situation where if Dak's contract expires and he's like, you know what, I'm going to go with another team.
That's why you got to re-sign dudes until they retire.
But it kind of seems like both parties are like
the
mutually
Cowboys
okay
are
with
still
that.
going to have a $40 or $45 million cap hit, even if that goes somewhere else.
Yeah,
That's
so
what
that
void years gets you.
So the good news, I'm gonna be honest with everybody. The good news is this: because we got past pick 13, pick 24, and we made a pick at pick 29, Dak will be re-signed.
He is.
He will be, and he has to be, because they know they're looking at that. They know they're looking at this big dead cap. They know they gotta sign him, and they know if they let him get through the season, they gonna only get at best a third-round comp pick.
It would be a best-case scenario for the Cowboys, that's for sure.
They have to. They really do. That it's done now. Now what they go do, and I honestly know that's what they go do. They go wait till August, right? They go wait to training camp because they go get max publicity. That's what they want. They want this manufactured. Yeah, they want this manufactured contest between Trey Lance and Dak. We all, if you got common sense, know how this gonna play out.
That's what I was talking about earlier when I
We
said
know how this gonna play out. This gonna play out how it always plays out. Dak get pissed when you put these people behind him and he blow them out.
Yep.
He got mad. Listen, if he played good with Romo Elite Self behind him, he finna blow Trey Lance out. Like, people act like Trey Lance did not play in the preseason with San Fran.
Come on, man.
You can go look at it yourself now.
You can go
now,
watch
I
it.
know you can hope that he go be Dak, but see, you actually can go look at what he done when he was with San Fran, and he actually had a chance to sit under a good coach. So don't act like we don't know how this gonna play out. Dak is finna keep his job, and they go pay him after they max out all his publicity
It's
money.
as simple as this, bro.
Even Trey Lance's
it's not
highlights don't match up against Dak
Right.
Prescott's highlights.
No, they do not.
Not at all.
It's not as easy to replace a prime all-pro quarterback as people think it is, bro. Dak Prescott
When
is
it's Dak,
just now
when
entering
it's
his
Dak,
prime.
they think it is, though. When it's Dak, they think it's that easy to replace him.
They go see.
I don't know what these supposed to be watching.
Nick, yeah.
They're
Why-
listening
where do
to
y'all
the
get
media.
That from? I'm about to say, where do y'all keep getting that from, man?
The media.
Getting what?
That
what did
gotta
they
be
say?
reasonable. He is money hungry.
That-
He said in both interviews this
that
offseason
he doesn't have to be
that
the
he's
highest
not
paid
trying to be
quarterback.
the highest paid quarterback. My brother, he has said it twice.
And he don't even got to be reasonable. What you mean? Like, he got disrespected by
folks in
Jerry
the
Neal,
chat are
man.
laughing at you.
Like, I don't know where y'all get this from, and I'm being all the way honest with you, where y'all attack millionaires over the billionaire, man. It's such a kind of weird kind of player hating, because you hating on these
Not
players.
only is it, well, no, we talked about this on your show. How weird it is that not only is it millionaires versus billionaires, but it's like the billionaires are making money off of the skills, name, image, and likeness of the millionaires, and you still act like for some reason the billionaires are better. And it's like they literally wouldn't be billionaires if it weren't for the work of the millionaires that y'all are hating on so much.
And I used to be a little
It's so
jealous of their
crazy.
contracts, but these men put their bodies through a lot of stuff to where they're
Yeah.
bye.
That's the OC. He leading. I'm sorry, go ahead.
They go through so much. You know, the billionaires are fine. They're up there watching and dictating things, but the players put their bodies through so much. We just talked about players trying to come back early from injury. Those aren't things that, you know, people made fun of that clip of Shannon Sharp getting out of the car.
Now, real talk.
Shannon Sharp is like that because of football.
Yep.
A lot of these players will not be the same after they play football.
If you look at any offensive lineman's hands, bro look like Edward
Yeah.
Scissorhands most
Yeah,
times.
for
Seriously.
months out of the year, they're
Seriously.
away from their families. Most of the year, they're playing or practicing and prepping for football. So they're absolutely worth these millions that they're asking for.
100%.
And then another thing, why would Dak give a discount to a team that's committed to not spending?
And
See,
Dak-
y'all act like if Dak gave a discount, that Jerry and them gonna say, oh, you know what? Because you gave us a discount, we gonna go ahead and spend. What did Jerry and them just do in free agency? Nothing. So you want him to actually give a discount to a team that's not gonna do nothing with it?
Better example. A better example is when what was that, 2017 or 18 when they signed Gerald McCoy? That year they had like $60-70 million in cap space, man.
Yeah, and
and
they
we
did nothing.
signed dudes that did not even contribute that
Right.
season.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, what are we doing for real? That
Right.
was on a rookie contract then.
Right.
He wasn't even making $1 million a year.
It's this crazy narrative that is y'all players' fault when you don't even look at the spending of your organization. It's just what it is.
Well, people aren't going to look at that, though.
So it's just one of those things, people, I'm going to tell y'all this. You're on the right team. You're on the wrong team. if you're on the right team, you want your players paid. And if you would have got all your players paid early, Dak should have been paid last year. CeeDee Lamb should have been paid last year.
Yep.
They wouldn't even had all this dead money hitting if they would have got paid last year. They would have had the security of a backloaded contract and the ease of cap on the front end, and they would have had an easy time being able to go out there and get some real players in free agency. But did they do that? No. But guess who y'all blaming? The players. So join the real team. And then this is the thing, the content creators and new media is telling you right. Old media is telling you wrong. We the ones that's really doing the work to get y'all educated and to understand. I saw Law go through this, go to Spot Track and actually spell it out to y'all, showing the hits on Dak, how it never surpassed over 25 million, and you still mad at Dak. So listen, you gotta choose to want the information. You gotta choose to want education. If you just want to choose to be angry for nothing and blame a player without even looking at the background, then you are part of the problem.
Well said. Well said.
Damn.
So,
Drops mic.
On that note, exactly. On that note, let's kind of bring it back to the reason why we're all here.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I've heard y'all's full perspective on what y'all think the Cowboys are going to do tomorrow. Now that we have a second, third round pick.
BPA.
Yeah.
BPA. BPA.
You too, my brother. Hey, man, thank you for always coming out, man.
I love how Law just like.
I think we're going to get a linebacker and a running back tomorrow.
I think so, too.
Yeah, I think
so, too.
We'll get one of each at least.
And I want to say this.
I would love running back first, but yeah, go ahead.
I think
you need to get a linebacker first, actually. Ezra is still on the board right now.
I think you're right. Because all of us who play with them simulators know if you don't get a linebacker early, you're going to get wiped out quick.
You got the simulators that you had on the show.
Yeah.
Linebackers ain't deep this year.
Yeah.
It's about 5 of them. It's about 5 of them that's like starting quality linebackers.
Yeah,
and that's pushing it a little bit.
Set apart, yeah.
But it's, our luck has been good so far.
Yeah.
It's been actually great. Like,
knock on wood.
Everybody look at what happened. What was they saying earlier this morning? Oh, Dallas might not get your tackle because it's going to probably be a run. What really happened in the draft? It was a bunch of defense, it was a bunch of quarterbacks, and all the tackles.
A lot of quarterbacks.
It was so many there, we was like, let's go ahead and move down. We had abundance. And we moved down. And we got the guy that most people expected us to get.
So, guys, I wouldn't be mad at all if Dallas took a receiver one of the third picks. I ain't going to lie to you. If the right dude is still there, I wouldn't be mad at all if they took a receiver.
Well, who would you like?
I got some options here.
What receiver would you like?
I got some options here. Hold on. So the receivers that's sitting here, and
where's Malachi Corley projected? Is he a third round projection? Malachi?
I'm not at Malachi. Let me see. Give me a second. So let me just tell y'all what's available.
Clement
Mitchell from Texas is available.
Oh, I like it.
McConney is still available. Keon Coleman is available.
Like it.
Jalen Polk is still available. Troy Franklin is a 3-star that I love. That's still available. Devontae Walker, 6'3", super fast receiver, still available. So
Clement says we should
Jermaine Burton is still available.
Wide receiver.
It's so many quality receivers that's available. We
probably have to go
third. Aeneas Smith is a sleeper. I call him Baby Debo. So we looking good. Let me look at running back real quick. If I look at running back, you got Jonathan Brooks that's still available. Trey Benson still available. Blake Corum is still available. Marshawn Lord is still available. Jalen Wright is still available. Braylon Allen is still available. Bucky Irvin is still available. If you was playing a simulator, you would feel good.
Now, real talk.
For real.
Real
if
talk.
this was what's available on your simulator, we'll all be like.
We didn't even start talking about the one text and stuff that's still available.
Yeah, let me look at that.
I know Chris Jenkins didn't get picked from Michigan. Chris Jenkins still available. I know
Chris Jenkins is still available. Brandon Flake is still available. Brandon Fisk is still available.
That's taking a high level one tech.
Bro, Jajon Newton is still available from Illinois.
I'm about to say, did the Illinois dude ever get picked?
No, he's still available. Mason Smith is still available.
I feel like a lot of people haven't talked enough about our needs at one tech.
Dwayne Carter's still available. Listen, we sitting in abundance, y'all.
We got a nice spot, y'all.
We got options.
I think we're gonna have a nice.
Let me look at linebacker too, y'all.
Nice day too.
Just to really just put the
looking at what?
Linebacker. Adrian Cooper is still available. Junior Colson is still available. Peyton Wilson is still. Cedric Gray is still available.
Are asking about Devontae Sweat.
They're gonna pick one
Where
of
do we
them
think
tomorrow.
Devontae Sweat is going now?
We good,
Sweat
y'all.
gonna be a third or fourth.
Yeah.
He might drop to a fourth because not only did he just get arrested, but he's overweight too.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking
So he
fourth.
might drop to a fourth. Seriously, he's overweight. Somehow a DT, one tech is overweight, but he is.
I didn't mean to laugh.
Let me look at edge.
I don't know about Fisk, man. Fisk, I don't know about Fisk as a. See, our biggest issue on our D-line is our run stopping ability.
Yeah.
And to me, Fisk is a little bit of a smaller tackle. He's smaller to me. I don't know if that's a dude that you want clogging up your middle for real.
I did want.
He's like an Aaron Donald type of build to me in a sense.
I agree with you. I call him Baby Sap, but this is the deal because he's explosive. But I will say this, and I want to get all y'all opinion on this. To be honest, I would almost want us to not get a DT.
A what? You would not want us to get a DT?
Yeah. This is why I don't think we should, because what DT past the first round makes an instant impact.
None.
Right. So if we trying to be
Who
a
your
contender, that means we need to go after a vet.
Yeah.
So sometimes you need to starve the Dallas Cowboys of what they perceive as a need, because if we draft it, what we go do? We go always lean on them draft picks, even when they not going to be ready for the fight.
Are there any good DTs coming out of HBCU by any chance?
So what I would honestly want us to do, I would want us to be able to starve us from a DT in this draft to make us have to go get a veteran and trade for it. Now, that would make us go into the season lean and maybe get beat up early in the season, then solve but that's sometimes what you got to do, because that's what made us get blessed with Amari Cooper. And that's what made us get blessed with Hankins. We got hit in the mouth by Philly with that tush push, and it was the trade deadline, and we went and got Hankins, and we all loved it.
Yep.
We got hit in the mouth because we went in there being cute. We receiver by committee, and we learned our lesson by the time we got to the trade deadline, and we gave up a pick. So I think just looking at the long view, you want to starve us from doing something stupid, and stupid is drafting a DT right now thinking it's going to be a savior.
I think that I agree.
Just being honest.
I agree.
You looked at me.
Well,
no, I agree with you saying.
The way you put it out
feel
there.
that?
No, I agree with what you're saying. I honestly agree with what you're saying, because I feel like if you get linebackers that are sideline to sideline, understand how to fill the gaps correctly,
that's going to help us.
That's going to help you right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right now. And,
Right
and
now.
a linebacker at any level can come in and immediately make an impact.
Right.
100%.
Agreed.
So I'm with that.
Now, that's going to cost us a trade for next year, but it's the right thing to do if you're trying to win a Super Bowl. Now, if you're just trying to win games, then you'll go ahead and draft a guy, and then they'll do what they always do. They sell Mozzie getting ready to be an instant impact, and then we hate him by the end of the season.
Well,
and they
now
sell us that Tristan Hill is going to help us right now, and everybody mad at him. It's really the fact that y'all put in really unrealistic expectations on these guys.
Yeah.
Well, now
What's
that's
up,
something
Justin
to
Bradley?
consider. Do we actually think the Cowboys are actually going for a Super Bowl this year?
No.
I don't.
Y'all think they take it?
I hate to say. Well, I mean, just look at how things.
I don't think they take it.
You know what, bro?
You don't think what?
I don't think that they. I think that they still trying to compete. I really do.
Yeah.
I just
I
don't
really
know.
do. Yeah.
To
I feel
honestly
you on that.
answer that.
You not just compete, not just a winning season, not
Yeah.
not NFC
I
championship.
really do.
You really
Yeah,
think they're trying
yeah.
to
The
get
only
to a
thing-
Super Bowl?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
The
what
I'm
makes you
serious.
think they're trying to get to a
I
Super Bowl?
think that what
Talk
we're
to me.
seeing is arrogance in procedure, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that
That's
is what's
very
making me
measured, bro.
apprehensive
You
about
measured
saying
that
Super Bowl.
perfectly. I think that's perfect measurement.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
But I do think that they're still trying to win.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah, because
I
I
think
got
they-
to
I
side
have to
with you on
see-
that,
Alright, so
because I
you-
took a lot of heat. I'm sorry.
I have to see how this plays out, because it's just too much that's out there in the open, unanswered, for me to say, yes, they're trying to win a Super Bowl, because we don't know what they're going to do with that. We don't know what they're going to do with CD. Yes, we can, speculate and say they
I
should.
think we know they're going to re-sign them and overpay them, right?
Well,
Yes.
But
what about-
Funny. That's
You've
so
acknowledged the arrogance in their procedure, right?
Yeah.
So, with that in mind, what is it that makes you think they're trying to win a Super Bowl? Like, if you
Because
see
they're
that,
because they're trying to win a Super Bowl. It's just not in the way that common sense tells you
okay,
that you
so
need to go
in
about
what
doing
way are they trying to do it?
Their way.
Unconventional.
I can
Which is
really.
what? I want
No,
you
no.
to
I
tell
got
me
you. I got
Unconventional
you.
way.
I can answer this perfectly.
Okay, you do it. Go
What they're
for it.
trying to do is they're trying to do it through what I call the red shirt. So, and they started
The
this
cheapest way.
process last year when they drafted all these guys into the future. So if you listen to what Jerry said, he said that the key part that he said on that all-in statement, he said we're not going to draft into the future, and that should tell you a lot. that also tell you that they did it before. So when did they do it? They did it with the Schoon pick. They did it with all those picks.
Damn
Brooks
near
picks.
everybody from last year.
And so a
Yeah,
lot of
pretty
us,
much
what we're
everybody
doing, we looking at free agency and the lack of activity, and we saying they're not serious. But last year we was all kind of speculating at the draft, and I remember Tuck said, and it was just true, you won't see these guys until a wall come down of talent. You gotta.
Yeah.
So what wall had to come down? We had to get rid of Fowler.
Fowler,
We had to get rid of
Armstrong,
so that you
Hankins,
can see.
so we can see Mozzie.
So we can see Mozzie.
And
So that's what
Hurst, so
happened.
you can see
Right.
Wanye.
So
you
it's
know?
the red
Yeah.
shirts. Now, where to me they're being goofy is don't go in there and think that a red shirt DT is going to do it.
Right.
But I
right.
believe your plan on Wanye Thomas. I believe your plan on Bell. I like your plan on Brooks. I like your plan on Tolbert. I do believe a lot of these guys going to take the year 2, year 3 jump.
I do.
And that's why we've been winning 12 games
That's why
a
I
year.
keep saying we're going against people's best wishes. We're still going to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I still think that we can potentially win the division.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, we have the best quarterback, arguably, in the entire conference.
Yes.
At the end of the day, we have the best defender in the entire conference.
The best receiver.
At the end of the day, we have the best receiver in the entire conference. At the end of the day, we have the best set of corners in the entire
The
conference.
best set of corners.
The
Bring
best
us back to the optimism.
set of corners. At the end of the day, we
And
still have
a red
two
shirt. And-
all-pro linemen.
And Bland was a red shirt.
Well, y'all had to lay
on,
it out
man.
there like that because of the
Come on.
lack of moves in free agency. I was a bit apprehensive. I thought we were trying to clean up shop, reset, but
No, they going with
I
their
know
young
the
guys.
Cowboys have a plan of their own, and they're working it slowly but surely. The only thing that's brought me back in was the pick today, and I just want to see where
No,
things go.
I believe in the red shirt plan.
Yeah.
I just think they get goofy and, like you said, bad procedures when they try to do it at DT.
I think what they're trying to do, and hear me out, I feel like the Cowboys are trying to set up a blueprint for how their organization is going to cycle through players.
Yeah.
And what their blueprint is they get about 3 to 4 guys on the offensive side of the ball, 3 to 4 guys on the defensive side of the ball that they invest in. Outside of those guys, they're drafting to fill.
Yep.
They're drafting to replace players.
That's
and
it.
They're going to continue. Once that dude that they drafted 4 years ago get to that 4th year on his contract,
They replacing him.
They replacing him with a draft pick.
And they're doing that
And they're-
successfully.
And they're doing it successfully, bro.
Yeah, they
and
are.
that's what they're doing.
Yes, exactly what
That's
they're doing.
exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah.
They delegated their money to 2 O-linemen.
Yep.
They're going to give it to Ty. That's why Tyron's gone now.
Yeah.
They're going to give it to Tyler.
Yep.
Zach is already on the book still.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So you got 2 O-linemen.
Yeah.
You got your receiver and you got your quarterback.
Yeah.
They already said we don't value running back like that no more.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a spot field.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you got 4 major positions.
Yeah.
Then you got a dude on the D-line. You got 2 dudes in your secondary.
Yeah.
That's going to take up a lot of money. DeJuan Bland and Trevon going to take up a lot of money.
Yeah.
But to me, you got those cornerstone pieces. You can plug and play. You can plug and play until them dudes' windows are up, bro.
Yeah, and
you can.
And what if y'all peeping game, new media being front office, this is not where we just some crybabies. This is where we really analyzing what are they really doing and
Right,
where
what
does
are
it
they
make
doing?
sense
Right.
and where is it dumb. And so, like, this is honestly why you got to rock with new media, because this is where you go kind of get the real.
You got to
ain't
get past
hearing
the point of crime, man.
Yeah, you got to get past
Right.
the point of crime, and you got to really look at it like, okay, what are they
What is
really
this
doing?
process?
And what did they really say? They also said all of this.
They
Let me
said
tell you-
everything we see
Everything
right
we
now.
said-
and people love to say, "Oh, they liars." They
No, they
don't lie about nothing.
They told you straight
They-
up.
bro,
and then
they
that
tell
press
the
You
truth
just
all the
perceived
time.
it how you wanted to.
It's right.
Right.
That's exactly what it is.
Right.
And
This
then,
is facts.
and then this is the thing. That press conference, they was really honestly talking too much. They was telling
Yeah.
the world.
I think so too.
They was telling the world.
But I think
their
that was from
system
frustration.
but no. But what it is people try to hang on to a soundbite. You say it all in again.
Yeah.
But no.
I mean, it's the Cowboys, though.
Listen,
They're going
I
to
know,
do
but
it.
I'm saying, like,
I get you.
what I'm
If
saying.
when you listen to the press conference and you get past the soundbite and you actually listen to
Listen.
what they're saying,
Right, yes.
Yeah.
I think exactly what you're saying is
They
right.
spelled it out.
They really started getting into why they are
Yeah.
moving, or I should say not moving the way they are. And
Right.
even though they weren't specific, they basically let it be known that they made some bad decisions in the past that are haunting them now.
Right.
They're
Press
afraid of making mistakes with these next contracts. So they would literally rather wait and see what other people are doing. Let the agents talk to each other and figure out what would be best based on what other people are doing, then take the risk of accidentally resetting the market for a position in a certain way or signing a bad deal. Right, exactly. And for the chat, when I say overpay, I don't mean overpay like I don't want players to get paid.
Right.
If there's anybody who wants players to get paid, it's me. Trust me.
They're just saying for the market right now.
If you think I don't want players to get paid, you are not familiar with my work. By the way, I'm Jazz Monet, the Bitches Love Sports podcast, for those who don't know who I am.
The Dak Attack here. You know what I'm saying?
Dak Attack here.
Candy
I'm sure a lot of y'all
here.
have seen that name. and we all know Boss.
Boss.
I can't talk. It's getting late, y'all.
We all know Boy.
Boy, that's Boy over there.
We all know Boy over there.
I know Boss Cowboy. But anyway, when I say overpay, I just mean in relation to what they could do as far as the deals. And I'm just saying that because when I said it the first time, people was talking shit in the chat, and I just wanted to be like,
because overpay is what gotten us in the situation that we're in
Sometimes it's
right
a blessing
now.
not to see the chat.
They told us. No, they did tell us, bro.
And in your case, it's a blessing not to see.
You know how I get.
Yes, please.
Mike McCarthy told us who they was picking in the press conference. I hope y'all know that.
No.
Because I think
How did he-
asked him where Tyler Smith was going to play.
Yeah,
He said, as of right now, we're keeping him at left guard.
Yeah.
That should have let us know they
You're
looking
right.
for a tackle, bro.
You're right.
That should have let us know right
and
there.
them moving down from Barton made that clear. With Barton sitting right there.
Yeah.
Another thing on that press conference is they taking out of context doing more with less. The less that they talking about is the red shirts. That's what they talking about. But we running with it like we getting ready to give Dak less weapons.
why is Law in
Like
the
this
chat?
man love, bro.
Where is he? Is he outside?
Now go ahead though, boss. You cooking
What do you
though.
put? Fire emojis?
Nah, it's like, because this is the thing. I know people play us, man. And that's what I hate is that it's a lot of Cowboy fans that love the Cowboys and they stir up our emotions and it be our own media that play us with sound bites. And it's like, no, I don't want my people. I don't want, when I say my people, I'm saying the fans. Like
That's
my
why I
brothers and
challenge
sisters.
all y'all so much.
Yeah.
That's why you see me challenge people
Yeah.
on our social, including our creators, my peers.
Yeah.
I challenge people. I'm like, bro, develop a better talking, like develop, expand your talking point, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
You got to get beyond that base level, just ready to rage. I'm about to just choose the easiest, the lowest hanging fruit to just throw at the wall, bro. That's why I challenge everybody, bro. I'm like, okay, cool. Develop your thought. If you could come with something a little bit deeper than that, that's great. That's going to help your content.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
But to sit here as influencers, at the end of the day, yes, we're content creators. We're all influencers. Big and small. We're all influencers. Seriously. Y'all have a lot of women that's going to be looking at y'all, a lot of guys, women, everybody that's going to be looking at y'all and admire what y'all do. And they're going to trust the things that y'all are saying. Everybody. So for us as creators, and this was the thing, looking from afar, before I started my platform, this was one of the main things I wanted to course correct with our community, is the fact that a lot of the times, our own people will be the ones that put our whole fan base into a damn tizzy, bro.
Yeah.
Our own people, man.
For the most part, I will say the new media people are the good guys. It is a couple of nuts and fools.
Oh, gosh.
And this is the thing. Those nuts and fools show up only at the worst times when we lose.
Yeah,
when we had our
and they
most
show
pain.
up at the worst.
And they,
exactly.
And they grow from that.
But that's what helps
but
enrage
the
people and
the
feed
people that's
into
doing
that.
the everyday work, the Dak, the BLS, the Candies, the Laws, the Bigs, I can go on and name names. 99% of us on the right team. The thing that I can't stand is even when our own local media, like we was talking about this earlier, and I'm glad y'all sitting together because this is the perfect time to say this. It don't make no sense for Jazz with BLS and Dak Attack to be the people that's bringing out the news when it looked like the Dak situation was going away. And you didn't hear that from nobody. But then as soon as it got refiled, y'all talking about it first thing in the morning. And it's your local people. So it's like, I see the game, and then you come out there with this fake emotion like the Dallas Cowboys are not trying. And it's like, now we got to get up there, and I got to talk, and we all got to talk to our fans like, wait, it's bad, but it's not as bad as you think.
Right.
And now they like, oh, you sucking up. It's like, I would slap you, boy.
No, for
like,
I have no reason to suck up.
It's like, come on now. Like, y'all should know most of us better than that. Like, if we come out there and stand on a limb, then it's for a reason. It's because we really seeing something. And I know everybody here, I could look at the content that Dak Attack does and what Jazz does and what Candy does and know that it's thought out. That it's something that we really, really want to have a real answer and not smoke that's going to make you watch.
Right.
This is the thing y'all got to know. It's people that just want you to watch by any means necessary.
Mm-hmm.
This is true.
And you got to learn who are the people that really got your back.
100%.
What are you consuming?
Exactly.
What are you consuming?
And I mean, I think that's one of the dangerous things about the 24-hour sports news cycle, right? Yeah. I think there are a lot of news outlets and media platforms that feel under pressure to create ratings, to manufacture headlines, even when there are none.
Right.
One of the things that I personally love about being a content creator is that if I only have 20 minutes worth of content, I don't have to fill another 40 minutes with bullshit just because my producer says the show needs to be an hour. I can come on and be like, all right, this is what I'm going to educate y'all on today. This is what we're going to talk about today, and then I can get off. Or if I have a day where I'm like, you know what? I don't have enough information to give y'all the proper perspective on this. I can wait till the next day. Like, I only talked about the press conference this morning. Right? But that was because I wanted to take the time and actually listen to it a couple of times, study a few things, investigate some things, take down some notes, and then actually do my perception of what Jerry and Steven were saying.
You're doing your due
based
diligence.
based on it being thought out, as opposed to like, okay, here's my knee-jerk reaction. They just had this press conference this afternoon. It's 9 o'clock at night. Here we go. Like, no, I feel like my viewers deserve better than that. And I have the room and leeway to do that. Whereas on ESPN, if a producer says, you got to talk about this thing, and you're like, I didn't watch it, they're like, well, you got to talk about it. You better say something. And that's how
or
you
even
win.
105, like our own local stations, bringing on the accuser's lawyer was crazy to me.
Not even the accuser's lawyer. Like I keep saying, Dak Prescott is suing 3 people for extortion.
Come on, man.
At 105.3, let one of those people, who happens to be a lawyer,
Come on, man.
But are they not one of the people named in the extortion suit?
But
You've
come on,
seen it.
come on.
So the star quarterback of the team that you are doing news on is suing 3 people for extortion, and you let one of those people go on your station and speak at will,
To
whatever
slander
they
him.
want to say
To slander him.
about Dak Prescott. That is crazy.
It's crazy to me.
I'm going to say this just real quick on that. So, Mike Florio said when they asked, what are we missing here? He said, what do you mean? This is the key part. He said, what do you mean? You give credence. Okay? You give credence to stuff when it comes on. And he say people within side. So not us. See, because it was a comment out there about morons, right? Likely that was referring to us, right? But he said, your guys, your counterparts say the source on that makes us look. So this is what I said. I'm going to act as if you didn't know. But now I know you know. So if it happened again, we all have the full right to go right at them because we know you know. So, like, you know, maybe, and it's a possibility that you really did know. I'm going to give you that. I'm going to, because we've all been accused before of doing content for clicks and stuff like that.
100%.
And it was totally false, right?
100%.
So I'm going to give them that credit, but I can't give you no more credit when we know you got the answer now. You've been told by NBC, somebody way bigger than you, that this is how we look at you when people like that come on your channel. So now we watching what you allow. Just don't do it no more.
I feel like they already knew.
I do. I'm going to be honest. He been nicer to me.
Exactly.
Because
like,
I
you're
100%
giving them a
feel like
lot
they
of
knew
grace.
already.
Yeah, and that's a
like
good assumption.
There's no way you go on the radio every day and be like, we're the flagship station of the Dallas Cowboys, and
Come
don't
on now.
know that fans and other media outlets look at you slightly different than how they might look at Bitches Love Sports, for example. There's no way you don't know that.
Yeah. And that is a very safe assumption. Nobody gonna walk away from that assumption. The only thing I'm doing is giving a reasonable doubt because I would want the same.
Which is fair. Fair.
You know, I would
Fair
just want the same, and
fair.
then I also
I'm
want
gonna say this,
us to be.
Mike Baskett got rid of all of his reasonable doubts, though.
Oh, no doubt.
He done made it very clear where his intentions are, bro.
Yeah, I totally agree. And then when that's the issue that I had is him. I didn't have no problem with Sean and RJ. I watched them say things about Jerry that I know is tough to say. I saw them say that he's arrogant. I saw them say that he's thin-skinned, and they still interview him. So I'm like, okay, there's a level of independence in you somewhere.
Yeah.
And then on this too, I refuse to believe that Kevin Gray was a puppet. I refuse to believe that. You see what I'm saying? Because I watched how he moved when he was with them. You see what I'm saying? So I know there's a level of independence in there because I also listen. I'm a Tolo. I listen. So if I watch you for years and years, you know, say the hard things at your boss, then I'm not going to automatically also just assume that it's nefarious when you say something. You know, I'm going to give you the doubt that you've earned through your actions. So, but it's one of those things I would never give it to him because of his background and what he also said. You know what I mean? So it's like, and also just out of courtesy, out of minorities, some of your guys don't need to be the attack dog against Dak.
Exactly, bro.
It's just out of respect for the minorities, man.
Perception is a powerful thing.
Yeah, it's like anybody but him. Anybody but him, man. We know too much. We know too much
about him.
Yeah.
We know how he feel about certain things.
Yeah, so it's
anybody but him.
Let him talk about baseball and basketball where he does well. He's smart. But don't go there on our black quarterback, my brother. They're like, no, because see, we go be insulted by that just from the source of it. And then you always the guy calling them average.
Always.
You call him
no matter
average.
what he's doing. You the same dude that was laughing and joking and hoping he got hurt so Trey Lance could play last season.
Yeah, you was the same dude that came out and had a source about some injury. Like, it's like, bro, why?
Come on, man.
So then when we asked the question, no, of course it wasn't him, you morons. Okay. All right. Okay. Then Mike Florio come in your face and check you, and you move on to the next subject.
Right.
Okay. So like, nah. And what's really going on is, man, and let's all be honest, new media.
I love you too, the champ.
New media has grown a strong voice. And I always say this, man, our superpower is our independence. That's our superpower. It's the fact that we can say what others can't say because they are under the cloak or power of .com some kind of way. And that's why I respect James Slater so much. James Slater came out there and asked the question that needed to be asked, but y'all also got to peep game. You got to peep game, too. The next morning, she got up early to clean it up. She got up real early in the morning just to make sure that her tone wasn't taken out of context. And that's how you got to move in these shark-infested waters. We ain't got to move like that because our superpower is the fact that we can say what we need to say. Now, I'm going to say this and I'm done because we've been talking a long time. I'm serious, dog. I got to say this last thing. I'm going to get out of here,
midnight
man.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to say this, and this is real, though. It's something that's been on my heart a long time that I know I'm going to do a video on, or I'm going to go live about it. I call it Goldilocks. Goldilocks, you know, we know the story of Goldilocks tasting all this porridge and sleeping on all these beds until it was just right.
I heard that version. Go ahead.
But I'm finna say something that's real.
Okay.
We got to be careful as content creators that we don't Goldilocks. Because what happens sometimes in our ambition to grow is that we lose our voice because we have ambition to get jobs with the fan, or we got ambition to get, so that what we start doing is we say, I'm going to stay away from that. You know, I ain't going to touch that. You know, and now what we doing, or you know who else we do it with? Our own chat. The people that's in the chat, we see they don't like what we saying because
and we'll change our stances.
And we'll change our stances. I can tell you don't.
I don't do that.
But I called it Goldilocks, and that's where you become a panderer. So basically, you can get the job, but your job is loose because you don't even got no voice. I'm out.
No, that's a word. Hey, ain't nothing else to be said. Now hold on.
All right. Yes. We're going to sign off and
I don't know how to turn this off, so I don't want to just leave it.
I think Law is outside. I'll let him know. It was a pleasure finally meeting you and getting to work with you today. It was. Oh, here comes La.
Oh, what's up, everybody? Hey, are we done? We done. Okay, let's stop this streaming. But hey, we had a great time. Did you have a great time?
Wonderful time.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. All right, let's get on up out of here. Appreciate everybody. Hey, I saw while y'all was live. It was great. Everything looked good over here as the bar empties. We had a great time. Did you have a great time?
I had a wonderful time. I love this place. It's great.
Yeah, and they said, what's her channel? Yeah, BLS, right?
It's the Bitches Love Sports podcast.
Look at her.
Is how you can find it on YouTube. If you go to bitcheslovesports.com, all my links are there.
Right.
On Twitter, I'm at BTCHESLUV Sports.
No doubt. All right, so let me go. I always got to end it out in one way or another fashion. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, man. That's my guy right here, and y'all already know, man. Let me go. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. I know it's long. It's a marathon type of show. We are live on multiple outlets. But I'm going to say this before we go. I got to end in the best way possible for me. You know what I mean? And I know you probably, you watch all my endings?
Huh? Not really.
Not really. It'd be long. It'd be like, what, 10-hour shows right here.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's switch sides. Let's switch. Yeah. There we go. It would be improper for me to leave without giving you guys a word, man. And
oh, that I do know. Yes.
Oh yeah, that you do know. Because I got to talk something about my guy. So that's just how it is. Lost music. I'm gonna find it one way or another. Boom, here we go. And send you, yes indeed. And this is what it is, Cowboy Nation and everyone that's listening. I get it. I know. Yeah, I know that it is what it is at this point. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for jumping in. As I depart, the path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil man. But blessed is he in the name of charity and goodwill separates the weakness and the tyranny. I would tell you guys that don't forget to understand this. One way or another, never look down. Keep your head high. We up out. DC for life, not for short. Let's get on up out of here, baby. We up out, baby. Thank y'all. One love. Peace. Let's get it.